This took place in early September of 2018, during my second year at university. At the time, I was 20 years old, and several people that I had grown up with locally, 3 friends, Marek, Thomas, and Pavel, remained in regular contact despite attending different schools. Most weekends, we met to drink alcohol outdoors rather than in a bar, but primarily to avoid cost and attention for the most part. One Saturday afternoon, we decided to travel by car to a wooded area, roughly 6 kilometers from town. The site was adjacent to decommissioned agricultural land and bordered, at a distance, by a low-security correctional work facility. This detail was known to us, but was not considered significant at the time, as the area was accessible by public trails and frequently used during daylight hours by others too. Anyway, we entered the forest shortly after midday. Visibility was inconsistent due to dense growth and uneven terrain, but there was no immediate sense of danger by any means, and so we walked off the marked path and continued deeper for maybe about 40 minutes, stopping intermittently to drink some water and talk a little bit. There was no clear objective beyond exploring and passing some time, but eventually we encountered a structure that was inconsistent with recreational use of the area. It was a small shelter constructed from stacked timber and sheet metal, roughly circular in layout, with a partially collapsed roof. Adjacent to it was a fire pit containing ash that appeared recent. Scattered around the site were food containers, plastic bottles, and discarded fabric. There was no sign or indication that the area was designated for camping or anything. We discussed possible explanations, including illegal camping or use by transient laborers, but at the time none of us really suggested notifying authorities. I mean, the shelter was open on one side, and it contained some hand tools, and placed against the interior wall there were a few things. These included cutting tools and metal bars showing signs of wear. Rather than leaving immediately, we made a poor decision, though, to treat the site as abandoned. We removed several of the tools and carried them further into the forest, where we attempted to assemble a basic frame structure of our own. The effort was pretty uncoordinated and very short-lived, but by early evening, we lost interest and left the tools where they were, intending to return to them later, and then we exited the forest before dark. Now, the following weekend, we returned with the intention of using the original fire pit. We arrived later in the day, probably around sunset, bringing some food and flammable materials this time. When we reached the initial site, the shelter, though, it had been dismantled. The materials were not removed, but broken apart and scattered. The fire pit had been filled with dirt, and we inferred that someone must have discovered the tools missing and reacted by destroying the shelter or something. Despite this, though, we decided to continue. We moved maybe 30 minutes east to a more concealed location, dug a shallow pit, and started a fire. For a period, too, nothing unusual occurred. We drank some alcohol and we talked a little bit. One person was playing some music quietly, and after roughly about an hour, we observed multiple light sources moving through the forest at a distance all of a sudden. Soon after, we heard raised voices. The lights appeared to be handheld and were approaching deliberately rather than randomly. It became clear, too, that several adult men were moving toward our location. Their progress was slow due to the vegetation, but they were definitely coordinated. At this point, there was a disagreement among our group as well. 2 of us, including myself, believed immediate retreat was necessary. The other 2 felt running would draw attention and preferred to stay hidden. In the end, because of this too, we split up, and I left with Marek and moved south, deeper into the forest, attempting to avoid the lights. We used a single flashlight intermittently and shielded it as much as we could, and we sustained minor cuts while moving at speed, but after about 20 minutes, we reached a livestock fence marking the edge of the private land. Voices were still audible behind us, and with no clear path around, we crossed the fence, sustaining additional injuries in the process. But once on the other side, we followed the fence line until we reached an opening that led toward a service road. We didn't have phone signal and we couldn't contact the others, so We debated calling the police, but decided against it due to our own involvement in illegal fire use. Eventually, we exited the wooded area near some residential housing and we waited under the streetlight. Several minutes later, Thomas and Pavel emerged from a different location, and they reported that they had hidden near the fire site while the men arrived. According to them, the men were older, carrying metal tools, and were very verbally aggressive. But after searching briefly, they moved away from the fire toward a pickup truck parked along a logging track, leaving the area temporarily unoccupied. Thomas and Pavel then fled in the opposite direction. We left the area after that together, and we didn't return that night. But here's where things get a little creepy. So, we didn't go back to that place for some time, and eventually, though, we found news reports about apparent bodies being buried in that forest. Allegedly, the cops had found some remains down there, and apparently they looked human. We never did really follow up with what that was all about, but I remember at the time feeling like we maybe had avoided being murdered or something. I don't know if those men were responsible for that, obviously, or maybe if it was someone else, but still, the fact that we were there that night, that those guys came out of nowhere, and the fact that human remains have been found there, well, it doesn't take much to put two and two together. At the time that this happened, I was 19 years old and employed full-time in a commercial district inside of the Netherlands. I lived in a rural municipality about 30 minutes away by rail, and because parking near my workplace was restricted and expensive, I commuted daily by train and left my car at a small station near my own home village. My return commute, it usually ended between 7 and 7:45. During the winter, though, the station was poorly lit and it consisted of a single platform, a short access road, and an open gravel lot used for parking. There was one functioning light pole near the ticket machine, and passenger traffic at that hour was pretty limited, often fewer than 5 people disembarking. Now, on the evening in question, the train was nearly empty. I was wearing headphones and not paying attention to other passengers, and when the train stopped, I exited alone, to my knowledge at least. I didn't see anyone else step onto the platform with me, though visibility was pretty limited, I'll admit. To reach my car, I had to cross the tracks via a pedestrian path and walk maybe about 100 meters along the access road. While doing so, I noticed a dark-colored delivery vehicle parked near the edge of the lot. This was not unusual, as nearby residents occasionally use the station for short stops. As I continued walking, though, the vehicle began moving slowly alongside of me. I initially assumed the driver was repositioning or maybe preparing to leave or something. The vehicle matched my walking speed for maybe about several seconds. I turned my head and saw an older man in the driver's seat, likely in his late 50s or early 60s, gesturing toward me. I removed one headphone and he spoke through the open window and asked whether I needed a ride home, stating that it was cold and unsafe to be walking alone like this. His tone was calm but unsolicited. I declined and told him that my car was just parked up ahead anyway. I replaced my headphones and I continued toward the lot. The vehicle didn't immediately depart though. Instead, it rolled forward slightly and stopped again. I became aware that the driver was watching the surrounding area rather than focusing on me. Moments later, he accelerated away from the station without any explanation. As the vehicle left, I noticed another individual walking several meters behind me. This person appeared to be a man in his 20s or maybe 30s. I hadn't seen him on the platform, though, and couldn't determine whether he had exited the train or maybe had approached from another direction. He didn't speak to me and maintained distance, continuing toward the parking area. I reached my car without incident and locked the doors immediately after entering. Before starting the engine, I remained seated though and observed the surroundings for about several minutes. The delivery vehicle did return as well, circling around the area, maybe looking for me perhaps. And the man walking, he ended up talking to the guy in the vehicle, as if they knew each other. Then the men passed through the lot and continued down the road. At home, I replayed the sequence of events and considered alternative explanations. The offer of a ride could have been genuine. The departure of the vehicle could have been unrelated. However, the timing and the behavior, none of it felt coincidental. The following week, too, I mentioned the incident to a co-worker who lived nearby, and she told me that local police had recently issued informal warnings about a vehicle matching a similar description, approaching young women near transit stops in surrounding villages. No arrests had been made and the details were limited, but apparently this was a bit of a warning. I didn't end up filing a report in the end, and no direct threat had occurred, and I had no identifying information beyond a general vehicle type, I guess. But I did alter my routine afterward by parking closer to the platform, removing the headphones before exiting the train, and also coordinating rides home when I could. I never did see the vehicle or the driver again, but I did hear of stories of women who allegedly were almost kidnapped by a vehicle around this area. That definitely matched the description of the one that I had seen. This situation developed over several months. At the time, my partner, Laura, was 19 years old and living alone in a regional town in western Germany. I lived in a neighboring state, about 90 minutes away by car, and Laura didn't own a vehicle at the time and relied on walking and public transport for daily travel. Laura worked part-time at a mid-sized home goods retailer located along a commercial strip near a residential area. Her schedule was pretty consistent, typically late afternoon into evening, and the store was within walking distance of her apartment, and she followed the same route each day. Near the end of her employment at that location, she began noticing a repeat customer. The individual did not approach staff directly and never spoke to her, but they would enter the store shortly before closing, select one or two inexpensive items, and remain inside longer than really was necessary. Their behavior was weird too. They would stare at Laura while maintaining physical distance. The individual had visible facial abnormalities that made them immediately identifiable too. Their mouth remained partially open at rest and their teeth protruded noticeably. Laura also observed cosmetic residue around their lips that appeared intentionally applied. And while unusual, this alone did not initially raise concern, as the retail environment involved frequent contact with very unfamiliar people. The concern, though, escalated after the home goods store closed permanently. You see, Laura accepted a position at a supermarket located in the same sort of commercial zone, really. It was about 200 meters away for the most part, and within days of starting that new job, the same individual appeared at the supermarket. From that point forward, the pattern became very consistent too. The individual would arrive shortly after Laura's shift began, remain inside the store for extended periods of time without browsing or doing anything really, and then leave at nearly the same time each visit, always within a few minutes of 9:30 p.m. Purchases were minimal and very repetitive, often limited to a single canned item and basic bread. Laura, though, documented that this behavior occurred regardless of weekday or weekend schedules, and on days when she worked earlier shifts, the individual didn't appear. When her schedule returned to evenings, the visits resumed immediately, though. Now, this person never really acknowledged Laura directly, and when eye contact occurred, they would turn away and move to another aisle. However, their body orientation and movement suggested continued monitoring. In fact, on one occasion, Laura took an unscheduled 3-day break due to illness, and when she returned, this person entered the store near closing time, appeared to scan the checkout area repeatedly, and only relaxed their posture once Laura was visible. Laura reported this behavior to the store management, and the response, as you can probably imagine, was very dismissive. No formal report was filed and no action was taken, despite the behavior meeting internal criteria for suspicious customer activity. What increased the perceived risk, though, was not any single action, but the persistence and the precision of the timing of everything. This person appeared to know her schedule, but never appeared early enough to plausibly discover it in store, and this always raised the possibility of external observation, either from the parking area or maybe along Laura's walking route. Now, one evening, Laura noticed the individual standing outside of the store after closing, positioned near the edge of the lot rather than the entrance. They never did approach her, but they remained stationary until she was collected by a co-worker offering a ride, and the person left immediately afterward without entering the store. But that night, Laura experienced something strange at home. So, it must have been around midnight when she said that she heard somebody or something tapping on the side of the house. She went to take a look but didn't see anyone, and so initially she thought that maybe it was an animal or maybe one of the trees out the back that was tapping the house on the side of it or something. But about 5 minutes later, she swears that she heard the front doorknob being tried. It wasn't aggressive or anything, but it certainly sounded like it, is what she said to me. She contacted the police at that point, and they came out and checked the area, but by the time that they got there was no one there apparently. Within weeks of this, Laura resigned from the job and relocated to live with me. Since the move as well, there have been no further incidents. While no direct threat was ever made, and also there was no real law enforcement reports ever made too, because, well, there just wasn't really much to go off. The behavior of this person met several indicators of targeted fixation, repeated location transfer, schedule alignment, emotional response to absence, and avoidance of overt interaction, with the potential of this person stalking Laura all the way back home and even trying to break into her house. All of it exceeded what could reasonably be classified as coincidence or just benign interest. The situation only ended because Laura removed herself from the environment too, and whether it would have escalated further remains unknown, but the absence of closure doesn't reduce the concern for sure. I guess, really, it just simply marks the point at which the opportunity finally ceased. When I was around 8 years old, my family lived on the ground floor of an apartment complex. The building was pretty old, with thin interior walls and inconsistent lighting due to frequent electrical issues. But one Friday evening, my parents allowed me to have several classmates stay over. There were 5 of us in all boys from the primary school. The evening followed a predictable routine: takeaway food, console games, and noise complaints from the downstairs neighbor. Sleeping arrangements, they were pretty much improvised as well. 2 beds were already in the room, mine and my older cousins, who lived with us temporarily, and some additional mattresses were placed on the floor. The door was closed but not locked, and the hallway light outside the room was left on, as was pretty common when guests stayed over. Everyone fell asleep gradually, and I remained awake longer than the others, partly due to excitement and also partly because I always had difficulty sleeping in noisy environments. I was sitting upright against my bed frame, looking through some magazines using a small desk lamp angled toward the wall. Shortly after turning off the lamp, I noticed a change in the light pattern on the opposite wall. The hallway light was still on, and something was sort of partially blocking it. At first I assumed someone had walked past the room, but then the obstruction stopped moving. What appeared on the wall was the silhouette of an adult-sized person crouched low, close to the floor. The shape was not static, and it sort of shifted slightly as if adjusting balance, but I could see the outline of shoulders and an arm extended forward. The position of the arm aligned with where one of my classmates was, Martin. He was sleeping closest to the door, and I didn't hear footsteps or breathing, but the shadow clearly changed shape, suggesting movement rather than a fixed object or passing light or something like that. I didn't call out. At that age, my response was just to remain still. I remember thinking at the time that drawing attention would probably make the situation worse. The shadow moved once more, briefly obscuring the light completely, and then withdrew. The hallway light returned to its original brightness. I didn't see anyone leave, and the door did not open or close. I stayed awake for the remainder of the night after that, though, and there were no additional sounds or anything, but I just couldn't sleep. My attention remained fixed on that doorway until morning, in fact. At breakfast, I checked the hallway in the living room, but nothing appeared disturbed. I asked both of my parents whether either of them had checked on us during the night, and they said no. My father had worked a night shift, and my mother had gone to bed early with a migraine, apparently, and so I told my friends what I had seen. Most dismissed it immediately. Martin, however, said that he remembered waking briefly and sort of feeling pressure near his shoulder, but assumed another child had rolled onto him or something. Later that morning, Martin was collected early by his aunt instead of his parents, which was pretty unusual. I overheard my mother speaking quietly with her in the entryway, and after everyone had left, I asked why Martin had gone home ahead of schedule that day. My mother told me that apparently there had been a death in the family overnight. His grandfather, who had lived in the same apartment block but in a different stairwell, had died sometime after midnight. Emergency services had attended the building, but unfortunately he was just gone. No further explanation was offered, and at the time I didn't connect this information to what I had seen, but in the following weeks I paid close attention to that hallway light and the space under my door. Nothing similar ever happened again, but years later I learned that the building had a history of unauthorized entry due to a faulty rear door that often failed to latch properly. Residents had reported individuals wandering the corridors at night, usually relatives or acquaintances of tenants or whatnot. And so, when I think back about that moment, I often wonder if it was maybe a person had broken in or something, or maybe it was something more paranormal. Really, I'm not sure what to make of it, but I know that I saw someone there, and that's what really sits with me all these years later. We arrived at the hotel on a Friday evening, about 2 weeks ago. I had chosen it because it was close to the conference that I was attending, and because it was one of the few places with the rooms were still available at a reasonable rate. I had read reviews warning about the building's age, poor maintenance, and an atmosphere that some guests described as oppressive. I didn't believe those accounts until we arrived. The property was a large mid-20th century resort near Lake Tahoe, built during the casino boom and never fully renovated. The lobby was dim and smelled faintly of stale cigarette smoke. The elevators were slow, and everything about this place was run down. It looked like it had been patched together over time without any real cohesive maintenance plan. We checked in at around 9 p.m. and we were assigned a suite on the 18th floor. The room itself seemed normal initially. Clean sheets, functioning appliances, and a working air conditioner too. That all changed though after we left for dinner and we returned later that night. The first thing that felt wrong was the temperature. The suite was unusually warm, and the thermostat was set at 28 degrees Celsius or 82 degrees Fahrenheit. We had not touched it, and the air conditioner was running, but it just never really lowered the temperature. It took 2 hours before the room finally dropped to at least a comfortable level. I noted the issue, but I assumed it was just a faulty thermostat or maybe a maintenance error. We went to the casino area for about an hour though, and while my partner played a table game, I walked to a nearby slot machine. I felt a persistent sensation that somebody was observing me, but there was no visible reason for it. The casino was busy and the noise level was high, which should have been enough to distract me, but instead I kept turning my head, expecting to see someone directly behind me. And then I heard my name. It wasn't whispered, it was spoken clearly, from a direction behind me. It sounded like someone who knew me personally, and so I turned immediately, but there was no one within 10 meters of me. The nearest people were other guests and staff, none of whom were looking at me. It was one that I recognized. But that feeling, it didn't go away. I told myself that it was fatigue and that I was simply anxious because of the environment or something like that. I went back to the room and the temperature issue had returned. The thermostat was again set high without any explanation. The next day, we spent most of our time outside of the building. We were on the 18th floor in the West Tower, and our hallway was consistently empty. There were no guests walking by, and no staff, no cleaning carts or anything like that. Quiet should have been welcome, I know that, but it just made the environment feel like it had been abandoned. When the hallway was empty too, I felt watched more intensely than even in the casino. The silence, it amplified every sound, including our footsteps. I avoided leaving the room alone. The corridor light was low and the carpet had worn patches that made the space feel really neglected. The elevator ride was always intense, even when other people were present. The air inside felt heavier than it should have, and I found myself rushing back into the room as if the hallway was a transitional space that I needed to get through quickly. The suite itself was large, but the living area felt uninviting. I stayed in the bedroom almost exclusively, and my partner and I began to argue more than usual. The tone of our conversations, well, it changed from normal stress to something sharper and way more resentful. It was not one specific issue, too. It was the accumulation of small irritations, I guess you could say. I also noticed a consistent sense of dread and an unease that neither of us could explain. At night, I slept with the lights on there. The room was quiet, but I heard noises like somebody pressing buttons or toggling switches all night. It sounded like a phone keypad or maybe a wall-mounted control panel being used. I didn't have any electronic device active that could make those sounds, but the noises occurred repeatedly, usually when I was trying to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke before my partner did, and I heard those same noises again, coming from the living area this time. It sounded like deliberate pressing, not random creaks as well. I checked the room and found nothing out of place. I didn't tell my partner because I didn't want to appear irrational, and we were arguing at the time too. My mother was staying in the same building on a different floor, and she told me that she saw a man in a light-colored hat near a restricted service corridor behind the food court, and when she looked again, that he was apparently gone. She described the area as usually empty and off-limits to guests, but by the third day, both of us felt incredibly drained. I had no appetite, and I felt nauseated without a clear reason for being that way. My partner, who rarely experiences depressive thoughts, said that he felt an overwhelming sadness and a sense of hopelessness while we were there. He described it as a weight pressing in on him and said that it made him question our relationship in a way that he had never done before. And so, after all of this, we left a day early. After we returned home, the feelings did not immediately disappear. I continued to feel unusually tense and exhausted for several days. I began researching the hotel's history and found reports of frequent mechanical failures, electrical issues, and a pattern of guests complaining about oppressive atmospheres and sudden mood changes. I also found a few local news items referencing accidental deaths and a handful of violent incidences in the area over the decades, but nothing that directly connected to our suite. Still though, I have not returned to that place, and I don't plan to either. The experience did not produce a clear answer by any means, but it did change my perception of that place for sure. It demonstrated how an environment like that can influence your mood so much, and even your behavior in a way that feels like something more than just bad vibes. I was 21 at the time that this happened, and my then girlfriend and I were staying at my parents' house while they were away. We were there to look after the family's 2 dogs. So my grandparents had died 6 months earlier, and my parents had moved some of their furniture into the house temporarily. Most of the items were stored in my parents' bedroom, which was across the living room and clearly visible from the couch. A small antique mirror from my grandparents was placed in the hallway between the kitchen and the living room. It looked out of place and had a sort of odd presence in the space. Both dogs refused to go near that bedroom, though. They would approach the doorway, sniff, and then retreat quickly every single time. They didn't show fear elsewhere in the house, and only around that room, and only since that stuff had been moved in there. The atmosphere there was consistently tense as well, but I didn't pay too much attention to it, until the first incident, that is. So during our stay, both of us caught a very severe flu. I had a very high fever and a throat infection, and my girlfriend was also unwell, though not as bad as I was. We spent most of the days inside, sleeping and just resting. I was particularly disoriented because I was running a fever and had trouble concentrating, but one evening we were on the couch watching a comedy film. The dogs were lying beside us, and my girlfriend fell asleep at some stage. And as I was drifting off, I heard a deliberate throat clear from the hallway area near the antique chair. It was a distinct ahem sort of sound, sharp and intentional. At first, I assumed it was a symptom of my illness or a dream or something, but that's when I noticed that the dogs reacted immediately too. Both dogs lifted their heads and stared toward the hallway, their ears forward, and they were clearly alert. I whispered to my girlfriend, "Did you hear that?" She woke up and said, "Yes, was that you?" I told her that it wasn't me. We stayed quiet after that, both of us unsettled, and we didn't discuss it further that night. The following day, we were still sick and pretty lethargic. I spent the day playing a video game while my girlfriend rested, and at one point I noticed the oldest dog, Elsa, was missing. I searched the house, checking each room methodically, and eventually I entered my parents' bedroom to look for her. The room was dark and still. The bed was made, but in the center of it was a wire laundry basket placed perfectly flat. It was a lightweight metal mesh basket, and I did not recall moving it there. It looked like somebody had deliberately set it there, but Elsa was not in the room, and I later found her under a blanket in the living room. That evening, we returned to the living room with the dogs, and probably around 10:30 at night, we decided to go to bed, and the dogs followed us into my old room and settled down, and as soon as we lay down, we heard a loud crash come from somewhere inside of the house. The sound was heavy enough, too, to make us both sit up immediately. I shouted, "What was that? Did someone break in?" So I quickly grabbed a kitchen knife and started checking the house. I moved slowly, room by room, trying not to cough as I was going, keeping my eyes on every corner. The dogs followed me, and they were visibly tense too. I found nothing unusual in the kitchen or the living room. In fact, the house was quiet. I began to doubt myself and wondered if my illness was causing paranoia or something, but when I reached my parents' bedroom, I saw the wire basket from earlier, but it was now on the floor, upside down. The bed had a very thick mattress and soft bedding, and there was just no way that that basket could have fallen off the bed like that, at least not without enough force to cause a loud crash unless it was pushed or thrown or something. The basket was also positioned in a way that suggested that it had been flipped and dropped, not just randomly pushed. I called my girlfriend into the room. She looked at it and didn't speak for a while. We both stood there trying to make sense of it. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere, no footprints in the snow outside. I did check that, even though I was running a fever, and no other noises. We didn't see anyone, and the dogs remained very tense, and they just refused to enter the bedroom. After that night, though, we left early, and we didn't stay the last day that we were supposed to. We told ourselves that it was stress and illness, but the incidents just didn't fit a rational pattern by any means. The experiences still stay with me too, and I still don't have a clear explanation for what happened that day, and I haven't returned to that house since then, at least not alone, that is. It's not a story that I tell often as well, because it feels too close to the possibility that something was watching us or testing boundaries in a way that was not purely psychological, and I'm just not really comfortable with that sort of answer to the whole thing. I'm certainly not someone who believes in the paranormal by any means, and so the whole thing was just really odd, and again, I just still do not have an explanation for any of it. I didn't plan to move back into the family farm. I only agreed because my husband and I were running out of options. We were living in a rented house in rural Pennsylvania when my grandmother died in 2015. The property had been empty for almost a decade after that, and my grandfather had passed in 2004, and after that my grandmother stayed alone until she died. The house, it belonged to my family trust, and the land, 165 acres, was still technically ours, but nobody was living there. I returned to the property in late 2025 because we had no other choice. My husband had taken a remote job and I was working from home. The plan was simple: move in, clean up, sell what we didn't need, and either renovate or sell the house. I told myself that I was only doing it for practical reasons, but I was aware of the stories. The house had been described as haunted for generations, and I grew up hearing the accounts from my mother and her siblings. They always spoke about it like a family secret, something that they didn't want to be real but couldn't deny. My grandfather was the only person in the family who ever said that he felt comfortable there. My grandmother and her siblings all said that they felt uneasy upstairs. They described doors opening by themselves, footsteps at night, and voices coming from rooms that were empty. My aunts and uncles always said that it was just the house settling, but the accounts continued for decades, and the stories didn't stop after my grandmother's death too. When I was a child, I didn't want to sleep in the upstairs room. I always felt watched up there. I could never really explain it, especially as a kid, but my siblings still refused to stay there overnight, and that has never changed. When my husband and I moved in September of 2025, the house was empty and quiet. It had been vacant for years, and the only people who had been inside were the small group of my grandfather's friends who came for deer season every fall, and that was pretty much it. They would stay for a weekend and sleep on the downstairs addition rather than the upstairs. They always said that they heard footsteps and doors upstairs. They said that they smelled cigar smoke in the living room, even though my grandfather had not been there in years. And their stories were not about ghosts, but they were about something in the house that made them always feel unsafe. I told my husband all of this before we moved in, but he just didn't care. He assumed it was just family lore, and he also assumed that the stories were exaggerated, and that it was just a normal old house. Well, that all changed very fast. Within the first week, we noticed the master bedroom door would open and close on its own. It wasn't a slow swing as well, it was a repeated movement, like something or someone was pushing it intentionally. We did check for drafts and we checked the vents and all that. We checked the latch and the hinges, but there was just no way that we could explain it. At first, we sort of laughed about it, to be honest. My husband joked that it was just the house waking up. Our dogs didn't like it, though. One of them would sit staring at the door as if waiting for it to move again, and at night, my husband heard footsteps above our bedroom. He described them as heavy, like boots. He never woke me, and he assumed it was the house, but he didn't believe in the stories, and he told himself that it was just nothing. But I can assure you that it was not nothing. I started to feel the difference in the air too. Not a spiritual sensation, but just a real physical sense of being watched. It was the kind of feeling that you get when you realize that you're not alone in a place where you should have been. We also had a mouse problem there, and we heard sounds in the kitchen, items were moved, and there was tapping inside the walls. The dogs reacted as if something was in the house, and we hired an exterminator eventually, and the mice were gone by the end of September. But the noises, they never stopped. The door activity continued. The upstairs door would just open randomly. The downstairs door would open randomly now too. We started latching doors because the dogs were afraid of the stairs. and the dogs would just not go upstairs no matter how much you tried to coax them up there. They just refused. Now, during October, we were involved in a legal dispute with a group of trespassers. They had been using our property for hunting and timber harvesting without permission. It escalated into police reports and threats, and one of the trespassers told my husband, "The boys will take care of you." After that, we returned home one afternoon to find the patio furniture overturned. The dogs were absolutely frantic, and my husband assumed that someone had tried to break in. We installed security systems and changed the locks and all that. We didn't think about the house itself being responsible at the time, but the next day, the doors were open again. Not the patio door, but the kitchen door, the back door. The dogs were again agitated, and they refused to go outside through the open door, and that was the first time that we realized that the dogs were reacting to something inside of the house, not outside. That was also the point when I stopped assuming that everything about the patio situation had to do with these guys trying to break in or intimidate us. In November, the front door began locking itself too when my husband stepped outside. The door did not lock automatically, and you had to turn the latch, but it was happening without anyone touching it. We always assumed it was the other person, like I assumed my husband was locking it and he assumed that I was locking it. But after it happened a dozen or so times, we stopped making assumptions like that. Instead, we started making rules. One person had to stay inside if the other left, and we also kept a spare key in our pockets at all times. Now one day, we were about to leave for groceries when the garage door opened in front of us. The garage door was electric, but the opener never worked. The door opened without anyone touching it, which was really weird. That same month, we came home from a short trip to find the back door wide open. The dogs were absolutely mental, barking, and still they had not left the house. The door was open from the inside, but nothing was missing. Nothing was stolen. The dogs never calmed down. I mean, they genuinely seemed scared, too. We began to see a pattern. The house was moving things, opening doors, causing the dogs to react, and it was no longer subtle by any means. The dog's behavior became the most alarming thing, though. Our scent hound started staring at the kitchen wall, growling at nothing. The sheepdog that we had, a guardian breed, began sleeping in the entryway between the living room and the kitchen. She would not leave that spot, and she only ever moved if we moved. She watched the kitchen all night, and we tried to sleep with the dogs in our bedroom, but the dogs just always panicked. They would scratch at the door and bark, and they would not stay inside. At that point, my husband began to stop laughing at the stories, and he began to take it a bit more seriously. Eventually, we contacted a team to investigate. The team arrived in the morning, and we locked the dogs in the master bedroom because they bark at strangers. And while we were talking, 2 separate knocking incidents occurred. The first knock came from the back of the house. It was loud and rhythmic, 4 knocks. We assumed that someone was at the back door, but there was no one there. The second knock, that came from the master bedroom door while we were standing in the kitchen. It was the same pattern, and we could hear it clearly, all of us in fact. The dogs were locked inside, and they could not have made the sound. The team members and we all heard it, mind you, and the sound was not a door hitting the frame or anything. It was deliberate. It sounded like somebody knocking from the other side of a door, and we later checked the door, but there was nothing wrong with the latch, and there was no evidence of somebody trying to get in or anything. During the Christmas break, our children came to stay, and everyone was sick with a cold at that time. And we were all in the kitchen when 3 events all happened simultaneously. The microwave suddenly made a loud pop. A kitchen knife fell from its magnetic strip onto the counter, and a spoon literally flew across the kitchen and hit my husband directly in the back. We all heard it and saw it, and there was no way that any of us could explain it. Mind you, too, it was not a prank or a loose knife or anything, and the spoon was on the counter on the opposite side of the room. The knife was hanging securely, and nobody was near the kitchen. The kids were all sort of sitting nearby around the table. We tried to recreate it too, but we just couldn't. The spoon never moved, the knife never fell, and nothing caused the sound. The team that we had hired eventually installed cameras and audio recorders for 3 weeks as well, and they kept the equipment running when we were out and asleep and all that. The result was anything but normal too. Audio recordings captured repeated sounds of footsteps and slamming doors. Motion cameras triggered without any visible cause. Cameras captured an object moving in a loop through the dining room and then disappearing into the ceiling. The temperature sensors recorded sudden drops of more than 10 degrees in multiple rooms, just all of a sudden. The drops were always short, but they never did correlate to outside temperature or drafts or anything. But the most unsettling part was that the activity was not consistent. It didn't follow a pattern and it didn't repeat the same actions. In fact, it was really erratic. And that meant that it was not simply a structural issue or a normal house settling sort of thing. It also meant that it was not tied to any other person. In the end too, the team concluded that it was not a demonic presence. They ruled out a human spirit because the activity predated the deaths in the house, and they also found no record of any burial sites or settlements on the property. They ruled out a poltergeist tied to a specific person, and in the end they just could not explain what it actually was. The only reasonable theory was that something had attached itself to the house and that it had been there for over a century at this point. The activity, though, definitely all centered around the upstairs bedroom and the kitchen directly below it, and it seemed to focus on opening and closing doors, moving objects, and creating disturbances in those areas. We never did solve what this problem was, and we never tried to, exorcise it or anything. We didn't drive it away, and the only thing that we did was make the house more livable, I suppose. We installed security systems, added salt lines across thresholds. We didn't believe in any of this stuff, but we tried it. We just tried to prevent the house from, taking control in the end. The house never stopped completely too, but the activity did decrease a little bit. The dog stopped reacting as intensely, the door stopped opening randomly as often, and the knocking eventually stopped. We still live there as well, and we still feel uneasy sometimes. We hear noises that make us stop and listen, but we've learned to live with it, I suppose. Like you learn to live with a dangerous animal on the property or something. Never fully trusting it, but always respecting it and always keeping the doors locked. We're not sure if the intensity will return or not, but we only know that it's been here longer than any of us have been alive, and I think that that is probably what scares me the most. I never really planned on sharing any of this publicly. It's not something that I really talk about often because it just doesn't sound believable at all, and I've always been the kind of person who avoids exaggeration and things like this. But I keep thinking about it, and I've never been able to explain what happened, so if you have any ideas, then I would genuinely love to hear them. So my family's house was a farmhouse in rural Idaho. It was built in the late 1800s and had been used as a working dairy farm at some point in its history. The property sat alone on a long stretch of land, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. The house had several floors if you counted the basement and the attic. The basement was unfinished, the main floor had the living room and the kitchen, and the second floor had bedrooms and an office, and the attic was accessible only by a narrow stairwell. The first time that I experienced something that I couldn't rationalize there was when I was 16. My parents were out and my two brothers were downstairs, and I was working on a school project in the upstairs office. I needed something from the kitchen, so I went to go down the stairs, and the landing led directly to my parents' bedroom. Their door was closed, and as soon as I stepped onto the first stair, I heard a female voice whisper, "Help me." It wasn't muffled or distant at all, and it was clear, urgent, and panicked. I assumed it was one of my brothers trying to scare me, so I immediately went back up the stairs and opened the door, but there was nobody inside. I checked the house, called out for my brothers, and found them downstairs, and they didn't hear anything. They weren't even in the room. no one had been in my parents' bedroom. There was no way to explain the voice as a prank. There was no way to explain the voice. There was no sound source, and I felt a sense of dread, and I left the house as soon as I could after that. That wasn't the only time something strange happened there, but it was the first time that I realized that the house didn't behave like a normal one did. Over the years, too, I had 3 different people independently report seeing the same figure in the house. They were not connected, mind you, and they didn't even know each other well enough to coordinate a story. That's what made it so unsettling as well. The first was a friend named John, not his real name, obviously. He said that he had seen a woman inside of the house multiple times. He described her as having shoulder-length brown hair and wearing a purple dress. He said that she looked like an older, more worn version of a woman in the film The Others, the same kind of dress and posture. The second was my ex-sister-in-law, Hannah. She told me that she saw the same woman in the attic, and she used the same details even. Brown hair, purple dress, and a calm expression. She said that the woman looked nice, like she wasn't a threat. The third report came from a woman named Savannah. She and I were hanging out at my house with her niece, Lainey, and it was in the summer of 2016. We stayed later than expected, and I drove them to the porch and followed them inside to lock up. Savannah stopped in the enclosed porch, and she froze before opening the door into the dining room. When I asked what was wrong, she whispered, "I saw something." I asked what she meant, and she described the same woman, but the appearance was a little bit different. Savannah said that the woman looked violent, like she was angry enough to hurt someone. She said that the left side of the woman's face was missing skin and had exposing bone. Savannah said that she was walking across the dining room toward the basement door, and I didn't believe her at the time. I thought that she was tired or just trying to freak me out. But as soon as I had that thought, the basement doorknob started shaking uncontrollably. And I mean, it wasn't a slow movement or a rattle caused by vibration or anything. This thing was moving like somebody was trying to break the damn door. It must have lasted about 10 seconds, and then suddenly it just stopped. I really didn't know what to do or think at the time. The rational part of my brain said, well, there's no one there, this is a house, it's old. But the other part of my brain was screaming to me that the house was not empty. I grabbed my keys and I drove Savannah and Lainey home that day. I didn't stay to sleep, and I didn't even go back inside. I stayed inside of my car and just slept in there until the shaking stopped. It was after that night, too, that I started taking the reports more seriously. I realized that what was happening wasn't random. It was consistent with other details, and the figure was always the same woman. The dress was always purple, the hair was the same length and style. The only difference was always her expression. Sometimes calm and sometimes, well, violent is how it was described to me. The most disturbing part is that the woman was never seen in the same area twice, though. The sightings were always in different parts of the house. The attic, the hallway, outside near the porch. That suggests that the house itself was the location of the activity, and not a specific room. I eventually stopped sleeping in the house for long periods as well. I stopped spending time in the attic, and I stopped going down into the basement alone as well. I told my parents, and they brushed it off as just old house stuff, but I could tell that they were uneasy as well. The house has been sold since then, and I don't live there anymore, thankfully. The last I heard was that the new owners never stayed overnight, and they just kept it as a rental property. And apparently, people come and go all the time. That in itself feels a bit like confirmation to me as well. Now, if there is a logical explanation for all of this, well, I personally never found it. The house was not structurally compromised. The windows and the doors were all functional. There was no evidence of people living in the house or trespassing or anything like that. No one ever really had a reason to scare us, but The fact that multiple independent witnesses described the same figure, and the fact that the doorknob moved on its own, and I witnessed that myself, is not something that I can just explain away. The only thing that I can really say is, well, this. I left that house because I felt unsafe. Not because I believed in ghosts, not because I wanted to avoid a story or anything, but because the house behaved like it had a presence inside of it. It's the best way that I can put it. I don't know what it was, but I will certainly never be going back. My uncle rarely talks about this incident, and when he does, he avoids any details that might sound like a ghost story. He describes it in a way that makes it feel more like a report, because I guess that's how he processes it. What I mean is that he's just not the kind of person to embellish. So this happened in a rural area of Nebraska, where farms are spread out and each property has its own house. The nearest neighbor, they were at least a mile away, and people in that region are used to isolation. They're used to being alone at night. My uncle was close to a man from a neighboring farm. His name was Dale, and they were related through the extended family tree, so they were both neighbors and sort of distant cousins. They worked together sometimes and shared tools and often drank together after long days. But drinking was a part of their social life, and Dale was known for being especially heavy. His family had stopped trying to control it, and it was really just how he lived. One evening, though, Dale didn't come home. At first, nobody worried. I mean, he often disappeared for a night or two and would show up somewhere down the road the next day. People assumed that he had passed out in a field or a barn or something. But a week went by without any sign of him, and that's when people started looking. They found him on the side of a highway, in a drainage ditch. He had been hit by a vehicle, and his body had been there long enough for decomposition to be advanced. The official conclusion was that he had been struck, and he was thrown into the ditch and left undiscovered for several days. It was a tragic accident, and the family accepted it as such as well. The detail, though, that mattered later was that Dale and my uncle had purchased matching shirts a few months before his death. They were expensive shirts too, bought for special events, weddings, church gatherings, celebrations. The shirts were identical in style and pattern. They were the kind of clothing that a man would keep for years and only wear occasionally. In late January, my uncle had to travel to a wedding about 80 miles away, and he wore the matching shirt because he wanted to look presentable, and it was really the only clean one that he had that fit the dress code. The wedding, it ended pretty late that day, and he drove home as far as the highway, then parked his truck because he didn't want to risk driving in a heavy fog like this while he was so tired. The area was pretty dark, the roads were empty, and he didn't want to wake anyone. So he parked up and he chose to walk the remaining distance, about 4 miles through fields and along a gravel track. He walked slowly at first. I mean, it was winter and the cold made him move carefully. The route crossed a small bridge over a drainage canal, and there were no streetlights. The only visibility came from the moon and the headlights of passing trucks every now and then. He was halfway across the bridge too when he suddenly heard laughter. Not a distant laugh too, and not a muffled sound. A clear human laugh coming from the side of the road. Upon hearing it, he stopped. He looked around and saw a man standing near the guardrail facing him. It was Dale. Not a blurred figure and not a shadow, but a fully visible man standing in winter clothing, the same posture that he used to have, the same expression even. He was looking directly at my uncle, and his face was familiar in a way that made my uncle's stomach tighten. Dale spoke without moving his lips in a way that could be mistaken for a trick of light, but the voice was audible and normal, but the words just didn't make sense. But then he said, "Oh, you're wearing the shirt." My uncle didn't stop to question it. He didn't stand there to prove that he was sane. Instead, he ran. He ran without looking back, across the bridge, into the fields, over uneven ground. He ran for nearly 3 miles, and he said that later that his lungs felt like they were burning and his legs felt like they were about to collapse under him. When he reached home, he was shaking as well, and he was sweating in freezing weather. He didn't say a word. He ripped off the shirt immediately, threw it into the yard, and set it on fire with a lighter. Only after the shirt was destroyed did he tell his family what he had seen. His family didn't believe him at first. They assumed that he was tired or affected by alcohol or stress or something. But the next morning, his other cousin, Dale's sister, called. She said that she had seen the same man apparently. She was driving home from the town store at around 10, and she had crossed the same bridge, and she saw a figure standing near the guardrail staring at the road. She didn't stop, but she did call her husband afterward and told him that she felt like she had seen someone who shouldn't have been there. Then Dale's mother called, and she said that she had been out walking her dog near the canal earlier that week, and she saw a man standing on the bridge as well, who she thought was Dale, but she knew that he was dead, and so she turned around and left immediately. After that, nobody in the family ever went near that bridge at night again. The part that made it worse, though, was that the sightings were not limited to one person. Multiple family members reported seeing the same figure in the same location, wearing the same clothing. That was not something that anyone could rationalize away as a hallucination or a coincidence. And trust me, these people aren't the sort of people to make stories up like this. After this, the family stopped speaking openly about it too. They didn't want to attract attention, and they didn't want anyone to think that they were unstable as well. But the bridge, it became a place that nobody would cross at night. Even people who lived in the area for decades avoided it. And that's what really made the story real for me, the behavior change. My uncle still avoids wearing anything that reminds him of that shirt, and he says that he never felt comfortable in that area again too. I guess that's the thing that really bothers me the most as well. If it was just grief or stress, then why did the figure appear only when my uncle wore the matching shirt? If it was a hallucination, why did other people see the same thing? If it was an accident, then why did it happen at the same bridge in the same conditions with the same clothing? The only answer that my family has ever offered is that something about that shirt, something about the shared ownership, that it triggered the event. My uncle doesn't call it a ghost. He doesn't label it at all, in fact. He just always says it was him. It was the only thing that made sense, and it was not something that I want to ever see again. I'm currently sitting in my car outside of an inn in rural Vermont, writing this down because I don't want to forget the events of last night. My partner and I both have histories with old houses. His family home was investigated for paranormal activity, and mine is like over 200 years old. We consider ourselves reasonably sensitive to environmental phenomena that most people dismiss. But what happened last night, it tested that sensitivity in a way that neither of us expected. We checked in at around 4, and we had a small second-floor room near the back of the building. Almost immediately, too, I felt the sensation of something brushing past my upper back. Initially, I assumed it was air movement from the old heating system or just my imagination. And so we set up our equipment, a spirit box, an electronic bell, and a small motion-activated toy that we used to detect sudden movement. For the first hour, nothing unusual occurred beyond the building's typical creaks and the occasional jostle of doors from other guests or maybe some wind. But at about 5:15, I was in the bathroom and the motion toy across from the sink suddenly activated. I checked it repeatedly, touched the desk, moved around the toy, even tapped it to see if it was just malfunctioning. Nothing triggered it after the initial activation, and later, during a tour of the basement, we realized that this spot corresponded exactly to where a previous guest had reported a serious incident involving a fall in the cellar. After dinner, though, we returned to the room with a bottle of wine and resumed the testing equipment. The spirit box produced nothing meaningful, and my partner and I were sort of preparing for bed when, around 10:30, several events occurred simultaneously. The motion toy began activating on its own, the electrical bell chimed without input, and a faint perfume-like scent filled the room. My partner, already exhausted, told me to ignore it and just to try to go to sleep. Now, at around 11:30, while my partner was asleep, I heard dragging noises coming from the attic. The noise suggested heavy objects being moved and then dropped, and following that I heard footsteps in the hallway outside of my room. I woke my partner, who instructed me to stay calm, and after a brief pause in the noises, I returned to bed, but I remained alert for sure. At 12:30, I had been asleep only for about 15 minutes when the motion toy activated continuously, accompanied by the same perfume smell. I had to use the bathroom at this point, but I hesitated. At 1 a.m., I finally walked past the device. Nothing triggered it physically, but when I returned to the bed, the footsteps resumed. At around 1:45, I verbally prompted any presence to interact with the device, and the toy immediately began going off. My partner stayed awake with me after that until I could calm down. By 3 o'clock, he was awake as well, and there were 6 hard knocks on the door, followed by an attempt to turn the doorknob multiple times. The door was locked, but the force and the repetition were enough to make both of us very tense. Without warning, too, the bed shifted violently as if somebody had grabbed it and pulled it. The sounds of footsteps continued from the hallway outside of our room, and my partner, who had experienced much worse in his youth, remained calm while I was completely frozen. By 4 a.m., I had personally reached my limit. The combination of repeated knocks, aggressive bed movement, and continuous footsteps created a sense of targeted energy that I couldn't ignore anymore. And so, I decided to leave the room and spent the remainder of that night in the car. My partner eventually joined me after dawn, and we didn't speak about the events much until this morning. We documented the occurrences on video and audio for later review, and while some events could plausibly be attributed to building noises, drafts, or faulty equipment, several aspects could not. The consistent activation of the motion toy at precise locations without physical contact, that was weird. The synchronized timing of the bell, the toy, and the sensory perception, the perfume scent at night. The aggressive knocking and door manipulation while the room was locked, and obviously the bed movement appearing independent of any person's actions or movement. At this point, the experience is classified for us as highly unusual but unexplained. We have no physical injuries or losses or anything, and the building itself is structurally sound. However, the psychological impact, it has definitely had a very significant effect on me. We're reviewing the footage and audio recordings carefully, looking for plausible explanations, but at this time, the events remain unaccounted for. I'm not sharing this as well to detail everything, but more for anyone analyzing phenomena, that these patterns, location-specific, time-specific, and multisensory. Anyway, the night ended without any further escalation once we moved out to the car, but the inn remains off limits to me until more controlled testing can be conducted. And while I don't claim to understand or I couldn't identify the source, the night definitely serves as a bit of a case study in places like this. This happened on January 2nd of 2019 in Bristol, England, in my parents' home. My sister and her partner and I, we were staying there because they were between apartments. My parents were out of the country for a week, and the house itself is a normal suburban build, nothing historic or unusual. The only odd thing really is the hallway. It has a long, straight line of sight from the living room to the front door, with no doors or breaks in the corridor. To be honest, it feels like a really long tunnel almost. The kind of hallway where you can't see around corners or anything. Now, the day started like most after a New Year's night. I was pretty exhausted, hungover, and emotionally drained. I had walked home from a party the night before, about 7 kilometers away, and it took me nearly 3 hours to get home. I was physically okay, but I was just drained. I fell asleep at around 8 a.m. and I must have woken up at around 1 p.m. My family dog Rex was in the house. He's a medium-sized mixed breed and he had a strong routine at the time. When he wanted to go out, he would whine softly and sit by the door, and that morning I woke up to a low, repetitive whine from the foot of the bed. It took a moment for me to register, but it was Rex. So I got up and I put on my coat and I took him outside. The weather was pretty cold that day, about 2 degrees, with wind that made it feel much colder. The walk was uncomfortable, but I didn't feel unsafe. Rex was calm, and we returned after 10 minutes, and I let him loose in the living room eventually. He immediately became playful, running around and pushing at my legs like he wanted attention. I gave him a chew bone and returned to bed eventually, and I must have gone back to sleep or fallen asleep for a few hours. I woke up at around 3, made some coffee, and sat down in the living room to eat a little bit. The living room is open plan and visible from most parts of the house. The hallway is the only place that you can't see from there, and it leads to the bathrooms and the bedrooms, and the front door obviously. But even during the day, the hallway just always has a different feel to it, like the air changes when you cross that threshold. I've never really liked that passage too, not because I believe in ghosts, but because my body reacts to it. It triggers a sort of stress response, I guess, a sharp tightening across the shoulders, and a rush of adrenaline and the feeling of being watched from behind. Not in a vague way too, but in a very specific and sort of physical way, like somebody is close enough to touch my neck. Well, that day I noticed it again while I was eating. I felt a pressure behind me as if someone had stepped into the hallway and was standing there waiting. I didn't turn around immediately. I waited for the feeling to pass, but this time it didn't. Instead, the sensation intensified, like the pressure was shifting closer. I kept my eyes on the TV, trying to convince myself that it was just my anxiety. I mean, I was still hungover, and that kind of thing can exaggerate normal fear responses. At around 10:30 p.m., my sister and her partner returned from their own New Year's celebration. The house was quiet, Rex was calm, just lying on the rug. We spoke for a few minutes and then decided to watch a movie. We all sat on the couch. My sister's partner had a beer and she didn't because she was pregnant. I was tired and I felt a bit unsettled. Now, at about 11:45, we decided to go to bed. The three of us went to our separate rooms and I lay down and put on a YouTube video to fall asleep and sort of drifted. I wasn't asleep for long though when I heard footsteps, and they were coming from the hallway. Not slow steps and not cautious ones. It sounded like someone was walking quickly toward the front door, then the sound of the door opening, a clear heavy click. The door shut, and it was the sound of somebody walking inside. The moment that the door closed, Rex started barking as well, and not a normal bark. It was frantic, urgent, and panicked. He ran to the hallway and stopped. His barking stopped abruptly too. He stood perfectly still, staring down the corridor. That was the moment that I realized that something was wrong. I was already pretty tense, but my body tightened further at this stage. The feeling that I had in the hallway earlier returned in full force as well. The same pressure, the same sense of being watched from behind, but now it was paired with something else. Anger. It wasn't a friendly presence. Whatever this was, it was hostile. I heard my sister's room door open and her partner came out. We both stepped into the hallway at the same time and we looked at each other. The hallway was empty. The front door was closed, locked even. was no sound of movement beyond the walls, and the air was still. We checked the bathrooms, and there was no one there. We checked the windows, but nothing. There was no evidence of anyone outside. We looked for footprints in the snow. We turned on the porch light and went outside with our phone flashlights. The outside area was fully visible. There was a driveway, a small front garden, and a fence. The street was quiet. There were no cars, no pedestrians, nothing. It didn't take long to realize that the sound that we had heard could not have come from a person entering and leaving, though. The timeline just didn't fit. It would have taken longer to open the door and enter and close it, and move around without being seen like that. We returned inside, confused and really tense. My sister's partner tried to make sense of it logically. He suggested that the door could have been left unlocked and someone could have come in without our knowledge. He said the house might have shifted, making noises. But we all knew that that just wasn't the case. We heard footsteps clearly. We heard the door open and close. We heard the sound of somebody walking in. And we all felt it apparently too. The pressure, the hostility, the feeling that something had been waiting in the hallway and had just stepped into the house. My sister's partner stayed skeptical, but she and I were not. She has had similar experiences in that house before, and she was visibly shaken by this. She didn't say much, but her body language was enough to show that she believed it. We stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting in the living room, the lights on, the doors locked, and the phones ready. Nothing else happened, at least not that night. But after that, it stopped being just a weird thing and became something that we avoided actively. The hallway became a sort of boundary that we didn't cross unless absolutely necessary. We stopped staying in the house overnight, and we stopped letting Rex wander alone at night. We installed additional locks on the front door, and my parents later told us that they had experienced similar incidences too. Not the same exact event, but the same sort of pattern. The sound of somebody entering, Rex barking, the hallway feeling wrong, and then nothing being there. It happened multiple times over the years, always in the same location, and always with the same physical sensation. But here's the weirdest thing. So the strange part is that all of these incidences stopped after the front door was replaced with a modern automatic lock. It was, for all intents and purposes, a complete solution. Everything stopped. I don't know what caused it, and I don't know whether it was human, an animal, or something else. I only know that whatever it was real, and that the hallway is not a normal space by any means. If you've ever felt that sudden intense sort of sensation of being watched or chased from behind, upstairs, or in a hallway, and it felt like more than just your imagination, I think you'll understand what I'm describing here, because that's exactly what this was like. What do you guys think? Based on what I've described, do you think that this was paranormal, or is there another way to explain it? In late 2012, I was alone in my flat in a working-class area of Birmingham. My partner had taken our son to visit her parents for the weekend, and I was editing a short film project at the dining table under a deadline that I couldn't miss. The work took longer than expected, and I didn't stop until 10 p.m. I was tired, hungry, and I knew that I had to get out for a break before my focus completely collapsed. I decided to walk to the nearest pub for a quick drink and to buy some food on the way back. I grabbed my jacket and shut the front door behind me. The building was a terraced house converted into flats, with the front door opening directly onto the sidewalk. As I pulled the door closer, I heard a voice in my ear that was not spoken aloud, but sounded like someone standing right behind me. It was a direct insult, racially charged and aggressive, delivered in a clear tone that matched the local accent. I reacted immediately, turning around with the intent to confront whoever was there. But the street was empty. Nobody was visible in the immediate area, and there were no sounds indicating that somebody was even nearby. I stood there for a moment, trying to rationalize what had happened. The logical explanation was that I had imagined it. The irrational explanation was that someone had been close enough to whisper, but had completely disappeared. I chose the rational option, telling myself that I was stressed and tired, and I continued toward the pub. I walked down the underpass that led underneath the main road, then across 2 side streets. The route required crossing a major road that cut through the center of town. The pedestrian crossing was a few meters ahead, but when I reached it, the streetlight wasn't working. The area was poorly lit, and the road noise made it difficult to hear anything other than the traffic. At that moment, 3 men appeared from the darkness near the underpass exit. They were dressed in heavy boots and jackets with close-cropped hair. They stepped into the street in a loose formation, speaking loudly. The words that they said were the same racist insult that I had heard earlier, repeated exactly in the same order, and with the same cadence even. The situation became immediately dangerous. I had no time to think beyond one objective: get out of their range. I moved quickly across the road, using the barriers as a cover, and stopped at a safer distance on the sidewalk. I turned to face them and spoke loudly, not because I was confident, but because I wanted to appear unafraid. I used the only strategy that I could think of at the time: assert dominance through noise and posture. The men, they stopped advancing. They stayed at the edge of the dark area watching me. Their body language suggested that they were waiting to see whether I would back down or not. I maintained eye contact until they turned away and eventually disappeared into the darkness. When I reached the pub, my hands were shaking. I didn't drink, and I ate quickly and returned home immediately. I didn't feel relieved until I was inside that flat with the door locked behind me that day. The most troubling part of the event is not the encounter itself as well, but timing of the warning. The voice in my ear occurred minutes before the attack, and if I had not have heard it, I think that I would have approached the crossing without caution. I would have been unaware of the threat until it was too late. That warning, it gave me an edge that prevented a potential fatal situation. Over the years, I have had other incidences that could be classified as intuition or premonition, but none with the same level of immediacy or consequence like this. When I later learned too, through a DNA test, that I had Jamaican and West African ancestry, I connected it to a family story that I had never fully understood. My paternal relatives told me that my grandmother was known for experiencing strong warnings before significant events. She described them as sudden sensations, often accompanied by a feeling of danger that forced her to change her actions. I don't fully claim to understand what happened that night. I don't know whether the voice was a psychological response, a coincidence, or something else. But the event, it stayed with me because the outcome was measurable. I was warned, and I avoided harm that day. The warning, it didn't save me from a minor threat too. It potentially prevented a serious injury, or maybe something even worse than that. My name is Raphael, and look, I'm not trying to convince anyone that spirits exist or anything. I'm only sharing an experience that still affects me, and I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. I grew up in a community where spiritual practice is pretty common, so to me, this is pretty normal. My family, they're involved in a traditional religion that includes spirit work, and I've always had the ability to see things that others don't. Most of my relatives, they experience spirits through possession or trance, but my perception has always been direct. I see them, and sometimes they even communicate with me. My mother Maria, she is the most spiritually advanced person in the family. She regularly speaks out loud to spirits at home, and nobody questions it. My siblings are also spiritually sensitive, but their experiences are a bit different. I'm the only one who can really clearly see and interact with spirits outside of ritual settings. Now, this event happened when I was between 11 and 13 years old. I can't recall the exact year, but I do remember the sequence clearly. At that time, our family was under a lot of financial pressure, and we had to move into a small rented house. I ended up sharing a room with my older adopted sister and our cousin, who had recently returned from rehabilitation. At the time, I really didn't understand what was happening with her, but she was going through withdrawal and was likely using again. Her behavior was unpredictable, and her mood was consistently negative. One night during a hot summer, I went to bed at my usual time, at around 3 in the morning. Yes, I know, pretty crazy, but I woke up suddenly with a strong sensation of danger. It wasn't a physical pressure, but it felt like an alarm in my body telling me that something was wrong. I looked around the room and noticed a tall figure standing over my cousin's bed. It was too tall to be a normal person as well, and its shape was distorted like a shadow stretched by the light. It had no hair, no visible facial features, and its presence felt completely hostile. I remained still, watching it for what I estimated to be about half an hour. I didn't feel physically unable to move or anything, but I just chose not to. I was waiting for it to leave, really, but it didn't. I began to question whether I was imagining it as well, so I decided to test myself. I got up, walked to the bathroom, drank some water, and splashed my face. And when I returned, the entity had moved. It was now positioned above my adopted sister's bed, silently watching her sleep. The change was not subtle, too. My sister looked normal and calm, though, and the figure above her was still present and seemed to be waiting for something. In any case, I went back to my bed and I tried to get some sleep, but I stayed awake for hours, watching the figure from the corner of my eye. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell asleep. When I woke again, the entity was now above my bed. It was directly over me, looking down at my face, and I wanted to shout, but I remembered the advice that my mother had given me: do not show fear. So I stayed quiet and I tried to act as if I didn't see it. I closed my eyes and I didn't move or react. The next morning, everything was normal again. My sister and cousin were fine and there were no signs of anything unusual. The entity didn't return, but I've never forgotten the feeling of being watched by something that didn't belong to the same world as us. Whatever this thing was, it was evil and it didn't belong here. I've encountered other spirits since then, but this was the only one that ever made me feel genuinely unsafe. It wasn't a simple presence. It felt like a predator assessing its target. Since that night, whenever I sense a spirit that feels negative as well, I avoid acknowledging it and I keep my expression neutral and pretend that I don't see it, because I don't want to attract attention or provoke something. Like I said, I'm not sharing this to try and convince anyone, but I just want to get it off my chest, and so yeah, thanks for listening. I'm sharing this because it felt more like an incident than a dream. So I'm 25 and I have a younger brother who is 18. We were both living in Glasgow at the time, and the event happened in early autumn, around 2 in the morning, after a family dinner. The night started normally. My brother and I went out to eat with some relatives and a few people that our family had recently met. A young woman introduced herself to our table, and then she directly greeted my brother. He didn't respond, though. He didn't even look up. I spoke for him because he seemed distracted and sort of uncomfortable, and I tried to make it socially normal. Anyway, after dinner we took the bus home and I teased him about ignoring the girl, trying to keep the mood light. He was clearly annoyed by this, but he didn't react aggressively. The conversation was pretty casual, similar to how we normally speak when we're just joking. While we were on the bus, I felt a sudden sense of dread though, which just sort of came out of nowhere. The driver was a man in his early 30s with long hair and a lazy manner. He was driving aggressively and seemed really distracted. Without warning, too, the bus hit a small car ahead of us. The car disappeared out of view, but the bus didn't slow down. I looked at my brother and he was visibly frightened too. Then I looked forward and saw a rear of a large truck directly in our path. It appeared as though we were about to hit it as well because it was stationary and we were moving at pretty high speed. The collision almost happened instantly. Everything went dark and I experienced a sensation of uncontrolled spinning, like being thrown around inside of a confined space. I repeated my brother's name over and over, and it wasn't emotional or dramatic, more survival instinct, I guess. The impact continued for like several seconds though, with my body moving violently and repeatedly against the interior of the bus. At some point though, I woke up inside of the same scene. The pain felt real but muted, like it was happening through a barrier, and I could sense broken ribs and a fractured left arm. My legs were unresponsive and my mouth tasted metallic. I've broken bones before, so the sensations were pretty familiar to me, but the intensity was unlike any dream that I had ever had. I called out to my brother. He was behind me, leaning against the window. He could move his head, but not his limbs, and he told me that he couldn't feel his legs, and so I attempted to drag myself forward using my right arm, and the pain in my ribs and shoulder increased. My lower body felt heavy and numb, and I could hear my own breathing and the faint sound of sirens in the distance. I couldn't tell if this was real or just a part of a dream. I tried to reassure him. I told him to stay calm and that help was coming. I said the same thing multiple times, not because I believed that they would fix anything, but because it genuinely felt like the only response available. I told him to tell our parents and older brother that I loved them. I felt blood in my mouth and my vision started to blur, and the last thing that I remember was feeling sleepy, as if my body was shutting down. Then I woke up for real. My heart was racing, my chest hurt slightly, like a muscle strain, my mouth tasted faintly metallic, and the room was quiet. I lay still for several minutes, trying to separate the memory from reality, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that what I had experienced had a structure and logic that normal dreams just don't have. It was a nightmare with symbolic elements. It was a sequence of events with clear physical sensations, and it felt like it followed the rules of real life. That's why it was so terrifying to me at the time and why I remembered it so vividly. But here's the really weird thing. So, later that month, there was a crash in that area from my dream. It was a bus and it ran straight into the back of a large truck. I won't go into all of the gruesome details, but long story short, there was a woman, a young woman, who was working in a restaurant nearby who had caught that bus and who had died on the scene. I'm not sure of what to make of any of this, but writing it down helped slightly, and I don't plan on sleeping again tonight. But if anyone has any insight into what any of this could have been, then I would really appreciate some feedback. This happened in February of 2020. I live in the central Arkansas area for reference too. So my buddy's grandparents owned some farmland about 15 to 20 minutes outside of our town, and we would regularly spend the night out there on weekends with some of our other friends. We would make a fire, drink, etc. And this particular weekend, it was just him and I. It was pretty dark by the time that we got there, but it was the standard fare. We had decided to set up the fire on the dirt path that ran from my friend's grandparents' house through their field to the woods. But this day we built the fire closer to the middle of the field. Not long after we get the fire started, we sit down and get some music going and crack open our first beers. He turns off the music and notices something in the sky behind me. My back was facing the woods, so I turned to look. There was a bright light in the sky above the tree line. I wasn't too weirded out by this, and neither was he. However, I had never seen a star that bright before. I opened up his stargazer app on my phone that I had had forever, thinking that we were close to a planet or something. but before I could even point my phone in that direction, the star suddenly moved. At this point, we both froze. The light moved quickly and smoothly to the right, without any bobs or waves or anything, and was utterly silent. That was when I noticed that the light was coming from some kind of flying vehicle, and was actually much closer than we thought. It was probably 300 to 400 feet away, flying above the woods. This thing was also incredibly fast, too fast to move that quietly without making any sort of noise. It was dark though, and I couldn't make out exactly what the vehicle was, and the bright light emitting from its side sort of obscured any good look. But it moved perfectly parallel with the tree line, just right above it. And it was like it had left when it noticed that we had noticed it. We continued watching as the UFO just quickly and quietly moved on in a straight line until it was beyond our sight a few seconds later. We just sort of looked at each other like, what the heck was that? And began to discuss what we had just seen, sort of in hushed tones like we were dreaming. 20 minutes or so later, we hear a noise coming from the sky and see two loud planes flying side by side, going exactly the direction that the UFO had gone. At this point, we started to think that it was a military drone of some kind, and we didn't see or hear anything else that night, so we thought that it was that. I still think about it every now and then though, and I don't know, the whole military drone just doesn't really add up to me. I decided to share this in looking for some other people's opinions, so what do you all think? What do you think it could have been? When I was 16 and my sister was 14, we used to go to our grandma's house every day after school to take care of her barn cats. And before we went, we always stopped at this one and only little grocery store in our town, and we would get a soda and some little Debbie cakes and dispose of the evidence in the barn burn barrels so our parents wouldn't get mad. One day though, we were in the store and my sister and I were at opposite ends of an aisle. I went to walk around to the next and I was looking down at the floor like I always do. I have social anxiety and I avoid eye contact at all costs. So I saw a pair of worn brown boots first, work boots like all the men in town wore. Nothing crazy, but then I saw jeans worn too. And it felt like slow motion, but then I saw the hands, swollen, bulbous and wet, pale white like a dead body. I immediately felt chills run down my spine and I continued looking up. It felt like slow motion, but I saw this button-down red flannel shirt. And then that was when I saw his face. It was like it was melting. His mouth was just a black hole, and I believe his eyes were too. I didn't look for more than half a second before my flight instinct forced me to turn around and walk back down the aisle. I wanted to run, but I was so scared that he would chase me if I ran, so I very purposely kept my regular pace and walked to my sister before I turned around to make sure that he wasn't following me. Thankfully, he wasn't. I told my sister, "You need to go down the aisle and look to your left right now." She was laughing, thinking that it was a cute boy or something like that, and I'm like, "Dude, no, I'm being serious, you need to look." So she walked down and I stayed a few paces behind her. When she reached the end of the aisle, she froze, staring in front of her like she was seeing a ghost. Her fear response was to freeze, and I said her name and she didn't react. She was completely frozen at this stage. I tried again and she didn't answer, so in the end I grabbed her arm and yanked her, and we both ran as fast as we could back down the aisle and to the other side of the store. We were both shaking by this point. I asked her what she saw, and she described exactly what I had seen. Whatever it was not human. There is no way that anybody could ever convince me that it was. And the energy around it was so foul and rotten. We had both had experiences with the paranormal before, but genuinely, it was nothing like this. We looked around to see if anyone else was scared, but everyone else was just being normal, like they hadn't even seen it. I told her that we should ask them to check the cameras, but she said no way that they would let us and they'd probably just call us crazy. I knew that she was right about that too, so in the end we just left. Then that night, she woke up and saw it, standing in a doorway, so she squeezed her eyes shut and didn't open them until morning apparently. I never saw it again personally, and I'm convinced that the second time that she saw it, it must have been sleep paralysis, a nightmare or hallucination from the fear that she'd felt earlier. We went to Catholic school at the time, and so my sister was so affected by this that she went to speak to the parish priest. Unfortunately, he was no help at all. He said people in our state, we went to a school in the next state over, are crazy, and it was probably just a guy in a mask or something. And if I have ever been sure about anything in my life, I know that it was not a mask. I know that. I don't know what it was, but whatever it is, it wasn't human. To this day, my sister cannot speak about it. It affected her a lot, and she's scared to talk about it because she's worried that it might draw it back towards her. I don't really know why I'm sharing this, but I guess because I need to talk to someone about it. Because the only person who would actually believe me, because she saw it too, she just cannot talk about it. So please, do let me know what your thoughts are about this, because I need to talk to someone. I would like to preface this by saying that working at my job has completely changed my perspective on the paranormal. For context, I work at a vintage store that specializes in old antique Western American artifacts. The store is located in a wealthy part of the state, where a lot of wealthy people buy in bulk to decorate their second and third homes. This means that we have a lot of sourced items being moved in and out of the store at all times. I'm not part of the sourcing by any means, I simply sell items and help manage the store. But most, if not all, of the items obviously have sort of energy attached to them, I guess. Not always good either. Within 3 months of working there too, I knew that it was haunted, and that the resident spirits had taken a liking to me. With the coming and going of items, certain energies and events occur and stop too. Now, things were sort of weird from the beginning, I guess, but I always chalked it up to being a somewhat old building. One morning I was opening the store on my own. It was the dead of winter and everything was very dark and snowed in. But the moment that I walk in, it is absolutely freezing. I think that the heater conked out in the night. I go to turn it on and see that it's working perfectly fine though, and the warmth that it's emitting seems to be dissipating after a couple of feet. I ignore it and turn on the main floor lights. I walk downstairs where it's pitch black. This is where we keep the majority of our vintage items. And before I can turn on the lights, our music turns on at full blast. Problem is that the music isn't an automatic system. I mean, I control it myself from my phone, and I had yet to turn the system on. I was the only one in the building and around the general vicinity, so no one else could have turned it on from their phone. After calming down from the scare, I turn on the lights to discover that all the pillows have been thrown off of our massive vintage leather couch. I still think it's weird, but I'm trying to rationalize it by saying maintenance must have come in the night to fix something, and they did that. I clean them up and walk upstairs again to find all the lights are now turned on. I clean them up and I walk upstairs again to find that all the lights that I've just turned on have suddenly gone out. The light switches are switched off again, not just the power too. Again, I ignore it and turn them on again and walk outside to open the front door and turn our open sign on. And this is the moment where I realized everything. Our locally made chapstick display, a heavy thing, gets completely swept off the shelf, like someone aggressively pushed it off in front of me. To be clear too, it didn't fall, the shelf didn't budge, it was pushed off 100%. 50 to 100 chapsticks go flying everywhere, and the acrylic case shatters into pieces. The music system suddenly starts playing the music very loudly again, and honestly, I'm just frozen in shock. Things suddenly go very quiet though. It was as if it or they just wanted me to finally acknowledge it. The computer screen turned on seconds later, as if it was telling me to get to work now, and I think I must have stood there for a solid 10 minutes, just frozen, not knowing what to do. Now, on another occasion, and this took place around 4 months ago, our main vintage collector had brought in old vintage mirrors that he'd found in different places and constructed a wall of them on the side of the stairs going down. I came back from vacation, slightly horrified to be honest. I feel like mirrors just hold really bad energy, especially ones owned by other people before. But it was a normal day at work, helping customers, logging inventory, etc. But one of the employees was working with me and we were casually chatting about life. Eventually, she went downstairs to help a customer with finding the price on a vintage fur coat and some artwork, I think. It was when the customer's daughter is walking upstairs, aka passing the mirror wall, that she suddenly screams. I, being the person in charge, run toward the screen to check on everything. This girl is inconsolable though, and claiming that she saw a shadowy figure in the mirror. The mum is calming her daughter, saying that it's just a shadow, sweetie. I investigate and I don't see anything. Just the normal bad feeling that I experience passing those mirrors. We help this lady and she eventually leaves with her items. A couple of hours later, a different woman wants to buy a wall coat rack right by the mirrors. As I'm using the drill to remove the coat rack, and my coworker is holding the other end of the coat rack, her face suddenly pales. She's staring at the mirrors and can't look away. I see her do a double take and continue to stare at them. Obviously, I'm concerned and finish helping this lady out. Immediately after she leaves, I return back to my coworker who is still just staring at the mirrors. It's as if she was in a trance sort of state. I shake her out of it and she can't speak. It's only when she said my name and I look back at the mirrors that I see the same figure. A morphing figure, subtly taking on different appearances. Some feminine, others masculine, no face, just features. Used to these things around here by now, I drag her upstairs and sort of ignore it. The rest of the day though, I heard from multiple customers about how they thought that they were seeing things in that same mirror. One girl even threw up in the bathroom because she said that she suddenly felt so sick walking downstairs. When I came back for my shift the next week, it was gone. My other coworker had informed me that apparently it didn't sell, but one of the other employees walked down one day to find it cracked. I don't know what happened to it or where it went, but the rest of the mirrors are still there. All of the relatively younger employees seem to experience things too, but not as much as I do. The older employees, they don't seem to experience as much, but they agree that there are weird things that happen here. We also have some seemingly nice or playful resident spirits, I guess you could call them. They like to flick light switches on and off, make knocks that can't be blamed on the building, play with the building's temperature, and mess with items on shelves and all that. Occasionally, they like to make messes and play tricks too, throwing pillows off couches, jellycat stuffed animals being rearranged in the night, make sounds to scare people, and sometimes switch the music playing and play with the volume levels too. Generally, things that happen here are harmless, not to mention that they love to play with our security camera system too. We've had the cameras and the electricals looked at 1,000,000 times and they all work fine, but things will stop recording and cut out all the time. In any case, on another occasion I was approaching the end of my shift, which means cleaning up and organizing the store for the next day's employees. I clean up our vintage toy area and walk behind the shelves to organize our vintage Levi jeans rack. I hear a clatter and go to investigate, thinking that something had just fallen over. Kids place things back on shelves in precarious situations, and things fall all the time. Not always because of the activity, is what I'm getting at. So I walk over to the toy corner and see a knocked over toy train, standing up though, which was a bit weird. This thing doesn't run on batteries or anything, it's super old. But I watch as it starts moving at a moderate pace, out of the corner and into the next aisle section. But once again, it's just a model train, No strings, no batteries, no track, nothing. It stops after about maybe 6-ish feet of movement. After my initial internal screaming, I decide to leave it there for whatever is moving it. I hesitantly ignore it and go back to cleaning. No more sound or movement, and right before I close up, I put the train back on the shelf. On another occasion, I sold a customer an old turquoise sort of Native American ring. It was on sale, so no returns. A week later, she calls though and begs for a return. She drives literally an hour back to the store and says that she doesn't want the ring anymore. I think to myself, someone regrets spending the money they did, and I get it. But then she goes on to say that things have been so weird in her house since she bought it. She said that her cats were acting up, the house was making weird noises, and doors were closing on their own. I wasn't supposed to take it back due to policy and all that, but we worked something out in the end. I mean, she seemed so frantic. Sometimes you'd think someone is making something up to get their money back, as it happens in retail, but genuinely, she seemed really scared. And based on my experiences working at my job, I didn't doubt her either. Nothing happened in particular after we got the ring back, luckily. It was sold a little bit later to a collector, and we didn't hear anything after that, but still, it was a weird situation. Now, this story is not my own. It's actually my friend's who was visiting at the time. She came to visit me at work. She wanted to try on some vintage clothing, so she goes into the dressing room to try it on. While she's doing that, I go into the next room over to show a customer the bathroom. But when I come back, my friend is sort of shocked to see me walk back into the main shop area. She looks back behind the counter and then back at me, sort of confused. I can tell that she's processing something. She asks, "Were you not in the back room just now?" And I'm confused, seeing as I wasn't and my coworker left early. Now, my friend is a very practical human being. She has to see it to believe it sort of thing. That's her philosophy anyway. But she then goes on to explain that the backroom door, which is slightly visible to the customers, was halfway closed. She said that there was a shadow matching my height and size, making noise back there and moving around. She said that she thought that I was back there grabbing items. She said that she thought that she heard me respond and say "aha" too at one point. Mind you, nobody else was back there and no other customers had come in at that point. When I went to take a look, the figure back there, or whatever it was now long gone. Nothing seemed out of place, but she was absolutely convinced that I must have been back there. Anyway, these are just some of the experiences from this place, and like I said, this place has changed my perspective on things for good, and I don't think I'll ever be the same after working here. This happened a couple of years ago, but I often think about it and what this person's intentions truly were. So, a couple of years ago, probably 2018, me, a 23-year-old male, I was outside of my mother's house close to midnight. It's dark in the neighborhood, nobody is outside, and it's quiet and pretty chill. I'm smoking by my car, just listening to music and vibing pretty quietly, when I see a person walking up the street towards me. Nothing to be alarmed about, but she gets close. She's a cute mid-30s woman. Sees me smoking and asks if I have a cigarette. She was friendly enough, but I say no, unfortunately I don't. But we have a bit of a nice quick chat. And I mean, every young man has fantasies of a cute woman walking towards them looking for something, right? And I mean, you never know, but definitely just a fantasy at this point and wishful thinking. But during our quick chat, probably only a minute or so, she says one moment, "Let me take this call." So she calls her husband, I guess. Don't recall how I knew that, but it was her husband. I believe she must have mentioned him in our chat at some point. This is a bit of an old memory, like I said. But this next bit is what creeped me out. She says on the phone, quietly, sort of under her breath, "Hi honey, oh my goodness, I think I found one." She was excited about it, but in a sort of weird way. Hard to explain, but it definitely sounded sinister. It creeped me out and gave me red flags immediately. Plus, I'm thinking, found what? I already said that I didn't have a cigarette. Plus, she was just walking around the streets. She and her husband are looking for something. What does that even mean, right? So, while she was still on the phone, I just turned around and went inside, and I locked the door. Really, I don't know what to think of it to this day. What could she have meant? I mean, best case is that she wanted like a three-way with her husband or something, which I'm not into at all, but the worst case is that they were going to rob me or do something awful and weird. What do you think her deal was? Do you think that I overreacted, or was it a good call in the end? When I was about 3 years old, I'm 41 now, my family, mum, stepdad, older sister and I, moved into a rental home in a nice neighborhood within our small town. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and was way bigger than the house that we came from. However, even though I finally had my own room, my sister and I decided to continue sharing a room and a bed. I think we both felt a bit weird in the new home, but my mum just figured that we'd shared a room for so many years that we were comfortable and would eventually grow out of it. This incident, it happened when I was between the age of 4 and 5, and my sister, she would have been around 8 or 9. Now, the way our room was set up was our bed was in the corner of the room against the wall, and my sister, she slept close to the inside against the wall, and I slept on the outside. We had an oscillating fan against the wall that aimed toward our feet, and just outside of our door was the hall with the bathroom right across the hall. Now one night, my sister woke up to use the bathroom, and for some reason, I felt the need to wake up and look down by my feet. And standing there, at the foot of the bed, closest to my side, was a dark silhouette of my sister. I couldn't make out any facial features, as it was just a dark void of a silhouette standing still there. I could see the fan rotating from behind her, but noticed the strands of her hair didn't move once the wind hit us. I called her name and got no response. Called her name again and again, but there was no answer or movement. When I looked out into the hallway, I saw the bathroom door closed and the light in the bathroom was on. And as soon as the bathroom door opened, it was gone, and my sister walked into the room. I remember that I was absolutely terrified and began crying. My sister came in and made sure that I was okay, and eventually I must have fallen asleep. My sister eventually came in and she made sure that I was okay, and eventually I must have fallen asleep. But even that young, I remembered the experience the next day, and it would stick with me for all these years. I was a 9.5-year-old boy, so this happened a decade and a half ago now. It was summer vacation, the time was noon, and I just took a shower. Towel wrapped around my waist and dripping wet, I was feeling happy like a good naive boy. I went into my bedroom, which I shared with my parents. I was picking out clothes and nobody was in the room with me. Almost as soon as I walked in though, I could feel the ground vibrating, which was weird. As I picked clothes, I felt the vibration was coming from behind me, around my parents' bed. It went on and off like a cycle almost, but each time the vibration came back stronger. I wanted to ignore it and go about my happy day, but eventually I just couldn't ignore it anymore. I put on my shorts, and with t-shirt in my hand, I turned around to see what was going on. It was exactly as I imagined. My parents' bed was shaking for no discernible reason, and it seemed to be coming from underneath. The shaking got so bad that other objects started to shake from the bed, hitting the ground. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped again. But this time, right in front of me, I saw this weird creature crawling out from underneath the bed, about a meter or two away. It was pure black, the blackest thing that I've ever seen in my life. In fact, it was so dark that it was hard to discern features on this thing. It sort of looked like a goofy 2D object, but it definitely had 2 legs, a torso, 2 arms, and a head. It didn't know that I was there, I think, in the room staring at it. It was about my size, and sort of seemed to look around for a second. At the time, I interpreted that as it brushing its shoulder off after crawling. But then, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes turned to me, and I could see fear almost. It seemed to be scared of me more than I was scared of it. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was maybe a fraction of a second. Then, without even moving one bit or making any noise, it just disappeared from my existence, like just blinked out of existence. Obviously, I was terrified. I ran out of the room and I told my parents. They came to check what was going on, but in the end, I don't know if they believed me or not. My theory is that if it was real, it was an extra-dimensional creature that I saw that day. And yes, after that, my day was completely ruined. When I was young, me and my family moved into this pretty old house in England, and it was in pretty bad condition when we moved in, so we had to do some renovations to fix it up, and for personal reasons, I had to share a room with my mother, and this is where I would experience most of the ghost stuff. As you came into the room, this is what it would look like. On the left is a wall, and on the right was my little bed. Hugging the left wall was my mother's bed, and a small nightstand, and also, this all took part over the course of about 7 years. So, it started off slow, such as me and my siblings seeing someone at the corner of our eyes while we would play board games late at night, or just feeling like we were being watched. Eventually, though, it evolved to actually seeing it often. Now, although I shared a bedroom with my mother, I would keep all my toys and stuff in my brother's room, so we would often be in there late at night playing or talking. And every time that I would leave the room, the exact same toy would come launching off the shelf it sat on and land at my feet. But my parents, they were big believers in the paranormal, so they would tell us to ignore it and don't pay attention to it. Obviously, we never listened. From there, it would get worse, and it seemed to be targeting me. One night, I was asleep in my mother's room as usual when I suddenly woke and was sitting up. I opened my eyes, and through the little light in the room, I could see a short figure standing by my mother's nightstand and hunched over staring at her. I didn't have time to pay attention to the details, since I immediately started screaming and crying, so loud my mother woke up thinking that I was being murdered, and as soon as my mother woke up, the figure disappeared. She calmed me down and put me back to bed, and honestly I thought it was over, but that was really just the beginning. From that point on, it would be a nearly nightly routine, at least 4 times a week. I would wake up in the middle of the night, sit up and look over to my mother's nightstand, and see the exact same thing. Some sort of figure standing over my mother, and again I would scream and cry and so on. Sometimes my mother would leave a little bit of light turned on for me on her nightstand, but that didn't help either as the figure would still come back night after night. Eventually, I managed to identify what it was too. It was a little girl with blonde hair in a dark blue dress with light blue patterns and flowers on it. Even though I could tell what I was looking at, it still absolutely terrified me, and I would still scream and cry nearly every night. Sometimes it would be in a different spot instead of next to the nightstand, such as standing by the door, looking at me instead of my mother, and sometimes closer to my bed. Eventually, my mother got tired of me waking her by screaming and crying, and she went to see a psychic. This part is crazy, I know, but she described what was happening to us every night to the psychic, and the psychic told my mother that it's a little girl called Samantha that has been following my mother since she was a child, and she acts as a guardian angel of sorts. That's why she was always watching over my mother as she slept. The psychic also drew an image of the little girl, which my mother showed me once she came home, and I immediately started bawling because, I kid you not, it was the exact same girl. We have since moved out of that house and I no longer live with my mother, but I do have plenty more experiences from that house and in others that I've lived in. Something happened to me about 8 years ago that still randomly pops into my head late at night. The reason why I'm thinking about it again now is because, well, last year, there was a violent assault reported in the same town where this happened, and some details about the suspect reminded me a lot of the guy that I met back then. I don't know if it's actually related or if my brain is just sort of connecting the dots that aren't there, but the whole thing has been bothering me again. This was around 2017 when I was 19 years old and going to a small community college in eastern Tennessee. I was living in the student apartments on campus. It wasn't a dorm exactly, but more like cheap off-campus housing that a lot of students used. At the time, I was dealing with a breakup, and honestly, just not in a great place mentally. Because of this as well, I had been talking online with this guy that I'd met through Instagram. Nothing serious, and just sort of messaging here and there for a few weeks. One night, really late as well, like around 1:45 in the morning late, my phone buzzes. It's him saying that he's outside of my building. I remember thinking that that was a bit weird immediately because I had never really told him exactly where I lived. I'd mentioned the college before, but that was about it, and when I asked how he knew where to go, he just sort of brushed it off and said that it was easy to figure out. He kept texting too, saying that he just wanted to talk and that he had driven a long way and it would be rude if I didn't at least come down for a minute. Eventually, I went outside. His car was parked near the entrance of the lot, and I remember feeling uneasy the second that I walked up to the passenger side window. Nothing specific, I guess, but just that feeling where your body is tense, even though you're trying to act normal. He was really good at talking, though. Very relaxed and very confident. The kind of person who makes you feel like you're being dramatic if you question anything. He asked me to get into the car so that we could talk at one point. I hesitated and told him that I wanted to text my sister his name and phone number first. I don't know why I said sister specifically, but it was just the first thing that came out. He laughed and said sure, no problem, but when I said that I also wanted to take a photo of him, he kind of brushed that part aside and started joking about how paranoid I was being. For some reason, though, that worked on me, and I felt embarrassed and sort of ended up getting into the car. We sat there talking for maybe 15 minutes. I told him not to start the engine because I wasn't planning on going anywhere, and he agreed at first. Then he turned the car on anyway, and slowly started rolling toward the exit of the parking lot while still talking. I remember saying something like, "Hey, I thought that we were just sitting here," and he said that he was hungry and that there was a fast food place open nearby, and that he would grab something for the both of us. He kept talking the whole time in a way that made it feel awkward to push back as well. Looking back now, that's probably the part that bothers me the most as well. He was really good at steering the situation without directly arguing. Well, we ended up in a drive-thru somewhere off the highway, and while we were waiting in line, he suddenly turned his phone toward me and took a photo with a flash on, no warning. I asked why he just did that, and he said something like, "You looked good in the lighting." It felt strange because, we weren't even dating and had barely met in person. After that, though, he drove me back to the apartments, and when I got out, he said something like, "See, I brought you back safe." I remember that line clearly because it sounded so weird, like it was meant to reassure me about something that I hadn't actually accused him of. For a few weeks, too, I didn't see him again. Then one night at around 2:30 in the morning, he texted saying that he was outside again. I probably should have just ignored it, but I didn't in the end. I went down to the parking lot and got into the car again, This time he immediately started driving before I even asked where we were going. And not long into the drive, I noticed a case of beer in the back seat with several cans already missing. I asked if he'd been drinking, and he said no. They were from earlier with his friends, apparently. After about 20 minutes, though, we ended up in a really quiet neighborhood that I didn't recognize. Mostly older houses and not a lot of lights on. He parked and said that he was staying at a friend's place. The house itself looked like someone had lived there years ago, but certainly not recently. There was furniture, but it had that slightly dusty sort of look to it, like nobody had used it in a long time. Inside, there was almost nothing that looked like it belonged to him. No bags, clothes, nothing except for a laptop that he pulled out and set on a table. At one point, we were sort of standing near the sliding door that led to a small balcony, and that's when something happened that still confuses me. He suddenly lifted what looked like a small air rifle and pressed the barrel against the side of my head. It happened so fast that I didn't even react at first. I remember asking him if he was serious because I could hear something inside the barrel moving when he shifted it, and it sounded more like little metal pellets. He didn't say anything for several seconds, just stood there holding it. Then he lowered it like nothing happened. After that, though, the entire mood changed, as you can probably imagine. He acted restless, almost like he didn't know what to do next. He sat on the couch and put on a movie from some sketchy streaming site, and at one point he started talking about a woman that he used to date and showed me photos of her on his phone and stuff. He kept saying that he couldn't contact her anymore, but never explained why. The whole time, though, I noticed that he had almost no personal items in this house. Like, not even a toothbrush, no charger cables, nothing that suggested that he actually lived there. Later that night, he tried doing something that crossed a line for me as well, and I had to physically stop him. I stayed calm about it because I didn't want the situation to escalate, but eventually morning came and I asked him to take me back. He hesitated like he didn't want to, but he finally drove me back to campus. On the way, I noticed some folded paperwork in the center console too. It had a full name printed out on it that I had never heard before. Up until that point, he had only given me a first name and a different last name, but after that morning, he basically disappeared. His Instagram account vanished too, and the other accounts that he'd messaged me from were gone as well. About 2 years later, I got a notification that he had viewed a story that I'd posted on Snapchat, and when I checked his profile, he had posted the photo that he took of me in his car that first night, the exact same one. He must have known that I'd see it too, because we were still connected there at that time, and I didn't respond, and he never contacted me again. And I haven't seen him since. But after hearing about that assault case last year in the same county, I started thinking about all the small details again. The fake name, the empty house, the rifle thing, the random photo. Maybe it was just a really weird and disturbed guy and nothing more than that. But the whole situation still doesn't sit right with me, and I still have no idea who he actually was. And so I'm sort of contemplating whether or not I should go and talk to the authorities about this recent case. So this has been going on for about a month now, and honestly, it's gotten under my skin more than I expected. I keep thinking that maybe I'm just overreacting or something, but every time something else happens, it gets stranger. So I live in an apartment complex in Idaho with my girlfriend. Our schedules are pretty opposite. I work late shifts at a warehouse, so most nights she's home alone until around midnight when I get back. The first weird thing happened on a Tuesday night in late September last year. She texted me saying that someone had been knocking on our door for quite some time. Not like a quiet knock either. She said that it started around 8 p.m. and it kept happening every 20 to 30 minutes. The first time it happened, it was normal knocking, 3 taps. Second time, it sounded like somebody using the side of their fist. Third time, she said that it was straight up pounding, like whoever it was wanted the door opened immediately. She didn't answer, obviously. She just stayed quiet and watched the door from the couch. Our apartment doesn't have a peephole, so she couldn't see who it was, and after about an hour it seemed to have stopped. When I got home, she was pretty shaken up. I walked the hallway and the stairwell, but nobody was around. The next morning I ordered one of those door cameras, specifically the Ring video doorbell, because I figured that if a person came back, at least we'd know who it was. About 5 days later, around 9 p.m., the camera alert goes off. I'm still at work, so she sends me the clip, and some guy is standing right in front of our door, not knocking and just standing there. He's looking directly into the camera like he knows that it's there as well, and then he does something really weird. He raises one finger to his mouth like he's thinking or telling someone to be quiet. Then he suddenly bends over, sort of forward, kind of hunching down so that the camera only sees the top of his head. He stays there like that for maybe a minute, then he straightens up and just walks away. That alone was enough to make both of us very uncomfortable, but it gets worse. A few nights after that, my girlfriend goes down to the building laundry's room, and it's in the basement, and it's usually empty late at night. She's switching clothes from the washer to the dryer when she notices someone else in the room, a guy standing against the wall near the vending machines. She said that she didn't recognize him at first and assumed that he'd lived in the building. She tried to ignore it and kept doing her laundry. Then the guy says really quietly, "Oh, there she is." That's it. Not "hey," not "excuse me," just that sentence. She said that the way that he said it made the hair on the back of her neck stand up as well, like he'd been expecting to see her. She didn't respond and just grabbed the laundry basket and came back upstairs. When she told that part to me, I immediately asked what he looked like. And same clothes, same build as the guy in the camera video. That's when it actually started to feel like a real problem as well. The next night I walked down with her when she did laundry, and I stayed the entire time, but nobody showed up. And for about a week, nothing happened. Then last Friday morning at around 10 a.m., the camera alert goes off again. Same guy. This time, he isn't even pretending to knock too. He's leaning against the doorframe like he's waiting for someone, one foot on the wall, arms folded. He stands there, maybe 90 seconds, just staring at the door, and then he walks off again. My girlfriend didn't open the door, obviously. She waited almost 2 hours before leaving the apartment, and when she finally did leave, she saw him again. He was coming in from the parking lot right as she was heading out. She said the timing was way too perfect to be coincidence, like he had just been outside watching the building all that time. He didn't say anything this time though, and just walked past her and into the stairwell. Since then, we've saved all the camera clips and reported it to the apartment manager. They said that they would keep an eye out, which honestly doesn't make me feel too much better. We still don't know who he is even. He's never knocked again since that last time, but every now and then the motion alert goes off and we both get this moment of dread before checking the camera. Nothing yet, thankfully, but that line in the laundry room still bothers me. There she is. Like, he already knew exactly who he was looking for. At the start of COVID, during the 2-week lockdown, my dad, very concerned, said, "Frank, please don't think that I'm crazy, but I swear that I saw 3 grey aliens walking across the street and then they went into the woods." I asked him how tall. He said very skinny creatures, about 4 feet tall. 2 days later as well, and I'm not joking, a military person sky-dived into their community. I witnessed it while we were driving back into the neighborhood, and we were like, what the actual heck? White vans running in and out of the neighborhood non-stop. You would see them at least 20 to 30 times per day, which made me believe that something happened that was far beyond COVID. To add to all of this, about a month later, my dad randomly leaves the house while I'm visiting.
says that he wants to go and be with God. He's completely at peace, acting totally normal, leaves the house and walks down the street. The cops pick him up though. The cops call me, and when I'm on the phone with the cop, he says, "Hang on real quick." Then I hear, "Oh no, oh no," then a loud gunshot. At this point, obviously I'm panicking, thinking that my dad was shot. A totally different cop gets on the phone. I hadn't talked to this guy before. Says, "Sorry, that was unrelated. Your dad is fine and we'll bring him home now." In that moment, I literally thought to myself, was the original cop that I talked to shot and replaced or something? Did he see one of those greys and had to shoot it? He was in complete panic with his voice, but the next cop on the phone was completely fine, as if nothing had happened. Anyway, that was weird, and Dad comes home with them and instead says that he wants to go and check himself into a hotel for a few days. So they offer to drive him to the hotel. Dad turns off his phone, won't let anybody come and visit him, has no communication with us during this time, says that he just wants to be alone. Eventually he comes back home after the few days like nothing happened whatsoever, and to this day says, "I don't want to talk about what happened that night." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it was weird. Like, can you explain what happened and why you felt that way?" And he's just like, "No, I don't want to get into that." Personally, I think that he saw something, or something serious happened, and he's concerned that if he says something that he'll be labeled insane. But what do you guys think about this? I legit got scared thinking that they replaced my dad or something. The grey alien thing was super weird too, and it was really weird to hear a loud gunshot on the phone and then suddenly I'm speaking to a different cop. I remember when the cops came by the house to drop him off as well, and their demeanor was just incredibly weird. I dare say, almost like they were not human. They just didn't act right. My fiance and I went for a 3-day trip to Gatlinburg, and we've spent our days in the mountains hiking and spending time in and around the national park. Tonight, at around midnight, trying to get all the time in the mountains that we can, we decided to take an hour drive from our hotel room up the mountain to an overview or lookout type of spot right on top of said mountain to see if we can catch an awesome look at the stars because there's a lot of lights in Gatlinburg at night. Driving up there, neither of us noticed literally anything off, other than that the mountain and the winds are a little spooky at night. I'm from Florida, so it's just unfamiliar, I guess. But as soon as we got to where we were going and she and I got out of the car, I'm almost overwhelmed with just a vile, oppressive feeling outside with me, but not wanting to make the lady uncomfortable, I don't react too much just yet. The wind is absolutely roaring, and unfortunately, we couldn't see any stars due to cloud cover, so I tell her that I'm going to step to the side and pee, and then we can get back to the hotel room. Now, as soon as I get like 10 feet away, I get a very strange feeling of extreme vulnerability and detachment from everything around me, almost as though I'm miles away from the nearest person, though obviously I'm feet away from my fiancée. I turn around to walk back to the car, and that was when I heard something off to my right, and instinctively looked over to see something roughly human size go down to coyote size and kind of just hop over a rail from about 200 feet, maybe more, feet away. I quickly get back to the car and usher my fiancée in, still not trying to scare her, or at least show her that I'm scared. But she asked if I was alright, and my reaction was a dead giveaway. We jumped in and we sped off. Never in my life have I ever experienced anything like this, and never in my life have I ever really had a reason to be made uncomfortable of just being outside. But I truly believe that I saw something weird that night in those woods with us. One evening, I was out in Lacey, WA, to pick up a handgun that I had recently purchased for protection. Contrary to the pickup status both online and sent to my mail, the store didn't have it in stock yet and told me to come back in another week. I lived about an hour from Lacey at the time, and when I had gotten there, evening rush hour was just beginning to become unbearable. I didn't want to drive all the way back home just yet, as it would add an additional hour to my already long commute anyway. Side note too is that the car that I was driving belonged to my dad, and I was borrowing it until I had enough money saved up for a new car after my beloved Honda had broken down the previous year. But I killed some time bumming around the store, and I purchased my firearm then decided to drive over to the nearest coffee shop. It was a newly built cabin-style cafe with a modern twist. The barista handed me my 16-ounce dirty chai, and I walked back out to my car. I then drove to a gas station around the corner, still trying to kill some time until traffic thinned out. The car didn't need any gas or anything, so I pulled into a parking spot right at the corner of the four-way street, the block that the gas station was on. I turned off the engine and stepped outside and lit up a smoke, leaning against the driver's side door so as to not stink up the interior. The weather was overcast and drizzly, but not overly cold. It was now dusk and most daylight had disappeared. The stoplights in the intersection were diffused by the late autumn mist, and I watched them flicker from green to yellow to red and again as the traffic was orchestrated accordingly. Zoned out by the lights and being generally lost in thought while enjoying my coffee and smoke, I didn't notice the man walking toward me until he was already halfway across the street. He was white, average height, strawberry blonde, maybe in his mid-20s. He definitely hadn't changed his clothes in a good while and carried a backpack that I assumed to be full of the few belongings that he had. He didn't smell, but he looked raggedy and unkempt for sure. My immediate thought was that drugs were likely a part of his habitual lifestyle. I didn't want to jump to conclusions though, but I'm always cautious having grown up in the suburbs of Seattle. The man finished crossing the street, awkwardly limping toward my car, maintaining eye contact and a winced grin. I locked my car out of caution, but remained outside smoking casually. Normally, I'm not a social person, but I don't go out of my way to be unpleasant either. He approached me and stood about 10 feet away when he said hello and asked if I had a light. I complied hesitantly, but saw no harm in meeting his simple request. Taking 2 steps forward, I lit his cigarette, which he was holding out toward me while approaching. He attempted to make small talk, weaving in hints that he had just gotten off the bus and still needed to get down the road another block. Somewhere in this poorly crafted sob story, he stopped himself mid-sentence like a bad actor and pretended to be struck by an epiphany. "Hey, would you mind just dropping me off down the road? It's not very far." I apologized and said that I couldn't because it was my dad's car and not my own, and I didn't feel comfortable without my father's permission. I admit it was a stupid yet plausible excuse I came up with on the spot. Mr. Unkempt did not like my answer, and his smile immediately turned tense and flatlined. Clearly upset, he became more insistent. "But it's just down the road," he whined. "My leg is killing me, and it wouldn't even be far for you. I'll give you a cigarette." His persistence and sudden burst of hostility made my hair stand up. I firmly said, "No, I'm sorry, I can't help you. It's my dad's car and he has set the rules." With 10 years of hospitality under my belt, I immediately offered him alternate logical ideas of what he could do to get where he needed to be. I even mentioned maybe someone in the gas station that we're outside of, maybe they could help him out, or call him a ride or something. Each word that I said made him increasingly irate, and he began curling his fingers into fists, not in a threatening way, but like a toddler about to scream bloody murder for not getting their way. He seemed to pause and size me up in a fleeting moment. I'm small and I'm not at all intimidating physically, so I told him that I hope he makes it home safe, quickly unlocked my car, jumped in and locked myself inside. When looking up from locking the car door, I saw him speed walking back across the street from the direction that he originally came from. No limp, no awkward walk whatsoever, no distress or pain showing even slightly, just a normal speed walk of a physically well person, a rageful person. I knew then that I had dodged a bullet, and I felt pretty dumb for hanging around the city after dark alone like that. At that point, I didn't care about traffic anymore, so I turned over my engine and hightailed it home in what ended up being an hour and 45-minute drive. But this time, the traffic was 100% worth the inconvenience. So, if you haven't heard it enough already, be careful who you give your attention to, especially when you're alone like this. Stay aware always and err on the side of caution, even when strangers seem harmless at first. A couple of months ago, my friend and I had a spontaneous idea to hike at sunset and eat Subway on the beach. We went to a place called Morse Mountain. We walked the trail for about an hour, and right when we got to the beach, it was just about pitch black outside. We hadn't thought to bring anything but some weed and some Subway. No flashlights or headlamps or hiking shoes or anything. Dumb idea, I know, but anyway, all was well for about the 2 hours that we laid on the beach smoking and eating and talking about life. It was beautiful hearing the waves and seeing a sky full of stars that night. I started getting tired, so I decided that we should probably head back. We gathered our stuff and started walking, and both turned on our phone flashlights to guide our way. Not even a minute into the trail, we hear something moving in the forest to our left. I told my friend to stop, and the sound suddenly stops too. Immediately, when we start walking again, the swishing is there, and it's matching the exact pace that we are walking. So we stop again to test if this sound is really matching our pace. I was hoping that it was an animal just curious about who we were and would walk away, but the sound once again stops when we stop. My heart starts pounding because, well, there's no animal that I know of that is intelligent enough to match the exact pace and the exact steps that we are making. At least, not where we live. And my friend and I turned our flashlights to the left where the sound was coming from. And it was then that I make eye contact with something in the distance that was pale and had dead black eyes and looked like it was standing on its hind legs with terrible posture. My friend and I quickly turn our flashlight to point directly in front of us and say, "Please tell me that was an animal. Was it?" And my friend, in a very monotone voice, says, "No, we need to leave. Now, keep your eyes forward." For the rest of the hike, the trees and branches, they look like symbols, and some even look like nooses. I felt like the forest was telling us to leave, or at least communicating some danger to us or something. Maybe it was just my imagination in the heat of the moment. I'm not sure, but I could have swore that I saw things. After about an hour, we finally made it back to the car, and I asked my friend if they noticed anything about the trees, and they also described the symbols. My friend called their mum on the drive home, and she said, "I'm just happy that you weren't in the Appalachians." The next morning, my friend calls me and says, "We're idiots. We were in the Appalachians last night." I haven't been able to stop thinking about what we saw that night. I also want to add that my friend and I, we didn't smoke much and are both stoners, so we don't chalk it up to the weed or anything. In any case, if you have any ideas as to what I experienced that night, then I would genuinely love to hear it. This happened about 6 years ago when I was 20. So, I came home after sleeping at my boyfriend's place. It was like 8 a.m. Super early because my boyfriend started his shift that early, and my parents were already gone like an hour earlier on their holiday. So, I was alone at home and I knew it. I came home and I directly went to my bedroom to continue my night, but before climbing the stairs, there's 2 floors, I saw the kitchen door or window was wide open. I was surprised by this, but I just thought that maybe my parents accidentally left it open. You have to know that my father is super paranoid though, and really there was no way that he would have forgot to close it, especially the windows before leaving the house for like 2 weeks. Plus, I was sleeping at my boyfriend's place, so there was definitely nobody home and he would have known that. Anyway, I was barely awake, so I just closed the door. I checked the kitchen and the living room just to be sure, and then I went to go to my room. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, and I went to change in my room. Then I went to the bathroom, and I go back to my room. I closed the door to my room, and I didn't know why, but I never really did this normally. In any case, I was scrolling on my phone, and like 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps right behind my door. Somebody was definitely there the whole time while I was doing my life, just sort of vulnerably like this. I was terrified. My heart stopped. I couldn't move, and I just took the first thing in front of me to defend myself, my babyless. I stared at my door, waiting for the person to open up and kill me or worse. I was ready to jump out of the window and die if I saw the door opened. Minutes passed, and I heard the person on the stairs. I don't know how long I stayed there, immobile, but eventually I called my boyfriend, and thankfully he came to the rescue. At first, I genuinely thought maybe I was going crazy because, I didn't see anything, and I couldn't believe that it really happened. But my boyfriend confirmed later that they had definitely forced the door or the windows in the kitchen open, so they were really there. They were silently waiting for me to sleep, I guess, so that they could get out of my house. I was home alone, feeling completely safe, but the whole time I wasn't. It was traumatic, and I could barely stay alone somewhere without freaking out to this day. I do live alone, and I'm constantly paranoid that someone is trying to break in. But the worst part is that they didn't take anything. My mum's MacBook and jewelry were there, my PS4 was there, my dad's gaming setup. Everything was so easy to take, but they didn't take a thing. I can't stop thinking that they were here for, well, another reason. You also have to know that at that time I was very active on Snapchat. I used to post every day, and I used to tell and put my story up every day as well. So the 5K of unknown followers that I had on social media, they knew everything about me at this time, and I personally think that it must have been related. Since then, I have stopped my activities on Snapchat, and thankfully, nothing else has happened. When I was 12 years old, in 2007, I was home alone babysitting my 2 younger siblings while my parents, they were out at an event. It was summertime, so it stayed light out for a while into the evening. Just as it was starting to get dark though, I went into the kitchen to make a bowl of popcorn to watch a movie with my brother and sister. When I looked out the kitchen window, I saw that there was a car parked hiding in the tree line of our yard. For context, we lived in a fairly rural place, and we rarely had people out our direction unless they lived down our gravel road, and we knew our neighbor's car, so this was a junky beater, and the license plates had been taped over as well. It was definitely not one of our neighbors. I was a kid who was pretty aware of my surroundings at the time, and I decided to step back from the big kitchen window and go into the dark entryway hall to get a better look. There was just a single man sitting in it, staring directly at the house with the lights off. Immediately upon noticing that, I locked the front and the back door. I told my little brother and sister calmly to play in their room and not to come out until I came and got them for the movie night. I then went back to the kitchen to get the phone to call my mother, but she didn't answer. I watched him through the curtains sit in the dark tree line and stare at the house for what felt like ages. Finally, somebody else drove down the road and their headlights reflected off the car. He started the engine, drove out of the trees, and seemed to book it down the gravel. I was still pretty nervous and tried calling my mother again, but again there was no answer. For the rest of the time, I just played with my siblings in their room with the door shut and the curtains pulled until my parents came home later that night. When I tried telling my parents what had happened, they were convinced that I was making it up and that I was just being a dramatic kid. but I swore up and down that I saw this car with blacked out plates in the tree line, and they just weren't interested at all. I know that I saw it, but really I'm the only one who did. Maybe it was just a random guy who didn't know that there were 3 young kids home alone hiding for some other reason, but still, I'm really glad that I locked all the doors that evening because, honestly, who knows what could have happened. To start this off, I need to give some context. I'm 23 and I currently live in New York City, but I have grandparents who live down in rural West Virginia. When I say rural, I mean the literal boonies. Their closest neighbors are over an hour away in a small town with a few houses and a Walmart. Last summer, my grandfather, who I just call Robert for privacy reasons, had surgery done on his hip. The majority of my family lives on the West Coast, and my grandmother, Muriel, is very old and wouldn't have been able to take care of Robert. Because I was the closest family member, I was the one that they asked to come down there and help out my grandfather. And, being the good grandson that I am, I agreed to come down there for 2 weeks while he recovered from his surgery. Fast forward a week, everything was going fine. All I really had to do was help my grandfather up and down the stairs and walk his dog, a blue heeler named Rocky. Normally, my grandfather would walk Rocky once in the morning and once at night through the woods behind their property, but because of the surgery, that responsibility had fallen onto me. This was the part that I hated about helping him because ever since I was a kid, I never really liked those woods behind the property. Whenever I'd go down there as a kid, me and my cousins would always get creeped out going into that forest. It always just felt off for some reason, but anyways, for the first week, walking Rocky in the forest at night was fine, even if it was a bit creepy. That was until one night, a week into my stay, I was walking him through the forest. It was around 8:30 and the sun was setting over the Appalachian Mountains. Everything was going normal, until I heard a strange whistle that sounded like it was only around 20 yards away. Both me and the dog stopped dead in our tracks and looked towards the direction the whistling was coming from. I shined my flashlight in that direction, but I didn't see anything, so I had just assumed that it was a bird. Looking back though, it definitely wasn't a bird. There's no nocturnal birds that chirp and whistle out there, and it sounded more musical than anything a bird could whistle anyway. But the dog was spooked. He wouldn't stop growling and staring at whatever was back there, and he kept trying to back up until whatever or whoever this thing was whistled again, to which the dog started barking and going absolutely crazy. At this point, I decided that I definitely didn't want to stay there, so I yanked on the dog's leash and we both bolted out of the woods and straight back home. When we got back, I told my grandparents what had happened. They both seemed spooked, and my grandmother immediately asked if I whistled back. I told her that I didn't, and she seemed relieved, but told me that I didn't hear anything and to just ignore it. I asked why, and she wouldn't tell me, and would instead just tell me that I didn't hear anything. I decided not to press it any further, and I just went to bed, terrified and wondering what she seemed to be so freaked out about. Now, the next morning she told me that instead of walking Rocky through the woods, I could just take him on laps around the house, and so that's what I started doing. Every night I would take Rocky for around 50 laps around the house before going back inside. On Friday, the third to last day that I would stay there, at night I was taking the dog for laps as usual, until I heard that same creepy whistle behind the attached garage this time, which was only around 10 yards from the house. This time, I immediately took the dog back inside and locked the doors. The rest of the night, I put my earbuds in and I ignored any more whistling like my grandmother told me to. To this day, I really still don't know what the whistling in the woods was all about. Some of my friends said that it was a skinwalker, but that's a Navajo thing, and there's almost no Navajo in West Virginia. My girlfriend, who stayed back in New York City, asked her Muslim parents who are from Yemen, and They said that whistling at night is a sign that a djinn is nearby. I don't know about any of that, and I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it had my grandparents legitimately scared. I've heard of weird stuff happening in Appalachia, but this really is the first time that I've ever had a first-hand experience with it. So, that's why I'm here. Do any of you guys have any idea as to what this could have been? So I've lived in a number of houses, and just last night I saw it for the second time, and I have no idea what it is. Around 4 or 5 years ago, I lived in a house built in the 1920s to 1930s, and there was one night that I was sleeping in the basement that I woke up. I've always had difficulty sleeping at night, and consistently woke up between 1 and 4 in the morning. It was an issue that I had from like ages 8 to 16. In any case, I woke up and there was this black mist in the corner of my room. Weirdly too, I wasn't scared, but it just felt like it was there. It was thick enough that I couldn't see through it, but after a moment I shined a flashlight on it with my phone, then turned the light off and it was gone. Fast forward to now, and I just got back home from a 12-day trip. My family moved, so our current home was constructed in the past 10 years. I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm 20 now, so it's been years since I've done that, and looked to my left, and there was a black mist right beside my bed, probably around 4 to 5 feet in height. Again, I wasn't scared, but I just turned back over and said, "I'm safe," and something else that I can't really recall right now, but then I just fell back to sleep. This experience has been interesting for me too, and I wonder what the apparition could be, if it's an apparition at all. My response was unnormal as well, right? I mean, I've been a bit stressed lately, but I also feel revitalized since going to see some family on vacation. In any case, if you've got any ideas as to what this was, then please do share, and if you can provide any help with this, then I would love to hear from you. When we were kids, my brother and I slept in the same room in a bunk bed. I was always a heavy guy, so I'd sleep on the bottom and he slept up top. We both remember this night to this day, which obviously could just be because we've talked about it so many times over the years and have tricked our brains into treating it as fact, but, still. Anyway, we're both asleep, and at the foot of our bed is a window. There's a street light across the road, so there was literally always some light coming through the curtains. We always sleep with our heads towards the other way, so that window would be at our feet. I'm not entirely sure what woke me up, but when I did, I just had that overwhelming feeling of somebody watching me. I wake up and open my eyes, and at the foot of my bed is a literal shadow person. And I mean, you could very clearly see the personage's outline with the lit up curtain behind him. Like, absolutely pitch black against a white lit up cloth curtain. He was definitely wearing a hat, but like just a hat, like a baseball sort of trucker-shaped hat. He was also two-hand holding what looked like a firefighter's woodcutting axe. It was pretty long, I recall, but I just kind of sat there for a good minute, completely frozen in fear. He didn't move at all that I can remember, but after a minute or two, in the deepest and most gruff voice that I've ever heard, he just says, "One day." At that, I flipped and hid under the covers because, as a child, I couldn't think of anything else that I could do. After another minute passed, I just hear my brother's shivering voice say, "John, did you see that too?" I answered that I had, and we just kind of laid there in silence, and eventually we both drifted off back to sleep, I guess. But we both swear that we remember it like 20 years later. I'm also wondering if anybody else has heard of an experience or something similar to this, as we have no idea what it was that we saw and haven't seen anyone say that they've experienced something like this. Theories we've tossed around go from just a straight up demon or evil spirit to a literal home intruder to a Grim Reaper type thing. That last one always seemed to make sense to me because of what it said to us, but it never did show up again for either of us. Our mum took over that room a while after for a few years, then I took it for a few, and now my brother still lives back at home and it's his room. So we've all had ample time with nothing happening, which is a bit weird, right? So when I was in kindergarten or first grade, about 22 to 23 years ago, I saw an apparition that seems, well, very cliche. An old woman in a white dress, no lips with snarling teeth, black eyes, floating and no visible feet. At first, I heard this woman's footsteps coming down the hallway on the hardwood floor. Then I saw her come to the end of the hallway, my room on the right, my mum's on the left. This woman stopped at the end of the hallway and slowly looked back and forth between the rooms, her head oscillating like a fan, slow but consistent. She then turned around and walked away slowly, footsteps fading into nothing. At this time, I shared a room with my brother, 4 years older than me, who was also awake and saw the woman too. I called his name quietly and he said, "Shut up, I see her too, put your blanket over your head." I've asked him multiple times throughout our lives about this happening and he has zero recollection of it. So I assumed in the end that it was just an extremely vivid dream that was stuck with me for my whole life. I never brought this story up with anybody else, well, until recently. You see, my mother and I were talking about some paranormal experiences that we'd had throughout our lives. I said something about the Carmel house, but never went into detail, and she proceeded to explain to me the exact same woman that I saw wearing a white dress at the end of the hallway, looking back and forth between our rooms. Honestly, I felt sick. This apparition was no longer a vivid dream. I mean, that actually happened. She was real. She was there and she was looking at me. But how many times did she actually do that while I was asleep and I never saw her? I have a lot of questions that really I don't have answers to, but I will say that without a question, I am a believer now. Several years ago, I was living in College Station, Texas. The job market there is really rough for anyone outside of academia, but I landed a job as a sales consultant for a digital marketing company, or at least that's what I was told. After I started, I found out my job would really be in door-to-door sales, trying to sell digital marketing packages and, well, phone book ads to small businesses. The company was terrible, the managers were pure evil, and the product was awful. I was looking for a new job, but I needed a paycheck. Now one day, they sprang something on us. From now on, we would only spend half of the year in College Station. The other half we would be living in a hotel in Abilene, selling phone book ads there. My wife was so understanding about this. I'd be able to come back home on the weekends, and I had a few promising leads for work too. I figured that I'd only need to spend a month or so there. Now, the first time I'm heading out, I actually quite enjoy the view on the trip. Lots of small towns and interesting landscapes. But even better, I look down at my phone as I'm partway through my trip, and I'm making way better time than expected. Like way better, an hour ahead of schedule. In fact, I was certain that I had checked my phone before, and that hadn't been the case. But the clock on the dash confirmed it. And that was when I was just pulling through a town called Rising Star. I'm a big horror and occult fan and immediately made a mental connection to Lucifer, since it means morning star, and gave myself a bit of a chuckle. It was a small town, but despite it being broad daylight, I was surprised to see, well, really no one. I mean, I didn't see a single person. I slowed down looking into the windows, but nothing. It was summer and
I mean, there weren't even any kids around playing in their yards or anything. I saw parked cars, but no one driving or sitting in one. That's when I passed what I seem to recall being an old brick drugstore. There on the side of the building was a mural of a man with a bunch of snakes dangling from his mouth. It really creeped me out, especially with my previous Lucifer connection. A part of me was tempted to stop somewhere, just to see if I could find a human being at some point. But that mural, something about it changed my mind. And as soon as I left that town, I looked at my phone and my car's clock again. They were both an hour ahead of where they had been before. I did research later, and there was an innocent explanation about the mural involving a local celebrity who participated in a lot of rattlesnake roundups and I think had a Guinness record for doing something like this. I can look up his name again later if anybody's curious, but still, that time fluctuation and the eerie absence of people, something about it just didn't feel right, and it still haunts me. I also regularly have nightmares about that place to this day, which is strange. In any case, I took a different route from then on and soon found a new job as well, but I always joke with my friends that I have a feeling that I'll be back there one day, and I won't come back. Really though, it's only half a joke, I suppose, because that's always what happens in my nightmares. When I was 19, about 20-ish years ago now, I was renting a flat and lived alone. On the first night there, I was laying in bed trying to sleep when all of a sudden I heard loud footsteps running up my hallway and stopping just outside of my bedroom door. Instantly I sat up, expecting the door to swing open, but then there was silence and nothing else happened as I sat there. A few nights later, I was trying to sleep and then I could hear someone breathing. It sounded like they were standing to the side of the bed near my head, but I couldn't see anyone there. After that, every few nights, I would hear the breathing right behind me as well, regardless of what room I was in, at various times during the day, but mostly at night. What really freaked me out though and confirmed things was that one time I had a friend staying over. We were watching TV in the living room and the breathing started. He looked at me and goes, "Is that you breathing?" And the only thing that I could think to answer was, "No, that just happens sometimes." I only stayed there until my 6-month lease ran out because I was way too freaked out and tried to sleep at friends' houses as much as I could. The day that I was moving out, I noticed footprints on the ceiling of all places. The ceiling was also way too high up for anyone to be able to put their bare feet on it. It was a freaky place to live, and I was glad to leave it behind. This story is from about 5 years ago when I worked security for a large office or furniture manufacturer in Michigan. I did mainly foot and vehicle patrols of primarily the 3 factory plants, but occasionally the corporate office buildings and an older home that the company bought and refurbished. The company would use the home for tours for the public, and they would use it for some wow factor for potential buyers they flew in to make a sale. For more reference, this home was designed by a famous architect and is known for its style and large bay windows and painted glass. The home, it was built in the early 1900s, and as far as I'm aware, no one ever died in the home or anything like that. Now, I worked midnight shifts, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and we had a bit of a storm rolling in the night of my shift. At about 1:30 a.m., the control operator received a fire alarm fault from the fire panel at the home, and when compared to prior alarms that night, and the weather that we were experiencing, it was presumed that the power had gone out, and when it came back on, set off the fire alarm fault. So, I was dispatched as a precaution to ensure everything was okay, and to reset the fire alarm panel. I got to the home at around 1:45 in the morning, and made my way into the home. I had been there a handful of other times, and fellow security guards had told me about weird occurrences that had happened around the house over the years.
The main story was about them seeing the light on upstairs and a black silhouette of a figure standing in the window just watching them. There were also stories from the tour guides of the home that stated that the dolls in the nursery would be found in different locations from when they last saw them when nobody else was entering that room. Anyways, I made my way to the basement, which is where the fire alarm panel was located. I reset the panel and attempted to radio to the control operator to see if the fault had reset. At this time it was around 2 a.m. and my radio was completely just refusing to operate. It was making weird noises when I tried to key it up and kept losing signal. I didn't think too much of it and pulled my phone out and called them instead. I was able to establish a phone call, but it kept cutting out and had a lot of feedback until the call finally dropped and my phone went into SOS. In any case, I decided to do a bit of a walkthrough of the house since I was already there and wanted to kill some time anyway. I went back upstairs, walked through the kitchen, into the dining room and into the living room. The large windows noted earlier are primarily in the living room. The lights were old in the home and they were operated by buttons on the walls and not switches, but I elected to just use my flashlight instead. I walked into the living room and did a quick once-over of the room with my flashlight, and for a split second, in the reflection of the bay window, I could have sworn that I saw an old man seated in the chair, sitting less than 5 feet away from me. He was staring at me through the reflection with an eerily emotionless face. I sort of doubled back while questioning what I just saw, but the image was now burned into my mind. When I looked back there was nothing. I immediately felt uneasy though, and I paused momentarily, but elected to continue my walkthrough of the home. The staircase was beside the living room and went up to a landing, maybe about 10 feet long, which proceeded to another staircase to the second floor. I proceeded up the stairs and stepped into the landing, and I cannot describe the feeling that rushed over me into words. It was like something out of the movies. All of the hair on my body stood up and my face went cold as all the blood just rushed away and I had an immediate sense of danger. Needless to say, I sprinted out of that home to my patrol vehicle and sped off without looking back. They eventually pulled the video footage of me sprinting out of the house and it was a bit of a joke for a while, but I know what I saw and I know what I felt. Sometimes I wonder if the people working there now are told of my weird and interesting story. I wonder if any of them ever had their own encounters or experiences. Really though, who knows? I personally really don't have much experience with the supernatural. However, my late best friend, who passed away over 20 years ago when we were 19, once told me about the following encounter that she had, and I would like to see if anybody else has had any similar experiences or sightings to this. So, she told me that when she was 7 or 8, she and her dad were napping on a big pallet after watching a movie in their living room. It was the middle of the day on a weekend. Their living room, in which her dad still lives, has big glass panes on one wall overlooking the back patio. The house sits on some significant acreage in the brushy woods of central Texas. No neighbors within at least half a mile, likely more. But my friend said that she woke up from a nap to see a woman standing right outside the big window, covered in rags, possibly pelts even, with leaves and twigs in her hair. I think she described her as old, but I can't remember with absolute certainty. As my friend looked at her though, the woman started opening her mouth, and apparently it just kept getting wider and wider, well beyond normal human capabilities. She shook her dad awake and screamed for him to look out at the window, and when they both looked, she was gone. She swore up and down that it wasn't a dream though. Her dad didn't believe her, of course, but I did, and I still do. She was my soul sister, and I knew when she was being truthful. So, does anyone have any ideas? I've looked into Baba Yaga and various forest hags, etc., but the widening mouth never seems to be a distinct feature of anything I've come across over the years. So, is there anything else like this that sounds familiar? I cannot pinpoint exactly when I first began to experience this. Best that I can remember is I was around the age of 10 to 11, although it's possible the occurrences began a little earlier than this. However, I vividly remember being scared of my bedroom window once it got dark outside because of what I regularly saw. On numerous occasions, I would see the same face in the bottom left-hand corner on the outside of the window, just looking in at me. For context, my bedroom at the time was on the second floor of the house, so no possibility this was just somebody walking by the window, unless they were like over 15 feet tall, that is. Despite this occurring over 20 years ago now, for context I'm in my mid-30s, I can still recall that face too. It was distinctly male, with thin unkempt hair, the skin pulled in as though the figure was starved. If I had to age the figure, my best guess would be in its 30s, maybe 40s. Oddly though, the one detail I can't remember are the eyes. The reason that I can remember this much detail though is because it was always the same face, always in the same position. Seeing this figure always gave me a sense of dread, and I would do whatever I could to pretend that it wasn't there watching me. I would suddenly glue my eyes to my TV or pick up a book and start reading, hoping that it would leave me alone. I didn't have curtains in my bedroom, so I didn't have that as an option back then. And whenever I called my parents to check, they never saw anything, and simply passed it off as my mind playing tricks on me. That dread that I felt whenever I saw the figure would stay with me for the rest of the night until I eventually managed to fall asleep. When I did sleep, I would have these really upsetting dreams almost every night. Dreams of being chased and, in a lot of cases, even being killed. I remember speaking to my therapist about a reoccurring dream that I would have where I was chased and thrown off a bridge that I had to cross on my walk to school with, but they didn't read much into it. To this day, in fact, I have issues sleeping. My partner has mentioned several times that I have a tendency to whimper in my sleep as if frightened. I can never sleep through a full night either, waking up at least 2 or 3 times for no reason. I also still try to avoid going past windows at night, unless the windows are drawn first, and even then I still feel slightly uneasy. And it wasn't just seeing the figure in the window either. There would be occasions I would go and turn on the light in my room, but it just wouldn't work. It would turn on and the bulb would do something, but the light was just very dim. Just a dark orange glow, barely lighting anything up. The first time this happened, I instinctively knew something was wrong, and every subsequent time instilled that same anxiety. The bit that I never got to understand was why it happened. Every time it did, I would quickly turn the light back off and call my parents. They would come up and turn the light on for me, and everything worked fine. For some unexplainable reason, it was only ever when I was alone that the light played up like this. Just as it was only ever when I was alone that I would see the figure in the window, as if it was trying to mess with my mind or just didn't want to make its presence known to anyone else. After several years of this, my sister started to become frightened of a grey figure stalking my father around the house, which only she could ever see. On one occasion, she started screaming and crying for apparently no reason. When we managed to calm her down enough to speak, she told us that she saw the figure reaching out trying to stab my father in the back. It was at this point that I definitely knew that something wasn't right and confided in the school chaplain. We weren't a religious family in any sense, but I attended a Catholic high school, and at this point, I didn't really know who else to turn to. The school chaplain came over to the house and blessed the premises. Whilst it wasn't a full exorcism or anything, he made sure to bless every room, anointing the doorways with holy water. And whatever it was that we experienced in all those strange occurrences, it all just stopped following the visit from the chaplain that day. We moved house roughly 18 months after that. I've lived in several houses since then and have never experienced the figure again, but as mentioned, I'm still anxious about going near windows at night, so its effects upon me are still very real. Whatever it was I did experience, what my family experienced, I can't say for sure. Perhaps a ghost or some sort of malevolent entity, I really have no idea, but I wanted to share my experience nonetheless and see what you guys think. 25 plus years ago, I was friends with a married couple that lived in a raised ranch on the mountain in a modestly populated area. Their door was always open and I was a frequent visitor. Since the first time that I was at that house, I always felt uneasy, like there was some type of a presence there quietly observing. Quick backstory too is that the land the house was built on was Native American territory back in the day, and I later came to learn and experience many phenomena, but I'll focus on this one story. So, I was to meet my friends at the house for an evening out, but they were both working and probably not home yet, but I decided to wait for them there. I drove there and took the corner on their street, pitch black, not unusual, no street lights. As I near the house, I notice all the lights are on, inside, outside, post light, and I think that they must be home. Chills run through me though, and I decide to pull into the driveway because neither of their cars are there. I sat in the driveway for a minute, looking around, listening, with a heavy type of feeling coming over me, yet decided to turn my car off and go in anyway. I get to the front door, gently turn the knob, and slowly open their door. Peeking inside, I see nothing and hear nothing, but all of the lights are still on. I hesitated to go any further. I call out, "Hello," still standing in the doorway, looking up the stairs, and in one moment, all the lights suddenly went out, including the ones outside. I immediately froze in fear. Total darkness and total silence. My arm felt heavy shutting the door and attempting to get back to my car while guided by moonlight. It was weird because it was as if weights were on my ankles and I struggled to make it inside of my car. My hands were shaking so bad that I barely was able to get the key in the ignition. I felt tightness in my chest and I was shaking and I couldn't breathe. Just a total feeling of hopeless dread engulfed me. I parked on the road by the mailbox, sat there staring at the house in darkness trying to compose myself for I don't even know how long. Eventually though, the wife pulled up and I put the window down. "You could have gone in, you know," she says before looking at my face and asking what was wrong. I just pointed at her house. She parked in the driveway and she walked back to my car while her husband was pulling in. He comes down and asks why we're outside, and I told them that I'll wait here while they get ready. The wife then asks though, "Something happened, didn't it?" I nodded yes to this, still shaking. The wife looked at the husband and says, "It's starting up again." I was close friends with them for many years, even staying there temporarily, and their house, let's just say that it had quite the history. In 1999, we lived in a badly possessed or haunted house for about 8 years in Beaver Creek, Oregon, and genuinely, I really don't like talking about it. It's honestly very cliche horror, story, or textbook sort of stuff, and people think that I'm just bullspitting, so I prefer to just keep it simple. But literally, the house was at a deal with weirdly boarded up rooms. The family had been sleeping in just one area together. The whole affair was an awakening and a sort of you get what you pay for sometimes, go with your gut type lesson. It all started pretty benign though. We immediately took down all the boards to open the rooms and couldn't figure out their purposes. The rooms were bare but fine. We were doing construction, which is pretty typical, right?
The house wasn't terribly old, like maybe 1950s, but then there was just like small stuff. One of the first instances I remember is we had the molding stacked on the right side of the hall, labeled to be put back up, and at about 2 a.m. we could hear it sort of clanking. When we checked, it had been rolled and moved to the left. We thought that maybe we misremembered the direction, but the next night, it moved back. My husband and I were suddenly always arguing for no good reason, and we'd have dread about coming home without knowing why. Also instant relief to leave, though. It progressed from there over months to full-on getting scratched, hit, terrorized for me. I'll leave some personal details out here, but it was a rough couple of years. Eventually it was bad enough that my husband had his guns missing when he'd been cleaning them only to have them reappear loaded and pointed at him off the back of the couch. It had finally decided messing with him would be fun as well. It previously really just picked on me, and he honestly considered that I was having a mental health crisis, but he kept hearing me weeping at night when I wasn't. We had called multiple churches, none of them would help. I was raised Catholic, and that was especially disappointing, but not surprising, I suppose. The Pentecostal church did eventually try to help us, and they didn't like what they found. I don't like the labels, but I'm sure you can guess what they called it, and said that they'd need the whole congregation to get rid of it, wanted me to get baptized to move forward and all that. Long story short, they still couldn't get rid of it, and it just came back, more ticked off than ever it seemed. We had to learn to just not feed it any fear or stress or anger, and we had to cleanse every couple of days for the rest of the years that we lived there. I also had a crash course in occult stuff to deal with it myself because it was pretty obvious that there was no easy access to help. I did manage it at home much better from then on though, and I took control of my own space. But we had such bad luck too those whole 8 years that we were there. My husband is a vet, and he was struggling to get his disability to 100%, even though he was forced out on medical because he couldn't work like he used to. Eventually, that house caused us bankruptcy, and we let the bank take it, willingly too, to get out. I just couldn't bring myself to sell it to someone after, well, all of that. When we moved, I was really afraid too that it was going to follow us. My husband went back up one last time to grab some furniture and stuff that we'd left. The power had been turned off with the electric company the week before, and when he came in, all the lights were on, the AC was blowing, water was running in the faucet. He just backed out and called me. "You mind if we just leave the rest?" is what he said. I didn't make him go back in, so in the end we left a sofa set and a bunch of other stuff behind. I swear though that the first night in the new house, I saw what some would call an angel. I'm not a Christian, so I just say light, and felt such peace and relief, a strong knowing that it was done and we wouldn't be followed. I couldn't remember ever sleeping so well up until that time as well, and genuinely, I loved that rental. Now, here's the thing, we found out a bunch of weird stuff after this as well. The last 3 people who had owned it before us had also filed bankruptcy, and they had been foreclosed on as well, which I found interesting. Also, once you've lived with the paranormal like that, you're more open whether you'd like to be or not, so there's always something knocking around our homes now. I no longer fear it, I'm kind of numb to it to be honest. It's really just normal for us, but never again has it been something like that either. I had a healer for a while, and she called it a forced kundalini from overexposure to a strong entity, but again, I don't know about any of that, and I'm just glad that we're out of there and we never had to go back. When I was 13 or 14, I had a nightmare that woke me up. At the time, I slept on the bottom bunk bed that I shared with my brother. Feeling relieved that it was just a dream, I opened my eyes a little bit more and see a 6-foot-tall, thin silhouette standing next to my bed. Squinting, I looked at its face and it looked like my older brother smiling at me. I wondered what on earth he was doing in my room in the middle of the night like this.
He slept in the room across the hall. But then I saw my brother's face morph into an androgynous stranger with long blonde hair and a menacing smile. It extended its hands, and in one of its hands, I saw an axe with a half-moon blade. The figure began to raise the axe above its head, both hands on the hilt, ready to strike, and it jumped toward me at a speed probably half the speed of what you'd expect. I shouted as loudly as I could while yanking my covers over my face and turning away from the figure. My scream woke up my whole family, and I can't prove that it was a dream within a dream, but honestly, it felt real to me. I also experienced strange phenomena in that room, like an RC car turning its wheels randomly in the quiet hours of the early morning. Its only controller, though, was resting on my dresser, empty of batteries. My question for all of you guys, though, is, was this a mimic? And do mimics scare young kids like this? I mean, I don't think it was sleep paralysis because I was awake and moving. I don't think it was a dream because I felt like I was awake. So, what could this be, and what other being could this have been? When I was in elementary school, I was also attending music school. That morning, I was heading towards the bus stop where I waited for the bus every day. I remember that it was raining that morning, everything was still wet, and I was carrying my umbrella folded in my hand. Now, there was a place to sit at the bus stop, so I sat down, put my umbrella between my legs, and since it was the time without mobile phones, I was just looking at the ground. Occasionally, I would look up towards the street to see if my bus was coming. I looked up, glanced to the left, and saw a mailman with a big, heavy bag, holding an umbrella with a wooden handle shaped like a duck's head. I followed him with my eyes and focused on that umbrella. As he passed by me, I saw him from behind and noticed that his pant legs were muddy and wet from the rain. I didn't pay too much attention though, and I looked down for about another 10 seconds. When I looked up again, I looked to the left, and that was when I saw the same mailman coming towards me, but it was again, with the same bag and the same umbrella, with a wooden handle shaped like a duck's head. At that moment, I was sort of startled. The bus arrived. I got on the bus through the front door and watched the mailman until he turned into a yard. And to this day, I really still don't understand what the heck happened there and how it was even possible to see the same person twice within about 10 seconds coming from the same direction. Before I begin, I should probably establish some background. This happened during my senior year of high school, so about 6 or so years ago. I've always struggled and suffered with sleeping issues, insomnia, nightmares, lucid dreams, and even some sleep paralysis. These things run throughout my family quite frequently, in fact. Now, due to my negative association with my own bed, and by extension my bedroom as a whole, I would often sleep on a spare mattress in the middle of the living room. This night was no different, until I would feel myself slowly slipping into consciousness, but only due to an unusual feeling, that being my limp body being gently and slowly lifted up towards the ceiling. I distinctly recall the feeling of my long hair dangling below me too. As I floated there above my bed, I would feel this overwhelming sense of danger, doom, and plain evilness. My heart was beating intensely and my mind was racing, but I couldn't move. I tried to scream and talk, but I couldn't get anything out. It felt like an eternity until some noise from the apartment would force whatever was going on to finally release me. I would feel myself hit my mattress before pouncing up petrified. The time was 3-something in the morning, and it took me a couple of hours just to calm down. I didn't sleep that night, and for a week after that, I slept with the lights on too. What do you guys think actually happened though? Personally, I don't think it was something normal like sleep paralysis or whatever. I mean, I hit the mattress quite hard, and I remember even seeing some things moved around that just didn't make sense unless I actually fell from that height. So I work in a medical office, and my coworker said that she came in one morning to open up, but when she got there, the door was already unlocked. All of the lights were on, the radio was on. In fact, it looked like somebody had already opened. Yet the building appeared empty. No cars in the parking lot either. Thing is, she and I were the only ones with a key, and our boss was out of town at the time. So, who opened that morning? It was around 4 a.m, whoever it was, but we all closed the office together the day before like usual. It was usually 3 of us that collaboratively did it, which we all remembered doing, so it's not that we left everything on and the door unlocked or anything. Scared and shaky, she said that she didn't know what else to do but to walk in and timidly go, "Hello." When she told me the story, I was like, "You didn't, did you?" After that, we had a running joke about how she would be the first to die in a horror movie. She would bring it up sometimes and we would laugh about it. On another occasion, my coworker, the one who walked in and shakily went hello, said that she would be there by herself in the morning hours and feel someone walk behind her as she had her back turned. Like, you know how the air moves when somebody walks past you real close? She genuinely thought that somebody had come in, but when she turned around, obviously nobody was there. When she left later and a new girl took her place, the new girl reported the same thing happening from time to time too. On other occasions, I used to come in on the weekends to use our gym. The first time I did this, I saw a dark shadowy head peek out at me from the corner of the hallway, then sort of dart back. It was as if someone was there and I had surprised or scared them maybe. I knew that it was our ghost at that point, so I would say, "Hey, it's just me," when I arrived, so they didn't freak out. It happened the first few times and then eventually it stopped. I guess after it got used to me arriving on Sunday mornings. I was there by myself on a Sunday too when I saw a tall man standing in the gym as I passed the hallway. He was looking at me. He seemed different than the hallway peeking ghost who was shorter and not as clear, but I sort of did a double take, but when I went back to check the gym, nobody was there. Our new Filipino PT saw the same tall man standing in the back office area, as in the section where our desks and computers were, and went back there quickly because he thought that it was a patient that needed something, but obviously there was no one. He came out and asked if a patient had just gone into the back office. We said no, and the secretary got really scared, and the new PT brushed it off, saying that it must have just been a spirit. They see those all the time in the Philippines apparently, and it's allegedly nothing to worry about. That certainly didn't help us though, and made all of us really feel a bit more unsettled, I guess. In any case, I was closing up one day, and I was the last person to leave. I had to stay late to finish paperwork, and the activity always ramped up past 5 p.m. if there was anybody still in the building, or sometimes on weekends too when we weren't supposed to be there. I heard an elderly man say "help me" as if he were right beside me, and I knew that nobody was there. But I went around to every room to make sure that there wasn't a patient still hanging out anyway, and confirmed that I was the only one there. On another occasion, I was the last person in the building again. A patient needed to get his car towed out of the parking lot, and the tow truck was blocking my car, so I couldn't get out that day. I opted to just wait inside for them to finish when all of a sudden I heard dishes crashing in the kitchen. We had this tiny kitchen or laundry room area at work, and it was as if someone was violently throwing them. That day, I didn't even bother checking it out because I knew what it was. Instead, I decided to just get out of there as quickly as I could and to just wait outside. Personally, I think the ghosts, or whatever they were, just didn't like it when we were invading their personal time. After office hours seemed to be the worst. The incidences were less frequent during the middle of the day or work week, unless we just noticed them less perhaps. These are only my own accounts, but my co-workers had other things happen to them too, and I didn't get all of their stories. One minor one though was that the secretary said that she was working late at night with our billing lady to set something up on the computer, and the radio turned on by itself. It was all static, which it was never like that, before it started flipping through channels. She got really scared by that, and in the end they just left. Anyway, if you have any questions, then feel free to ask about pretty much anything, but I don't work there anymore, and to be honest, I'm actually grateful for that. Not long ago, my mum and I were talking about ghosts and scary stuff, since the house she has now is also haunted, and she told me a very frightening story. So that day, she needed to do the laundry. For that, you needed to go downstairs in the basement. She got downstairs, and while on her way down, she started to feel anxious or watched, a little bit scared. You know that weird sort of bad feeling that tells yourself that you should not stay there? That's what she had. Like I said though, she needed to do the laundry, so that's what she did. So there she was, putting the clothes in the washing machine. This feeling was still there and was growing. She tried to not give it attention and to just keep doing what she was doing, but the sensation of being watched was now more menacing than before, so it was becoming harder and harder for her to just ignore it. And then, while she was still putting the clothes in the washing machine, she heard something growl. A low, long, menacing growl, but it was coming from far from her. My courageous mother decided to stay there, just going faster because now she truly was scared, which is understandable. A couple of seconds later, she heard it again, a bit closer to her this time, and a lot more menacing. She finally started that washing machine, but now she needed to take the clean clothes and bring them upstairs. While she was taking them to transfer them into a basket, she heard it again, and it was closer. So close that she felt its breath this time caressing her neck. In panic, she finally decided to just get upstairs, getting out of the basement. Not even after she got like the third step though, she felt something grabbing her foot. Not exactly, but you know what I mean perhaps. She almost fell at the hold, and again she heard this growl. Luckily, she didn't fall, so she kept going faster and scared now. Then, not even at the halfway point, she suddenly lost her breath. She described it like someone was strangling her, just without the feeling of hands around her neck. She also says that she felt like a hold on her, making it harder for her to get up the stairs. It was like somebody was pushing her, forcing her to get back into the basement. She fell at that all of a sudden, and without any air, she literally needed to crawl up the stairs. Plus, she was pregnant at the time, so just imagine how much harder it was to crawl and get out of this situation. She finally reached the door though, and she said that as soon as she passed that door and closed it, her breath came back immediately and she was no longer feeling this weird feeling and this sensation of being watched. Now, she felt safe. Now, I have slept in that basement for quite some time, and I have never felt or experienced anything like this. I really don't know why, but maybe since she's religious, something bad tried to do something to her or hurt her or something. If somebody has an explanation or questions, then it would be great to read it and to reach out, and I would be glad to try and answer what I can. I can also ask her for some more stories if you'd like, as she's experienced a lot of paranormal stuff. Maybe not as scary as that one, but they are for sure still pretty creepy. Anyway, thanks for listening and, well, wish me luck in this basement. The following took place in approximately 1990 in a Southern California medical school morgue. I will relate things in detail as I can clearly still remember them as if it was yesterday. So, the entrance to the main morgue office and laboratory is housed behind a solid, secure pair of double doors. These doors are often left open during work hours, but if nobody is in the office, they are secured. As soon as you step through the threshold in front of you, about a yard away is a big blue shower curtain that conceals the room behind it. To the right is the office area that is somewhat cramped with 3 large desks and 1 huge filing cabinet. The extremely basic files of each case, their ID number and death certificate, are initially kept in the file drawers until after the case has been used or moved on to its next location. To the left is a large storage area that houses large freezers for bodies, as well as numerous shelves with specimens and supplies. As cliché as it may sound, the day of my sighting started out like any other. I was the only one working on 3 separate cases that were all situated on their respective gurneys, and also in their own level of the embalming process. I had been working on the cases for maybe about 3 hours, without interruption from any of my co-workers. I think it's safe to say that I was very absorbed in my work on that particular day. It was getting close to lunch, however, so I decided to wash up and head to the office to take my lunch. As I passed by the door to the room that held the 3 large vertical refrigerators and the row upon row of already embalmed bodies, I looked to my right and clearly saw a full-sized apparition. I froze in my footsteps, like a character in a cartoon, and looked to my right further to see an older man standing in front of the closest vertical refrigerator. It was simply standing there. I could see through him, but at the same time clearly identify it as a person. As I stood there and looked for what seemed like minutes, it was probably only seconds though, the apparition turned and looked at me, and simply faded away and disappeared, almost like cigarette smoke dissipates into its environment. I continued to look in that direction, dumbfounded by what I had just seen. It was not scary in the least, but almost comforting, I guess, as if it was a completely natural, everyday occurrence. I merely went into the office and saw my co-worker William and exclaimed, "You won't believe what I just saw." He was completely unfazed though and looked at me and said, "You saw a ghost." I was more taken aback by his knowing what I had seen than what I had truly seen, to be honest. He went on to tell me that he had seen them quite often and enjoys the interaction when it happens. When we told our co-worker Joe what I saw, they were completely taken aback, scared and frantic. I tried to explain the visit as more of a comforting interaction than one like, think of a typical Hollywood haunting or whatever. That offered little comfort though, and the rest of the day it was rather off-kilter, I guess. One of the other employees that works for the morgue office, in a paperwork capacity exclusively, was Lola. She worked way down the hall, away from the actual work facilities. She was basically responsible for processing every piece of paper that needed to be dealt with through our office, that is. She was a petite, insightful lady who believed strongly in spirited events that involve interactions with the deceased. She would often attend seance-like events with friends and has reported successful contacts. She had plans to attend one of her spiritual meetings. The following day, she would bring it up to the group in attendance, and we all kind of thought that that was kind of neat, but really just shrugged it off and didn't think of her involvement in the situation again. That was until 3 days later when she came to speak to us about what she had come across. Apparently, her group leader during this seance-like meeting reached out inquiring as to the desire of the apparition that appeared before me. The group leader received the sense that the apparition was just somewhat confused and didn't quite know where to go. This theme continued during the meeting, with the apparition just being uncomfortable and lacking direction. The other extremely noteworthy feeling, though, the group leader came across was the letter W, constantly appearing before her apparently. It was as if the whole meeting and the interaction with the apparition revolved around the level of confusion in the letter W over and over again. Everyone's curiosity was spiked by what Lola had to say though, me especially. We all then walked over to where I saw the apparition, and I explained to everybody what I had seen and where I saw it. And that's when things got a little bit eerie. I don't recall who noticed it first, but in one of the refrigerators directly in front of where I saw the apparition was a name tag or label, and the tag said William Wood. There's no doubt in my mind as to what I saw that day, and reflecting back upon it, I believe my conscious level of thinking was down while my subconscious level was up, having been so involved in working on the cases all morning. I think that somehow this allowed my subconscious or inner spirit or whatever you want to call it to perhaps see something that I would not normally see. A sort of heightened level of relaxation, of openness, so to speak. And as you can probably see, all of this has really stuck with me. So I started this job about a month ago. I'm an overnight security officer in one of multiple buildings on a large campus. I signed an NDA, so I really cannot be more specific to potentially identify my client. But I started my job training on first shift, and I'll admit that I was skeptical when I started hearing the stories. Things moving, doors opening and closing, actual full-bodied apparitions in the middle of the day, a little girl that throws things in one of the older buildings, stuff of that nature. I'm usually pretty sensitive to the paranormal, having experienced it often growing up. I've experienced many unexplainable things, but the buildings I trained in just didn't feel threatening, so I just dismissed it. I've been working my regular shift for 2 weeks now, and on my first day on third shift, I was checking a bathroom when a shadow man leaned out and glared at me as the door shut. Instantly, I felt paralyzed, and I no longer felt safe. But I tried to brush it off and told myself that it should be okay. I mean, I need this job. It's the only place in my area that pays a livable wage. I put up with every whisper, every bang, every uneasy feeling of danger as I walked through the building, and I told myself that it's just an adjustment period. We're new to each other and it should calm down with time. Yesterday, I learned that my building specifically was built on top of a historical graveyard, specifically a graveyard for slaves and their descendants. When the property was bought by my client, the bodies were exhumed and moved across the street, but their original resting place, that is right under my feet every night when I go to work. Tonight I was checking the emergency exits, which are enclosed in a stairwell. I checked the door was secure and there were no hazards. Then I tried to re-enter the building from the stairwell and the door was held tight. I would open it just enough to see that no one was there on the other side and it would slam shut again. A few minutes after that, I finally got out of the stairwell and I entered a loading area and was immediately confronted by a massive shadow figure-looking hat man, at least 7 feet tall, and was watching me. I took a deep breath and I just kept moving. Funnily enough, tonight was probably the least threatened that I've felt since starting working nights here. But anyway, I have a friend on day shift in my building, and before I went into work last night, she told me that the activity yesterday was wild. She warned me that she had been touched on the staircase and that there had been a lot of voices. She told me to be careful around the elevator and emergency exits because she was getting bad vibes, as she called it. Honestly, I should have listened too. My first patrol was eerily quiet. At this point, I'm used to some kind of noise, a humming or a tapping at least, talking and doors opening and closing at most. But my first hour at work was completely silent. My second patrol is when the shadows started moving, stretching and following me. The first floor, which I previously thought was safe, was starting to feel ominous all of a sudden, and everything stayed somewhat calm until midnight. That was when I started getting touched. Being touched, that had never happened before, and I liked it even less that it was on my shoulders and head that were being targeted. I wear my hair in a long braid to keep it out of the way, and last night, it was tugged on multiple times. And unlike my friend, they didn't keep the touches in the stairwell. They followed me in and out of the rooms, and I could hear angry muttering the entire time. I tried talking to them, I asked them to back off a little bit. I just wanted to do my job, and it's Friday anyway. I'll be gone for 2 days after this. I tried to kindly explain why I had to check everything, but the activity just got worse. What ended up being my last patrol at 4 a.m. though was definitely the scariest. I should have known better as well. I should have paid closer attention. On the previously safe first floor, I could hear footsteps following me. Then I checked the second bathroom. I did my ritual, knock twice, hold the door for 5 to 10 seconds, announce myself, and then enter. But when I entered, a massive shadow was stood in the back corner, and I could tell that it did not want me there. I could feel its glare and the raw aggression rolling through the air from it. This was so much worse than anything I'd experienced yet. I was shaky and I stood still in place for a moment. So I apologized but explained that I needed to check the bathroom. It disappeared suddenly and I excused myself to continue my patrol. On the third floor, the door to the staircase was held shut again. They wouldn't let me back in the building for almost 5 minutes. It was a battle to even get in there. I tried walking down, but the lower level doors were also held firm. I wanted to respect their wishes, but I also needed to finish my patrol. Finally, I'm able to go to the second floor, and immediately I felt terrified as the elevator door opened. The floor felt somehow impossibly dark. I walked out, and what was silence exploded into noise. I could hear banging on the walls, and I took a deep breath. I needed to finish this patrol. So, like the idiot I am, I kept going, and my braid was pulled as I moved to go into the central fire riser, the system that feeds the water to overhead sprinklers. But I still had longer to go. I round the corner from the storage quad to go down the main hallway, and the light that doesn't come on until I'm on the other side of the hallway turns on suddenly. And that was when dread filled my gut. I keep going. I make it to the other end undisturbed. As I approach the first bathroom on that side, I hear a creaking sound though. Initially I dismiss it. There's a roof access nearby I have to check, and it probably came from there after all. I do my checks and I notice that shadows are congregating around the elevator now. I walk up the small, solid concrete stairs to check the roof access, and everything seems okay. I step back inside and the concrete seems to shake under me slightly, which was definitely unnerving, but this is literally the last part of my patrol, so I was like, it's fine, I'll just get it over and done with. I'll go back to the office, radio in a complete patrol, and it should be fine. And I got into the elevator. The elevator moved maybe a foot before it happened. A loud bang, and I screamed as it fell. The door didn't open. I was dazed and afraid, and for some reason I didn't radio in for backup right that second. I was panicked, I guess, and dumb, I know that, and so I pressed another button. But the door opened, and I was somehow safely on the ground floor. Well, I got out as quickly as I could, and I went to my office to call it in. I would later learn after I got home that my dog had started freaking out at about the same time as I started my patrol on the second floor. She had scared my family in her desperation to get out, and honestly, I'm just really scared now. I know that I'm not safe there. I don't want to just walk away, but I'm actively searching for any kind of protection that I can get, and I will definitely be using the staircases from now on. So I was maybe 9 to 10 years old, and we had just moved to a more islandish neighborhood in West Virginia, right over a massive bridge. We were moving in with some close family friends and their family. The house was relatively big with at least 4 bedrooms, including the office, a basement, 2 bathrooms, and an attic and walk-in closet. In order to get to our room, we had to walk through the upstairs bathroom, then through the walk-in closet, and on the other side of our room was another door that connected to another bedroom. When we first moved in, we were told that the previous owners, or tenants, that they practiced voodoo, although I'm not sure what exactly it was, to be honest. But whatever it was, there were tons of dolls in the house, ranging from baby dolls to just the heads and hanging Barbies, all that. Outside of the room that me and my mother occupied were 4 pencils with yarn heads on them. They were sort of strapped outside the door, and written on each pencil was a name. I don't remember the names, but we all advised our family friends not to remove them. It felt wrong to us, I suppose, but he did anyways, and our bedroom door didn't stay shut for whatever reason. At the time, I was still super small, so I still sat on a full car seat, and we used the car seat to sort of keep the door cracked instead of wide open. And one particular night, all the adults except for 2 and their 3 to 4-year-old child, they went out to a local bar. I stayed back with my iPad watching it in our room. I accidentally turned off my iPad, and at that time I didn't know the password to get back in. So I tried to turn the TV on, but that didn't work, so I was just sort of left there in silence with my toys. I remember feeling how quiet it was. Like, you know that it shouldn't be as quiet as it was. Maybe 10 minutes or so goes by, and for no good reason I can think of, my door just suddenly flies wide open, even with the car seat still in front of it. I remember breaking down in tears over it, and honestly, when I think about it, it still shakes me a bit. I was told the toddler probably used that bathroom and pushed the door open, but with how fast it was, I would have seen them running away or something. I have had other encounters in that house after that, ranging from my toys not being where I left them and not being able to shower with the frosted glass doors, as I could vividly see a figure outside of them that wasn't there. But we moved shortly after, only a couple of months, as things between the family got abusive and weird, and so thankfully I didn't have to put up with it for too long. So back in 2017, my wife, or girlfriend at the time, and I were living in this house as young adults, 19-ish years old. I was smoking a bit, not even good weed too, but just some mid stuff, and we were watching something on TV. My wife wasn't smoking. The TV is hanging on the wall, and to the left of the TV is the hallway. The left side of the hallway is the bathroom, the right side is the spare bedroom, and the straight back was our bedroom. While watching TV, I noticed a black shadowy figure glide through the bathroom door, glides across the hall and goes into the spare bedroom. Obviously, it didn't open any door, just sort of went through them. The figure was roughly about 5 feet tall, I would say, and very broad-shouldered. So I see the figure appear and disappear. I instantly thought that my weed was laced or something. I started looking at my blunt, even though I felt fine, and I really didn't say anything about it. I thought that I was just seeing things, so I started laughing a bit. While this happens though, our dogs were laying at my feet until the figure appeared, and they were suddenly terrified and got on the couch with us. My wife asks, "Why are you laughing?" and I replied with, I thought that I saw something." And she immediately replied with, "Did it come out of the bathroom?" That's when we talk about what we had seen, and we both were seeing the same thing apparently. Same description of it and everything. After it disappears, I get back up to check the spare bedroom and whatnot, make sure all the doors are locked and all that, no windows open. I check the ceiling fan because it was on, just to see if the shadow of the fan blades could have possibly been whatever that we saw, but there's just no way possible that it could have been that fan. With the dogs getting scared and just being able to sense a great presence of energy that night, I fully believe that it was a ghost or a spirit or a demon or something similar. 7.5 years later, and I have never experienced anything remotely close to this again.
The backstory to the house too is that it was my wife's aunt's house and she had let us take over to rent it while she moved out with her boyfriend. I don't know much about the house otherwise, but the aunt never experienced anything like this and thinks that we were just tweaking out on weed. Note too that we stayed in this house for a few more weeks before we finally moved out. This happened to me roughly 1.5 years ago, and I still get anxious thinking back about what happened in the summer of 2023. It was the year that I had my first success with my online business, which allowed me to start traveling Europe while working and saving up for my dream of buying some farmland. 2023 started amazingly. I lived a few months in Malta, then in Budapest, visiting friends who studied abroad. I'm originally from Germany. I'm 32, turning 33 this year, and the first few destinations were a wonderful contrast to the miserable cold winters that drag on for months in Germany. After having a tremendous time in Malta and Budapest, it was already the beginning of summer. My final destination that summer was to visit a friend. His name was Ben. He's about a year younger than me, and currently studying medicine in Varna, located in the very east of Bulgaria. It's an interesting place with lots of Soviet-style, slightly run-down architecture, but it still has its charm as a beach city. The people there are very nice, and there are some beautiful spots. There are many expats, and I spent my days enjoying the large parks near the beach itself, and the various cafes and clubs. I met lots of people, and frequently went out to beach clubs with them on weekends. It was a nice hot summer, and I was enjoying myself, until one particular night. You see, I was out with Ben and many of his university friends again. We had partied all night, had drinks, danced for hours, and just enjoyed ourselves during this wonderful summer night. Since we'd been to day events before the party, I started feeling tired and I decided to head home eventually. I should describe the layout of the city quickly as well, as it's quite unique. Varna has a beach along its entire length, and for most parts there are very big parks stretching for kilometers along the beach before they lead to the city. My rented apartment, it was slightly northwest of the clubs, roughly a 10 to 15 minute walk, which I'd done many times by this stage. People had warned me about occasional attacks or muggings or robberies or whatever, always asking me to walk at least part of the way with someone. I usually didn't listen, just walked with my music playing, though I remained wary of my surroundings at all times. That night, a few people who were also tired left with me. They lived a bit more west of me, so I had to leave them after about 5 minutes or so, and continued alone with my music as I always did. It must have been around 4 in the morning when I came to a park that I usually cross, separate from the main beach parks, closer to where I was actually living. It being summer and a weekend, there were still a few people walking around and driving, even at like 4 a.m. When I entered the park, I wasn't shocked to see someone sitting on a bench, maybe 50 meters ahead of me to the right. He was sitting there, staring at his phone, and I remember the scene vividly. Behind him were some bushes and trees, but as the lighting in the park was very sparse, I only noticed at the last moment that somebody else was approaching him from behind through said bushes. I think because I walked into the park, the guy sitting on the bench must have briefly looked up from his phone and heard somebody approaching. Honestly too, it all happened so fast. I saw someone running out of the bushes with both hands raised over their head, holding a large rock, sprinting at the guy, still sitting there as he turned his head. Not immediately realizing the danger, I kept walking briefly before stopping. The guy on the bench screamed and ran straight out of the park, vaulting over another row of bushes and disappearing across the street. I pulled off my headphones and just stood there watching, not fully comprehending what was actually happening. You need to understand that this all happened really quickly. Until the guy who had just tried to attack the other person with a rock turned to face me. A shiver ran down my spine
as adrenaline rushed through me, preparing to run. When he lifted that rock again and started manically smiling while running in my direction, I instantly turned and I ran for my life. He followed me for roughly 2 minutes. I could still see him behind even after crossing the street. I ran around the block and was incredibly relieved to find a kebab shop still open. I rushed through the door. The people inside were shocked and I couldn't speak straight, but I didn't need to say much as the psychopath came to the store and started bashing the window with the rock. And suddenly, when the glass broke, he finally ran away. Now, what makes this even more chilling is that I later discovered that I probably encountered someone who wasn't new to violence. In the same city, same park, someone had been bludgeoned and killed with multiple stabs in the back just 1 year earlier. I waited a few minutes, I put my music back in, and I quickly walked home, carefully avoiding the park. Afterwards, I was shaking at home, locking every door. I couldn't sleep well, and the next morning I discovered that I had fractured a tooth from grinding it in my sleep that night. I'm forever grateful that this whole thing turned out okay, obviously. I'm also grateful that I met those people who offered to smoke earlier, as the timing may have actually saved both me and the guy on the bench. I mean, if I hadn't have entered that park at that exact moment, the man on the bench, he really might not have noticed his attacker in time. While this was the scariest situation of my life, other than nearly drowning in the ocean once, I think that I learned that there are some situations that you really just cannot control. Stay safe out there, everyone, and maybe don't walk through the park alone at 4 a.m. in a foreign city. But hey, maybe that's just common sense. So my roommates and I are young girls living alone in our college townhouse neighborhood. The house was built no later than maybe 3 to 4 years ago, and honestly that's really pushing it. But lots of weird stuff has been happening, and last night it all sort of came to a head. So we're all Christians, and I grew up Catholic, so we all very much believe in spirits and demons and all that, and the power of Christ to defeat them. I had a dream maybe a couple of months ago of my dog growling at an evil presence, and I rebuked it in the dream in the name of Jesus and woke up suddenly because my white noise was off and it was 3:33 a.m. I wasn't like totally terrified by that or anything, but then my coworker came over and said that she swore that she heard me banging around in the house and the back of the house when I wasn't home. And it keeps happening. I always hear my roommate banging around in her room when she's not even home. We will hear knocking on the walls, and I've heard my dog rustling around in his kennel when he's right next to me, etc., etc. And so I thought that maybe there's an animal somewhere. Until last night. You see, last night I was sitting on the couch doing some homework and watching some TV. I let out a low whistle and I immediately hear it repeated back to me. Again, I am all alone, and so I rewinded the TV to see if it was just a really well-timed coincidence, and there was zero whistling. So I called my sister, who lives 3 houses down, to come over, and she runs over and doesn't see anyone outside around the house or anything. Naturally, I go through the house with my industrial wasp spray can and check to make sure that there's nobody actually in the house. I came back to where my sister is and she says to me, "Don't whistle right now, I'm freaked out." But I can assure you that I didn't whistle at all. But she swore that she heard me whistle again. My roommate finally comes home, but I tell her what happened and eventually I leave, offering her to come with, but she says that she's fine and just wants to go to bed. Then she texts me in around maybe an hour or so and says, "Are you back home?" And I say no, and she tells me that she heard me talking this whole time, and I just said yoo-hoo, trying to get her attention. So she heard me talking too. Obviously, something is in this house, and my question is, as a Christian, is what the heck do we do about this? How do we get rid of it? And can we even get rid of it? I've experienced many paranormal encounters while on duty as a police officer, but there was one call that I went to, a death notification, that really freaked me out. I had to contact some family members of a deceased woman that was involved in a fatal car accident a few miles away from her home. When I arrived, I met a woman near the roadway just inside of the property gate. She said that she had heard me coming from miles away, and I asked her if she lived at the residence, which she confirmed that she did. After asking her to speak with me at the house, she agreed, but she said that she needed to walk as the house was about 75 yards from the road. After making it to the house, I approached the front door on a small wooden porch and began scanning the driveway for the woman. It was about 1 a.m. at this stage. While looking for the woman, the front door opened and a younger woman appeared. She was obviously concerned about my presence and asked if everything was okay, and so I asked if I could speak with her and any adults inside, and they welcomed me in. I told her that I would wait for the woman I met near the gate, and she told me that nobody else should be home. I then freaked out a bit and began searching the property, but there was nothing. After entering the residence, I told her and her husband the news about Susan, which ended up being her mother, and she said that her mother moved in a few months back after her father had passed and wasn't handling it well. While she and her husband were comforting one another, I began looking at photos on the wall. There was this picture of a middle-aged woman that stuck out to me. She was a younger version of the woman that I spoke with near the gate. And while looking at the picture, the daughter confirmed that that was actually her mother, the woman that had passed in that wreck. Honestly, I really have no way to explain this. I mean, did I really speak with the ghost of the individual that died in the crash just before telling her family about what happened? To give a tad bit of background, my family is heavily Catholic, and I find myself a bit skeptical in anything spiritual or religious, I guess. But really, I just don't know how else to explain what has happened to me. When I was maybe 14 to 16, maybe as a way to distance myself from the church, I found an intense interest in the occult, paganism, things of that sort. I would even practice witchcraft from time to time, in an attempt to get some kind of definitive proof that something is out there. Nothing really worked, but it did feel like something was happening when I practiced. A practice I got especially into and would do frequently is meditation, which isn't inherently spiritual, I know that, but it does help in certain cases. Anyways, this story starts while I was meditating in my room. I am maybe, halfway through my 15 minutes that I'd planned to meditate when something just felt wrong all of a sudden. I cannot properly explain the emotion that I had. My best attempt would be the feeling of going down off the peak of a roller coaster, mixed with a sorrow of sorts. Anyway, so I feel that in my gut, and I open my eyes to scan the room. Everything looked in place, but that feeling just wouldn't go away. I turned to pause my timer, then I noticed a painting on my wall, which I had for quite a while at this stage. It was the Starry Night painting, and as I scanned over to it, something about it was just wrong. It looked as if all the stars were actually glowing. The longer that I looked, the more bright a certain star got as well. It was one of the stars in the top left corner, just to the right of the trees. This star slowly but surely got brighter and brighter, and I was so sure that I was dreaming or hallucinating or something that I had gotten up off of the bed and started to make my way toward the painting. But as I got up and started to move closer, the star would fade. Not as if someone was dimming the lights though, it was as if a fog was setting over this star. As I got even closer, The fog practically snuffed out the star, and in its place it was dark. I sat for a minute trying to just process what had just happened in my brain, still looking at this dark spot on my painting. As I stared, though, something started to appear out of the dark noise. At first, I thought it was the star coming back into my vision, but as it became more clear, I saw it for what it really was. A face. A whole figure, actually, big enough to cover a large portion of the painting. I remember my fight or flight kicking in when realizing what I was actually looking at. I distinctly remember thinking that the feeling of that experience went from curious to bad. Still, I stayed in place and waited to see what else would happen, like I was in some kind of trance. Once the figure was fully visible, I felt like it saw me. We were looking at each other eye to eye, soul to whatever it was, and we sat there for 20 seconds or so with nothing happening, and I was about to be done with this and run out of the room, but then it did something. It started to reach out its hand, not in a threatening way, almost as if it was offering something. I don't really know what it was selling, but I certainly wasn't buying. Its hand almost looked as if it was fully outside of this painting as well. This was the last straw. I'd gotten my taste of paranormal for the night, and I ran to my light switch and flicked on my bright overhead light. I had a dim lamp on for meditation, and looked at the painting. And suddenly, it was totally normal. Nothing different about it. I sat and stared to see if something would happen, and nothing ever did. As I was coming back from my trance, I realized my face was wet with tears, something that I hadn't noticed before the light was on. I then go to my phone to text whoever, telling someone about this, but I stopped before even unlocking it. Almost 30 minutes had passed since I had paused that timer, and that felt like an impossibly long time. There was absolutely no way that I spent 30 minutes staring at a painting just then. It felt like maybe 3 to 4 minutes of watching tops. After realizing my little time loss, I freaked out and ran into my mother's room. Needing somebody else's presence, I just couldn't stand being alone anymore. She heard my whole story and was 100% convinced that I had just had a run-in with a demonic presence. Putting meaning behind all of the visions, like how the stars were wholly ghost with demons putting a fog over them and all that sort of thing. I didn't know if I was fully on board with that idea, but I was just glad to be with someone other than myself. She then got my dad to go in and bless the room, leaving a Saint Benedict medal in my room to hopefully ward off anything negative. He then took the painting off the wall and took it outside, and that was the last time that I ever saw it. To be honest though, good riddance. I'm actually sharing this now in the same room that this all happened in as well. I won't lie too, I kind of feel off at times in here, I guess. Like I'm being watched, but having the medal and several crucifixes does help ease my feeling. I'm 19 now and about to be headed out for college, and I thought that I would put down this experience in writing before it fades anymore with time. I'm not exactly Catholic now, but I have given up the practice of my past. I'm fully open to any and all explanations that anyone may have as to what happened to me years ago, paranormal or not. And so, if you have anything to share, then thank you. Also, I'd like to just tack on here that I was absolutely sober during this entire experience and the entire day before that, and hallucinations are definitely not something that I've ever struggled with. I, a 33-year-old male, am a skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. I generally don't believe anything related to the paranormal, and would find explanations for what may be deemed paranormal. Well, except for one which happened to me and my siblings back in 2000. My family, my parents and two younger siblings, lived with our grandmother in a two-story house. Our family lives on the ground floor, whereas my grandmother, she has the second floor to herself. My parents have a separate room while my siblings and I share the same room in separate beds. Our bedroom and our parents' bedroom was connected by a sort of shared bathroom. My grandmother usually comes to our room and uses our bathroom to pee as well, and I guess it was to check up on us as well while our parents weren't home yet. Anyway, one night, our parents took an unusually long time to come home. So to pass the time, my siblings and I just watched Beauty and the Beast in one of those VHS tapes since it was our favorite Disney movie back then. We were watching the movie for some time when suddenly the door to our room just sort of spontaneously opened, and a few seconds later, the door to our toilet opened and closed, and we heard the flushing sound of the toilet. This was followed by the opening of the toilet door and the opening of our bedroom door. I remember my siblings and I being in a sort of state of shock, and we huddled together on the corner of the bed just sort of crying. I also distinctly remember that the television turned to static, and my siblings and I were freaked out the entire time. At the time, my siblings and I were around 9, 8, and 5 years old, so we were fully aware of what was happening. Eventually, our parents arrived and saw us crying, but they really didn't think anything of it. Well, the next day, my mother took me to the bathroom and she told me that my grandmother had actually passed away. I was certain that I did not tell them about the events that happened the previous night, and more than 2 decades have passed and my siblings and I never really discussed it. I conveniently thought of that event as a false memory since I never really got any confirmation from external sources that whatever happened was actually real, nor was I able to talk about it with my siblings. I just lived my life thinking that I never truly had a paranormal experience. Anyway, I'm currently doing a PhD in the United Kingdom, and I visited my family back home in the Philippines during the holidays. The entire family was in the car, and we were talking about grandmother's last birthday celebration. We were part Chinese, and she may have been like 70 years old for that birthday, so it was a special celebration and thus memorable. We were just sort of reminiscing about the event, but then my mother suddenly mentioned, "Do you remember about the day that she died and you were crying even though you didn't know that your grandmother was dead?" She then went into some detail about the events that my siblings and I experienced that night. Apparently, my younger sister had told my mother about that night when it was her turn to be told about my grandmother's passing, and that confirmed everything for me, and really freaked me the heck out. So, this happened to me, a 27-year-old female, about 6 years ago. At the time, I was working in a bar, so I got off work pretty late, usually around 3 a.m. Since I lived quite close to the bar, I would always walk home after my shift, and there were 2 different routes that I would take. One was along the street where most of the city's bars and the clubs were, and it was usually really crowded. Since I was pretty exhausted and I didn't want to see any more people that night, I took the other route, which was much quieter but also much darker, and I never felt very safe there at night. Anyway, as I was walking, a group of drunk guys approached me, blocking my way. I made it clear that I had no interest in talking to them, so they eventually let me pass. A nearby taxi driver must have seen what was going on because he rolled down his window and asked if I needed a ride home. I declined, saying that I didn't have to go too far, but he insisted, saying that he wouldn't even charge me. I thought that maybe he was looking out for me since he had seen the incident with the drunk guys, so I made the really stupid decision to accept this offer. After I got in, he asked for my address and we started driving. I even offered to pay him, but he refused. Shortly after, we arrived near my home, but instead of stopping, he just sort of drove past it.
I asked where he was going, and he acted like it was an accident, saying that he was just looking for a place to turn around. But he kept driving for a few more minutes until we ended up in an industrial area where he pulled into a dead end. At this point, I was terrified, but honestly I didn't know what to do, especially since my phone had died earlier. I just sort of sat there and eventually said, "Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to turn around." He looked at me, and I think he got scared to follow through with whatever he had planned. After a moment, he simply said that I was right, turned the car around, and drove me back to my place. My heart was pounding as I got out of that car, but I was really grateful that nothing terrible had happened that night. I know that it was incredibly stupid to get into that car in the first place, and I still don't fully understand why I made that decision. Honestly though, I think that I just got really lucky in the end. So, before I begin this, I would just like to say that this is a true story, and I am also of sound mind. So when I was 7, my family moved into a haunted house. There was an abandoned house that my friends and I would pass on our walk to school. It was in need of a lot of work, the grass was overgrown like a hayfield, and the driveway all tore up. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. And well, my friend and I decided one summer day to check it out. We thought that it would be a good idea to smash some of the windows out. We broke a sliding glass door and poked our heads in, and it immediately gave us chills. It was super eerie and oddly cold for a summer day in there. We dipped out and we never went back after that. Well, fast forward a few months and my parents tell me that we're moving. I jump in the truck to go with them to look at the house, and when we arrived, my heart instantly sank because it was that same house. I was really nervous. I thought that they knew my friend and I had broken the windows and I was about to get in trouble or something, but they didn't say a word about it, and it was just by some sort of fluke chance that it was the same house that apparently we were buying. We ended up moving in and my stepdad fixed the place up a bit. It was still eerily cold inside, and I remember the layout being very strange. The kitchen, for instance, that was in the basement, and there was a long L-shaped hallway that went behind the kitchen and really led to nowhere. The weird events, though, they started happening shortly afterward. The first one was when I was laying in bed one morning. I was awake but with the covers over my head, and I felt something that I can only describe as a fist being dropped onto my face. I ripped the covers down off of my head immediately to see who it was, but nobody was there. I kind of shrugged it off as a really weird occurrence, but later I'd find out that something was in that house and it was really ticked off at me. I can only assume that it was mad at me for breaking the windows or whatever, but I was walking down the stairs to the basement one day when I felt a shove in the middle of my back. It pushed me off the last 2 steps, like plain as day, as if somebody was behind me. I obviously glared behind me, but there was nothing there. Again, I shrugged this off as another weird occurrence, until it happened again. Exact same staircase, exact same steps. Something pushed me for a second time off of the last 2 steps. I really didn't want to tell anyone because I figured that they would think that I was going crazy or something. And truth be told, I thought that I might have been a little bit crazy. But fast forward a few months and my stepdad tells us that he had something freaky happen to him. He said that he was doing the tile in the bathroom and said that he saw a face in the tiles looking back at him. But it wasn't his reflection, it was a completely different face. Well, we ended up moving out of there and decades went by before I even thought about it again. I told my wife the story and wanted to bring her to the house,
We drove to it, and lo and behold, it was exactly as it was almost 30 years ago. Abandoned, the grass overgrown, and no renovations done on it at all. I drove by it the other day, and now it looks like somebody might be living there. I would genuinely love to talk to them to see if they experienced anything, but I also really don't want to freak them out, which really is what brings me here. What do you guys think that I should do? Should I just go and talk to them, or should I approach this a little differently? So I want to share a story of my childhood home in upstate New York, and I thought that you guys might like it. I personally don't know if I believe in the paranormal because, other than this house, I haven't experienced anything else. So, when my dad and my mum first bought this house, my dad was working at a nearby music store. I think it was anyway. While working here, he said that a very suspicious old man would come in, often wearing bones on his necklace. My dad, being punk and 20-something, thought that this necklace was awesome and asked the old man about it. The old man told him that they were real bones. My dad, messing with the old man because he didn't believe him, told him that he wanted a human skull. The man said that he could get him one. My dad thought that this was hilarious, and after a couple of weeks went by, he started to forget about it. But one day, that man came in and actually gave my dad a skull. My dad was very surprised, obviously, but assumed it wasn't real, and so he took it home. My mum, who is very superstitious, was really mad at my dad and told him to get rid of it. My dad decided to put it into the basement and forgot about it, and after this, the house was just never the same. My aunt told me that she saw my brother, who was probably a toddler around this time, being held by a little girl out of the corner of her eye. My mum also claims to have seen this little girl hanging around me and my brother's rooms when we were toddlers. My mother soon began to have horrific dreams and would see people standing by her bed. She woke up on multiple occasions screaming bloody murder and claiming that there were men in her closet. Weirdly too, sometimes she wouldn't even remember these fits. Now, when I was around 5, I started to have extreme night terrors as well. I would also sleepwalk, and one night my mum woke up in another scared frenzy that she would have. She quickly went to my room to see that I wasn't there. She went downstairs to see me sitting crisscross applesauce in front of the TV that wasn't even on. When she asked what I was doing, I told her that I was watching my show and that I wanted to hang out with my friends outside. I don't remember this, by the way, but my mum carried me upstairs and put me into bed. Eventually, too, my brother played with a Ouija board and claimed to see my mum standing up straight in bed with her eyes staring forward. When he tried to talk to her, she simply got back into bed and just went back to sleep. Another time, another thing that would happen is that you could hear people walking up and down the stairs, even when you were home alone. There was often knocking on my walls as well, and after my parents got divorced, my mum decided to move out of this house. The basement was very big and cluttered, so we called someone with a big garbage truck to help us empty it out. When my dad moved out, he didn't go looking for the skull because he had forgotten where he had put it down there, and after cleaning out the whole basement, going through everything, we never found that skull. There was no creepy history in that house as well, mind you. We actually knew the woman whose father built the house in the 80s, and other than this woman's family, we were the only other people to live there at the time. The last time that I was in that house before leaving, I truly felt terrified as well, like something was telling me to get out and leave. I ended up running out of that house in the end, and now my mum and I sleep just fine, and I have not experienced anything else like this, paranormal or whatever otherwise, since we moved out of that place.
Back in 2017, I was 25 and I was actually laying low in a completely isolated, dusty stretch of Ector County in Texas. I had an active warrant for a probation violation at the time, which meant that reaching out to the law for help was totally out of the question, no matter how terrifying things got. Now, I was staying in a converted metal workshop at the very end of a long, unlit dirt road with a sketchy guy that I was splitting a salvage gig with. Our dynamic was incredibly volatile too. Massive screaming matches that usually ended with him jumping into our only Jeep and tearing off in it, leaving me completely stranded. And to make things worse, the property was in a massive dead zone. If you wanted enough signal to send a text or even make a call, you had to physically walk over a mile down the dirt track to the main state highway intersection just to get a signal. And one Thursday night at around midnight, we had an absolute blowout. I locked myself in the back tool room to cool off, and when I finally came out, the Jeep was gone again. My phone was completely useless inside of the metal building, and I was so furious and wound up that I decided to just hoof it down the dark dirt road to the highway, figuring that he'd just be sitting in the driver's seat at the intersection where the reception finally kicked in. When I hit the asphalt at the edge of the highway, the road was completely dead though, no Jeep. I was totally on my own, surrounded by miles of flat empty brush and old oil fields. I started walking south along the shoulder toward a 24-hour truck stop that was another mile down the road, opening my phone and trying to call his number over and over as the bars finally popped up. About 10 minutes into the walk, a beat-up white box truck rattled past me, and a block down, its brake lights flared up, and the driver pulled hard onto the gravel shoulder. The engine just sat there, idling for a bit. I couldn't see anything through the back because it was a solid metal cargo wall, but suddenly the driver's side door swung wide open. My skin instantly went cold for some reason too, and I stopped dead in the dark. But right then, a pair of headlights topped the distant hill coming toward us. The driver of the box truck immediately slammed his door shut, hit the gas and tore off down the road. I tried to convince myself that it was just some guy pulling over to check his map or something. 5 minutes later, I heard the heavy, loose clanking of a bad exhaust behind me. I turned around. The white truck was coming back, but this time it had crossed completely over the center line and was crawling toward me on my side of the road, its high beams totally blinding me. The side windows were tinted pitch black, and as it rolled past at a literal walking pace, I noticed something deeply unsettling about the cargo box. Someone had cruelly cut a series of narrow vertical ventilation grates straight into the metal side panels, and in the glare of the dashboard light, I could see thick iron bars welded against the inside of the openings. Another random car rounded the bend, and the white truck immediately gunned it, fishtailing out and then vanishing. I had a horrible feeling in my gut at that point though. I turned right around and started making a break back toward my dirt road, and sure enough, here comes that clanking exhaust again. The truck passed me, slammed on its brakes 100 yards ahead, and pulled over. In the red glow of the taillights, I got a much better look at the back this time. It had a heavy padlock iron bar running completely across the rear roll-up door, locking it from the outside, it seemed. The driver's door popped open again, just a few inches. The guy inside was sitting there, waiting for me to walk up into the shadows. And like clockwork, the rumble of an oncoming semi-truck echoed down the road, and the white truck pulled its door shut and sped away again. My roommate still isn't answering any of my texts. I finally got near the mouth of the private dirt road that led back to the workshop, but right then, I saw the white truck making a U-turn under a distant oil rig light. I deliberately walked right past my turnoff and kept going straight down the highway. I knew the second that I turned into that private dirt road, I would lose my signal completely, and there would be absolutely zero traffic to scare this guy off. I pulled my phone out, held it flat against my chest, and started snapping frantic, blurry photos of the truck as it came back around. I texted the pictures to my best friend in Austin with the message, "If I don't check in tomorrow, show the cops this truck." The truck accelerated past me again, probably because the driver saw the glowing screen. I used that small window of time to call my friend. I told him to stay on the line with me no matter what, explaining that some freak in a modified box truck was stalking me on the highway. I turned back around and I ran for the hidden dirt road, thinking the phone had finally spooked him. The exact second that my boots hit the dirt incline, the white truck roared back around to the highway bend. I didn't think. I just sprinted up the steep dirt hill faster than I ever have in my life, veering straight off the path and diving headfirst into a thick patch of mesquite brush and cacti. From the shadows, I watched the yellow headlights of the truck slowly roll past my hiding spot, continuing straight up the road toward our workshop. I kept moving through the dark brush, tracking the road by the glow of his headlights. The night was dead silent, except for the old engine. I heard him turning around in our gravel yard before I even saw him too. I threw myself down behind a rusted piece of old machinery, pressing myself into the dirt. The white truck crept back down the hill, going about 5 miles an hour. The driver's side window was completely rolled down now, though I couldn't make out a face in the pitch black. Once the red taillights faded down the hill, I scrambled out of the brush and made a frantic break for the metal barn. But the noise, it returned. He was coming back again. It turned into a horrific game of hide and seek, and I spent the next half an hour ducking behind neighbors' rusted chain-link fences, squeezing between broken-down car parts and junkyards, and crawling through the ditches every time those headlights swept across the dirt road. I finally slipped through the back door of the workshop, though, drenched in sweat and shaking so hard that I could barely breathe. My roommate, he still wasn't home, though. I sat on the concrete floor with the lights off, the phone pressed to my ear, listening to my friend talk to me from about 2 hours away. For the next 3 hours, too, every 20 to 25 minutes, like clockwork, I would hear that distinct rattling exhaust pipe laboring back up the dirt hill. The guy was completely relentless, circling that dead-end road over and over in the dark, looking for where I had vanished. My friend finally arrived at the property around 4 in the morning, after driving like an absolute maniac from the city, apparently. My roommate, though, didn't roll back into the yard until nearly 5:30 in the morning, completely oblivious, only checking his phone after the sun had started coming up. I packed my bags and I left that property 3 days later and never went back to that county. I don't know who that man was or who he was planning to lock behind those iron bars, but knowing that I couldn't call for help made that night the most helpless and terrifying experience of my life. I'm not naturally a nervous person by any means. Back when I was a teenager, I even used to hitchhike around the outskirts of Seattle at 3 in the morning and never felt a single bit of anxiety. I've been in rough situations and usually I keep a completely level head. But a few years ago, I had an encounter that made me realize that your instincts will absolutely scream at you when something is genuinely wrong. This happened back in November of 2018. I was 23 at the time, living in a tiny depressing blip of a town in eastern Oregon. The main feature of the area was a massive state penitentiary, located just down the highway in fact, so the whole town always had this weird sort of lockdown energy to it. My car had been broken into and totaled by joyriders the week before, so I was desperately looking for a cheap replacement on OfferUp. I found an old Chevy truck for $900 cash, but I didn't have a ride to a bank, so my only option was to walk to the 24-hour Chevron station, about a half a mile away, to hit the ATM. It was a Tuesday night, well past 11, and the streets were totally deserted. The walk was incredibly unsettling too. The sidewalk was lined with these massive, thick bramble bushes, and the shadows were playing tricks on my eyes a bit. I had this intense crawling sensation on the back of my neck like I was being tracked as well, so I actually stepped off the curb and started walking right down the center of the asphalt, just to keep 20 feet of open space between myself and the hedges. I eventually made it to the gas station though, used the machine to pull out my daily limit of $500, and then had to awkwardly hang around the chip aisle until midnight passed so the system would reset and let me draw the $400 that I needed. Once I had the cash hidden in my boot though, I grabbed a soda and I started the trek back home. I was nearing the same dark stretch of overgrown bushes when a shape appeared under the far streetlight, walking in my direction. As the distance closed between us, my brain struggled to process what I was actually looking at. The guy was huge, at least 6'4", broad-shouldered and wearing a heavy canvas duster coat. But his face was completely covered by a vintage rubber military gas mask with those massive insect-like glass lenses and the heavy filter snout sticking out of the jaw. Every single alarm bell in my head went off. My breath caught in my throat and my legs felt heavy. I immediately drifted across the street, putting the entire width of the road between us, my eyes practically glued to this guy. He didn't even acknowledge me though. He kept his head completely locked straight ahead, his arms hanging totally limp at his sides, just marching at a steady, rhythmic pace down the opposite sidewalk. The only sound in the entire neighborhood was the sort of wet, metallic hiss or click of his breath passing through the rubber valves of the mask that he was wearing. It was the most unnatural thing that I have ever really witnessed. Anyway, we passed each other and I kept walking for about another block, but the silence behind me was way too loud. I had this desperate, frantic need to know where he was, I think, and so I stopped and looked back over my shoulder. The guy, he had spun around on his heel and was standing dead still in the middle of the empty street. He was completely rigid, arms pinned to his sides, just staring through those hollow glass goggles directly at me. He looked like a mannequin dropped in the middle of the road. My brain then just cleared out all logic. I didn't care how stupid I looked. I turned and I ran the remaining 2 blocks to my house at a full sprint, practically throwing my weight against the front door to lock it behind me. But the real panic set in about an hour later, long after I'd locked myself inside. You see, I was sitting in my living room floor trying to calm down when my phone completely lost its network connection. And at that exact same second, the old analog battery-powered clock on my wall began ticking sort of backward, the hands jerking erratically against the glass and behaving really weirdly. Suddenly, a massive localized physical vibration hit the front of the house, it seemed. It wasn't an earthquake. It was entirely focused on the front porch. The heavy double-paned glass of my living room window violently fixed inward, moving and shaking from this frequency. I crept toward the blinds and peeked out. The street lamp outside was completely dead, but in the ambient moonlight, I could see that the large gravel driveway had been violently disturbed. A deep, perfect, straight 5-inch trench had been sort of plowed directly through the stone and packed dirt, starting from the edge of the asphalt and cutting straight up to my concrete porch steps. There were no tire tracks, no footprints, and no discarded tools. Something huge, though, had been dragged right to my door, and I didn't know what it was. Look, I'm not saying that it was the local edgelord that I saw earlier, trying to get a reaction out of people on a boring weeknight or anything, but the whole thing does seem really coincidental, doesn't it? Anyway, I actually bought the truck the next morning, and I never walked that stretch of road ever again. I'm actually sharing this from a sleeping bag on the floor of my uncle's basement right now because I'm completely terrified and, quite honestly, a little bit disappointed with myself. I made some incredibly stupid choices over the last few days, but I was so broke and stressed out about getting evicted that my brain just stopped working right. I needed cash fast, and that desperation made me the perfect target for a freak who knew exactly how to play me. This whole mess started about a week ago. I'm 24 and I live in a small apartment in Pennsylvania. I was digging through a local community board, looking for a quick side hustle when this guy messaged me out of nowhere. He offered me a quick, remote gig doing online property layout checks that paid about $60 a day. He sounded totally normal in his text messages, so we set up a video call to go over how it worked. The second, though, that the camera connected, the whole vibe got completely weird. He was sitting in the dark inside of what looked like a concrete storage unit. I could see the metallic lines of a rolling garage door right behind him, and his voice had this heavy, sort of muffled quality to it. Before we did any actual layout work, he told me that he needed to test my spatial awareness and compliance under pressure. He told me to grab a thick black Sharpie, go over to my bedroom wall, and start defacing my own personal photos and calendars, drawing big X's over the faces while staying on the camera. He kept calling it a focus drill, asking me after every single mark, does the room feel bigger now or smaller? I know how completely brainless that sounds, but last winter, some random person on a gig app paid me $200 just to film myself organizing a toolbox in alphabetical order for some weird student art film. So my brain just rationalized this as another eccentric internet thing. I avoided marking up anything irreplaceable, but the whole thing felt incredibly wrong, and this heavy, sort of sickening feeling started crawling up my spine. While I was drawing on the wall, his camera angle shifted slightly, and I saw that the floor of his space was completely covered in stacks of handwritten notebooks, with printed out social media photos of local college students taped to the covers or something like that. He was sitting there dead-eyeing me through the screen though, completely motionless. Eventually, I started moving too slow because I was getting so sketched out, and the second that I paused, his tone completely flipped. He barked at me to grow up, told me that I blew the assignment, and slammed the call shut. The next morning, though, is when things got really bad. You see, he started texting my phone like nothing had happened, trying to chat casually. He brought up local spots right near me, like the Unimart down the hill, and then he brought up the old concrete coal breakers out in the woods. If you're not from this part of Pennsylvania, then you probably wouldn't know, but those abandoned structures are notorious for being dangerous places where even some bodies have been dumped over the years. And it is right down the road from my apartment, unfortunately. Now, I realized with absolute certainty that this was not a job. It was a predator who had just spent an hour recording me on a video. I had stupidly given him way too much information during our initial chat, including the fact that my parents live right behind the old brick diner on Route 11. My parents actually left last week for a long trip too, so their house is completely empty right now, which makes this whole thing even worse, but he started hounding me to meet up in person, saying that we could take a drive out by the railroad tracks, or he could just drop me by my place since he lived just around the corner anyway. I've blocked him on everything and deleted my accounts, but I haven't slept in like 2 days either. Every time that a car slows down outside of my uncle's house, my chest tightens up so bad that I can barely breathe. And really, I just sort of need to know how easily someone could track me down within my neighborhood, and what practical steps I could take to completely drop off this guy's radar. Some people talk about having an internal alarm system for dangerous situations, but you never really realize just how violent that physical reaction is until your chest completely tightens up for you. I'm 24 now, and this went down about 6 months back, but I still cannot shake just how fast a routine, exhausting shift turned into something that felt like a straight-up fight for survival. So, my cousin and I were working a brutal graveyard run, clearing out junk from a massive multi-level public storage facility in downtown Missouri. It was around 2 in the morning, and We were completely dead on our feet, covered in sweat and operating on a massive delay. If you've ever had to haul heavy scrap down those narrow concrete corridors in the dead of the night, then you know that the basement units are a total mess of tight corners and bad lighting. But to get a breather from the stuffy air, we stepped out onto the open-air loading dock at the back of the building because a cool breeze was coming through the alley. It was a crisp, clear night, and the fresh air actually felt incredible after breathing in moldy cardboard dust for like 6 hours straight. We leaned back against a stack of wooden pallets near the industrial trash compactor while my cousin checked his phone. His dad was driving down with a flatbed trailer to help us haul the metal, but he was stuck behind a wreck on the interstate, so we were going to be killing time on the dock for a little bit. That's when this guy walked up from the gravel lot. There wasn't a single red flag about him initially. He looked like every other guy working an evening trade job. Clean cut, heavy canvas work shirt, thick leather tool belt, and wireless earbuds firmly in his ears. He looked totally normal, to be honest, except for maybe the fact that his work boots were completely pristine, without a single scuff or a speck of dust on them, which was barely noticeable at first glance, but he stopped a few feet away and nodded at my cousin. "Hey man, those are really solid steel-toed boots. What brand are they?" My cousin smiled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and told him. Then the guy shifted his eyes to me, checking out my heavy canvas work trousers. "Yours look pretty tough too. Perfect for tearing down old drywall, huh?" I gave him a standard polite response. "Yeah, I think canvas is the only way to avoid getting cut up by rusty nails out here. Nice leather rig you've got on too." The guy cracked a very thin, hollow smile and said, "Yeah, I'm sure you really think that." The delivery of that was weirdly sarcastic, but I just figured that he had a dry, cynical sense of humor about manual labor or something. We kept up the casual, tired small talk for another minute or so. He asked us what specific unit number we were clearing out, and we told him that we were working on the abandoned lockers near the freight elevator. And the second that we mentioned the elevator, his face sort of tightened up. He started rambling about the security layout of the facility, but his tone got incredibly bitter and sort of intense. He muttered something about how locks are completely pointless when people are careless, and how none of the property in these lockers actually belongs to the people who leave it behind. We just sort of nodded along politely, trying to be decent to a guy who clearly was having a bit of a rough night. Then, the entire vibe completely shifted. Now, I cannot give you a logical, scientific explanation for what happened next, but the atmosphere on that concrete dock just changed in a split second. A wave of intense heat rushed up my neck, and the hair on my arm stood completely on end. It wasn't standard social anxiety. It was a primitive alarm going off in the center of my chest. The guy's face didn't twist into a scowl or anything, and his voice didn't rise. He kept talking at the exact same volume, but the expression in his eyes went completely dead. He was looking at the two of us the way that a predator looks at a target. There was this sudden, terrifying undercurrent of absolute malice and rage behind his eyes that had been completely hidden a second ago. While he was talking, his eyes shifted away from us for a split second, and he reached into his leather pouch, pulling out a heavy, blunt iron framing hammer. He didn't wave it around or swing it or anything. He just casually started tapping the solid steel head of the hammer directly against his own palm, seemingly bruising his skin over and over again, without looking down. He was just dead-eyeing us the whole time, his lower body completely frozen. My eyes darted to his tool belt at this point. He didn't have any actual construction supplies. No nails, no tape measure, no pencil. He just had that single heavy hammer, which was incredibly bizarre for somebody who claimed he was on site to fix a broken roll-up door. Then, right in the middle of a sentence about locker dimensions, he casually dropped, "I don't actually have a work order for this building tonight." Hearing me say that probably does not sound like a threat at all, but standing on that isolated concrete dock with him, my instincts were screaming that this person was completely unstable and highly dangerous. My cousin is one of those incredibly nice, oblivious guys who gets totally sucked into conversations and misses social cues all the time, and I knew that I had to break the connection immediately before the guy decided to act on whatever was brewing in his head. I didn't want to make a scene or show him that I was terrified, because I felt like any sudden movement would trigger a physical reaction, but I sort of slowly backed away, keeping my voice totally flat. Hey, my stomach is turning from that cheap vending machine coffee. I need to run back inside the front office break room real quick, okay? The guy's head snapped toward me, his eyes boring into my face practically. Oh, the office, huh? I didn't answer. I just walked through the heavy metal fire door, grabbed my cousin's sleeve, and pulled him hard toward the freight elevator. The second that the heavy iron gate slammed shut, I hit the button for the main lobby and pulled out my phone. My voice was cracking from the adrenaline. Hey, we need to call the supervisor right now. Get to the front gate. Do not go back down to the loading bay, okay? Through the echoing shaft of the elevator, I could now hear the guy's heavy boots walking up to the door on the floor above, his voice loud and entirely unbothered. Where did your friend go? Tell him to come back down here. We were having a good chat about the lockers. My cousin finally realized that something was really wrong with this guy, his face going pale as he kept his cool. Actually, we gotta wrap up the inventory. Have a good night, man. The guy let out a low, mocking laugh that echoed down the concrete hallway, clear as day. Yeah, I'm sure you really mean that. A minute later, we burst through the main lobby doors into the well-lit front parking lot. The sheer relief that hit my lungs made me dizzy. And before I could even start explaining why I panicked, my cousin grabbed my arm and looked back through the reinforced glass doors and said, No, you don't have to say anything. That guy was completely unhinged. I felt it too. We hid inside the locked security office until his dad's truck finally pulled up to the outer gate. The second that we ran out, threw our gear into the flatbed and climbed into the cab, his dad turned around, asking why we looked like we'd seen a ghost. I tried to explain what had just happened on the loading dock, my words sort of jumbling together a bit, my hand still shaking from the shock of it. But as the story came out of my mouth, it sounded totally pathetic. I mean, the guy hadn't swung the hammer at us. He had not explicitly threatened us or anything. He hadn't even insulted us. I mean, on paper, it was just a slightly awkward, sort of creepy conversation with a stranger in a storage facility, I guess. And yet, I have never in my entire life felt that level of pure, instinctual terror before. We drove out of the commercial facility loop, and as the truck accelerated onto the main avenue, we passed the perimeter fence of the back alley. The man was sitting entirely alone on a concrete barrier near the dark gravel lot, his hammer lying on the gravel beside him, staring straight down at the asphalt. He didn't look up as our truck roared past, but watching his shape shrink in the side mirror, I knew then with every fiber of my being that we had just walked away from something terrible. You wouldn't get how messy the trade setup is in these sprawling industrial parks unless you've actually worked in one, because if you're only used to neat commercial storefronts, this whole chaotic layout sounds totally made up. I get that. But it is really how it is. So I'm 20 and working as an apprentice locksmith at a heavy-duty security shop. It's in an industrial corner, and since we're the only place for miles that does cheap walk-in key cutting, or lock rebuilding as well, and safe overrides, the daily backlog is an absolute joke. On any given Thursday, the concrete counter area is completely jammed with tradies and truckies spilling right out onto the pavement. It's loud, fast, and keeping the workshop swinging doors completely secured is basically a lost cause when you're trying to churn through 50 commercial lock sets a shift at least. Anyway, our main back work bay is split into two areas. You have the greasy machinery floor where the heavy key cutters, hydraulic presses, and pinning blocks sit. Then, right next to it, is a small glass partition office where the master computer console is set up and where we program the electronic transponder chips. Now, this went down about 3 months back during a brutal morning rush. So a young woman, probably around 19 or 20, had come in with a busted ignition barrel from her moped. I was standing over the main pinning block, carefully tweaking the tiny brass tumblers with tweezers and setting the springs to get a clean alignment. Because the workshop was so backed up and the garage door was constantly rolling up and down, an older guy, easily in his mid-50s, had wandered past the safety line and into the main tool bay, and was leaning up against a stack of storage crates. He wasn't a random intruder. He was the very next job on my clipboard, in fact, waiting for a simple duplicate warehouse key, and he just followed the previous customer inside because nobody was managing the front till to stop him. Once I had the girl's ignition barrel perfectly aligned, I stepped around the partition and into the programming booth to log it into the software. As I looked through the scratched glass viewing window to check the room before running the code machine, I noticed the older guy. He was holding his smartphone flat against his high-vis vest, tilting the top camera lens up at an incredibly strange angle, pointing it directly at the young woman's lower back while her back was turned to him. While he was aiming the screen, his other hand drifted down into his unzipped pocket, and he casually slipped out a small, heavy silver utility blade. He didn't wave it around or point it at her or anything. He just started scraping the edge of the metal blade directly against his thumb, peeling off thin slivers of his own calloused skin while dead-eyeing her back. He was completely motionless from the waist down, just scraping the blade and holding the phone still. My stomach instantly turned. It was a blatant, dirty attempt at taking non-consensual photos of a customer while she was distracted, paired with something way darker as well. I didn't even log into the computer. I turned around, grabbed the senior locksmith on duty, and we both marched right back into the main work bay. We confronted the guy on the spot, demanding to see his camera roll. He went bright red, quickly fumbling everything as he was trying to shove the utility knife and the phone back into his pockets. But we stepped right up to this guy's face and made him unlock the device right there. Sure enough, his recent folder was filled with 3 different stealth photos of the girl from behind. To make it even worse, one of the shots had been snapped while I was leaning over the workbench, meaning that I was captured in the background of this disgusting gallery. The senior smith grabbed the phone right out of his hand, deleted every single image, and then went straight into a recently deleted trash folder and permanently wiped them from the device storage. Since he was technically a logged customer, and we had already taken his payment voucher for the warehouse key, we made him stand by the door, ran his single duplicate through the automatic cutter, and literally threw his keys at him just to get him out of our hair. But while we were printing his receipt, the guy's entire demeanor shifted from embarrassed to incredibly aggressive and arrogant. He leaned over the wooden counter, pulled out a laminated clip-on badge and snapped, "You people have no idea who you're messing with. I write for powerful people. Give me your names right now." The senior smith was already completely exhausted from the morning rush and wasn't about to be intimidated by some local creep trying to flex a minor trade press pass. She didn't even look up from her monitor, in fact. She just said, "Nobody here has your name. Your keys are done. Get out of my shop before I have the guys from the tire bay throw you into the gravel." He sputtered for a second, realized that we weren't backing down, and literally slunk out of the sliding glass doors. Now, I know people here are going to ask why we didn't call the police or lock the gates or something, but you have to understand the reality of an understaffed industrial shop. We had 3 couriers waiting with pallets in the alley, an emergency commercial lockout call-out coming through the radio, and 0 budget for security guards. We caught him, we physically destroyed the files, and we protected the girl's privacy instantly. Standing around waiting 2 hours for a van to show up over a misdemeanor phone offense just really isn't viable when the backlog is building out into the street, literally. But I will say this, the whole thing left me feeling incredibly dirty for the rest of the week. People came to the trade house just trying to get their everyday gear sorted. And to use that environment to secretly photograph someone who is trying to get a lock fixed is a level of depravity that I really hope that I never have to witness again. Some people look back at their worst moments and they wonder about the grand, sweeping choices that saved them. But I still look back at this night and wonder if a simple, stubborn aversion to a specific texture is the only reason that I'm still around to even share this. This went down back in 2019. I was 20 at the time, working a tedious stocking shift at a commercial print shop in a pretty gritty industrial pocket of Iowa. A guy that I'd never seen before walked in the front loading bay, looked around for a second, and then marched straight up to my workbench to ask for my number. He was wearing clean work pants, a structured jacket, and had this very polite, confident, old-school charm that really completely caught me off guard, if I'm being honest. Against my better judgment, I said yes when he suggested picking me up the following Tuesday afternoon for a quick lunch date. When he pulled up to my apartment complex a few days later, he was driving a heavy, enclosed white cargo van. The second that I climbed into the passenger seat, he handed me a large, thick plastic container of pre-made mango smoothie. He smiled and said that he'd snagged it from a wholesale market right down the road from my place so that we could hit the highway faster. I took a tiny sip through the thick straw, and my mouth immediately recoiled. It was completely warm, heavy, and tasted chalky and bitter. I have an absolute fixation on cold, smooth textures and cannot stand warm or grainy drinks. That trivial little detail is the exact moment, too, that the entire trajectory of the night completely shifted. Because I couldn't stomach the texture, I set the plastic container down in the deep side pocket of the door panel. I didn't want to be a rude guest on the first date, so every few minutes I'd pick the bottle up, fake a long sip with my lips tight against the straw, and just pretended to swallow before sliding it back into the door pocket. But sitting there in the echoing, unlined cabin of the van, my brain started working overtime. Why would somebody buy a person a random heavy wholesale drink when the entire stated purpose of the afternoon was to go and sit down at a diner together? He hadn't even asked what flavors I liked. And then the red flags started piling up at lightning speed. He blew right past the central industrial exit where all the local food spots were. When I pointed it out, he gave a dismissive little laugh and said that he knew a much better secluded park a little further out of town. As we kept driving, I started catching him in weird, pointless lies. For instance, he claimed that he worked as a dispatcher at the main freight depot right down the street from my house, but I told him that that was impossible because my brother-in-law managed that specific depot yard and I knew the entire small crew pretty much by name. He didn't even try to defend the lie. He just went totally silent and dead-eyed the road ahead. Over the next 20 minutes, he asked if I had finished my smoothie, not just once or twice. He asked me at least 10 separate times, his eyes darting down to the door panel every single time that I took a fake sip. By the time that he had veered off the main state route, the sun had completely dipped behind the tree line, leaving the dirt road in total darkness. He then took a sharp turn down an unlit gravel road, heading directly into the dense woods out past the local water authority reservoir. At that point, a heavy, cold weight settled into my stomach. My survival instincts kicked in, and a voice in my head told me that I needed to remain completely calm, keep my voice level, and do absolutely nothing to provoke or escalate his behavior. Every time the van hit a rut in the dirt, something loose and metallic inside of the dashboard compartment would rattle furiously as well. It sounded like an industrial roll of thick copper wiring or maybe heavy metal chains shifting around or something. He kept tapping his fingers on the plastic housing though, completely fixated on the vibration while a strange intense smirk grew across his face. While he was driving, he reached down to the center console eventually and picked up a heavy matte black rifle laser sight, the kind meant to clip directly onto a tactical rail. He didn't say a word, but His thumb clicked the pressure switch on the side, and instantly an incredibly bright, intense red dot flared to life, projecting directly onto my chest, right over my heart. He held the detached sight perfectly steady in his grip, keeping the dot burning into my shirt while his eyes remained locked onto the dark road ahead. Every time, too, that his thumb pulsed down on the pressure pad, the red beam would flicker, painting a target on me in the pitch-black cabin. And then, his entire personality just dissolved. He began driving like an absolute maniac, violently jerking the steering wheel from side to side using only his elbows while gripping his own hair. He started screaming at the windshield, yelling at the top of his lungs that he was an unappreciated genius, that he was the next major prophet, and that I was his chosen queen. He slammed on the gas, tore off the graded road, and drove the van straight through a clearing and into the forest. Branches were scraping aggressively against the passenger side door, and eventually the tires crunched to a halt, the headlights cutting through the dark, reflecting off of a flat black sheet of water. He had stopped the vehicle right at the absolute lip of a remote reservoir lake, the front bumper hanging over the mud. He cut the engine and then he just sat there. For 15 agonizing minutes, neither of us said a word. He just stared through the windshield into the black water. The air inside the cabin felt thick, hot, and suffocating. It felt exactly like he was waiting for something to happen, or waiting for me to lose consciousness from whatever was mixed into that warm, chalky bottle. Suddenly, he opened his door and stepped out into the pitch black, slamming the heavy metal door behind him. I couldn't see where he went or what he was doing in the dark, and my pulse was now racing so quickly that I could feel it buzzing in my fingertips. The second the door latched, I grabbed my phone, slammed the screen brightness to 0, and frantically texted my friend, "Call me in exactly 60 seconds. Tell me there's an emergency leak at the workshop and I need to come in right now to secure the bay. Don't ask questions. I'm out past the lower reservoir road." My phone started vibrating in my palm less than a minute later. I answered on the first ring, pretending to listen to a frantic update from a supervisor. The guy opened the driver's door right as I hung up, climbing back into the high seat. He smelled of cold mud and rust, and he stared at the glowing phone screen in my hand, his face completely blank. "So, you have to go back, huh?" he asked, his voice dead and hollow. Yeah," I said, keeping my breathing as steady as humanly possible. "My boss said the high-pressure line burst in the rear bay, and the whole floor is flooding. I'm the only key holder with the main valve code." He sat in the dark for another 3 minutes, staring at the lake, before he finally twisted the key into the ignition. He turned the van around and drove the entire 40 minutes back to my apartment complex in absolute unbroken silence. He didn't even look at me when I got out, and he tore out of that parking lot before my front door even clicked shut. I blocked his number immediately, and I never saw his vehicle in town again after that. To this day, I can't look at a pre-made plastic store drink without getting a sick feeling in my throat. If that drink hadn't have been warm and gritty, if I had actually swallowed whatever was inside that bottle instead of just pretending to sip it to be polite, I really don't think that I ever would have made it out of those woods. My partner and I currently live above and manage a historic coaching inn nestled in a rural pocket of Gloucestershire, UK. The core masonry dates back to the mid-1700s, and for the first century of its existence, the building functioned as a commercial livery yard and transit stables before being converted into a public house. Because of the ongoing aggressive physical disruptions we experienced during our first year of management, we quietly paid a private spiritual sensitive to inspect the property in 2014. The woman was thoroughly professional, thankfully, but her reaction to the upper layout was deeply unsettling. The first floor function room is a massive 15-foot high hall dominated by exposed original oak stable beams. Beams that local parish records indicate were used for makeshift judicial executions during the agricultural riots of the 1830s. The sensitive claimed the room acted as a dense, unmapped transit corridor for multiple historic currents, including the residual consciousness of a young girl, roughly 11 years old, who had perished in the rafters apparently. However, her reaction to the lower cellar, where we store our commercial beer barrels, was far worse. The moment that her foot hit the bottom stone step, her breathing became entirely shallow. She refused to stay inside of the room for more than 60 seconds, claiming that the space harbored a severely hostile, non-human compression of energy that was causing her chest pains. She demanded that we immediately vacate the lower level, in fact. At the time, I sort of just shrugged it off as a psychological suggestibility. But over the last decade, the building's structural anomalies have become entirely, well, normal. So my partner and several regular patrons have frequently reported watching the distinct silhouettes of an elderly couple sitting at the far end of the oak bar during off-peak hours, only for the space to be entirely empty when staff approached to take an order. I never saw the couple myself, but 3 summers ago, I was tending to the hanging baskets in the rear courtyard when I looked up at the darkened window of the locked upper function room. A man's face was pressed flat against the glass, staring down at me with an entirely rigid, expressionless posture. My partner, a kitchen porter, and 2 suppliers all witnessed it simultaneously too. Assuming that the trespasser had slipped past the staff doors, my partner and the porter sprinted up the wooden staircase. By the time that they threw the doors open, the hall was entirely vacant, but the heavy velvet curtain covering that specific window was still swinging violently when they got there. When we pulled the closed-circuit security logs, the digital cameras showed 0 human presence in that corridor, only the sudden isolated displacement of the curtain as if a heavy weight had brushed past it. There were no open vents or drafts or anything that could account for it. Now, the physical interference in the lower cellar, though, that has had a direct commercial impact. You see, over the past 5 years, every single drayman and cellar hand that we've employed has reported a localized static sensation whenever they change a keg, specifically the feeling of invisible fingers tightening around their hair or tearing at the fabric of their work shirts. Worse too, for a continuous 3-year period, the building's main industrial fire and burglar alarms would trigger simultaneously at exactly 3:03 a.m. almost every night. Every single diagnostic log indicated that the trip originated from the cellar sensors. Whenever my partner went downstairs in the dark to investigate a potential break-in, he would find the heavy pressurized brass coupler lines manually disconnected from the metal keg heads. And anyone who works in the trade knows that engaging a commercial keg coupler requires an immense amount of deliberate, downward physical force and a twisting lock mechanism too. Yet, these line hoses were being systematically uncoupled and thrown into the damp flagstones, causing us to lose hundreds of gallons of premium stock. We had the manufacturer out 4 separate times as well to recalibrate the alarm hardware, and each time the technicians verified that the batteries, the wiring, and the optical sensors were entirely flawless. Simultaneously too, the activity began breaching the perimeter of our private residential flat upstairs, which sits directly adjacent to the historic function room. Every evening at 3:03 a.m. on the dot, we would hear the rapid, light tapping of small bare feet running the entire length of our internal hallway, occasionally accompanied by a flat whispering hiss, which was terrifying. We share our quarters with 2 terriers and 2 cats, and whenever the hallway sound started, the cats' hackles would rise instantly, their fur standing completely on end as they stared blindly into the dark corridor. The dogs would crouch low against the bedroom door, emitting a deep and sub-audible sort of growl that vibrated through the floorboards. During the absolute peak of this activity, though, in 2022, I began experiencing a severe and unexplained physiological reaction, is the only way that I could put it. Every morning I would wake up covered in deep purple clustered bruises across my torso and inner arms, accompanied by a wave of intense and debilitating nausea. The bruising was so severe as well that my GP admitted me to the regional infirmary for extensive hematology panels, checking me for various aggressive blood conditions and cancers. Over 6 months, I underwent hundreds of blood draws, 5 separate internal scans, you name it. The specialists, though, were just completely baffled. My clotting factors were pristine, my vascular system was entirely healthy, and the hospital officially logged my case as a medical anomaly. The activity experienced a massive decline last year, though, giving us a brief window of just total peace, which was absolutely serene. However, I am currently 20 weeks pregnant, and 3 nights ago, the atmospheric weight returned to the flat. My partner, he was cashing up the tills downstairs when I heard 2 distinct heavy female coughs originate from the empty armchair in our private living room. The dogs instantly whipped their heads towards the empty chair, their ears pinned back. And since that night, there's this constant feeling that I'm being watched. My own mother completely refuses to spend the night in our guest room as well because she develops an instant, blinding migraine the moment that she sits down, claiming that the air feels occupied. Last summer, a temporary relief manager stayed in that same spare room for 2 weeks. She woke up on her 3rd morning with 3 deep parallel vertical scratch marks tracking down her left shoulder blade. The bedroom door, it's been deadbolted from the inside, and our animals were locked in our master bedroom all night. I'm terrified that this hostile energy is re-anchoring itself to the layout precisely because of my pregnancy. I just cannot afford to endure sleepless nights or the return of the unexplained physical bruising while carrying my child. I'm entirely convinced that whatever is manipulating the cellar lines and mimicking voices in our hallway is targeting the structural living space, and I need to know the specific, non-religious protocols for how to get rid of whatever this is. This happened back in 2018 when I was 23 years old. At the time, I was living full-time with my grandfather in his ground floor condominium unit in a quiet forested suburb of Alberta. The suite, it sat at the very back of the complex, facing a dense unlit belt of pine trees. On this particular weekend, my 14-year-old sister and my 4-year-old brother, they were staying over so that I could look after them while my mother was away. My partner, who was 24 as well, was also hanging out with us too. It must have been around 8:30, and the evening was entirely normal. We were all gathered in the main living area, which featured a large sliding glass door opening directly onto a concrete patio, and a secondary deep-set picture window looking straight into the tree line. Because it was pitch black outside, we had drawn the heavy fabric vertical blinds across the sliding door, but the smaller picture window by the television, it was still uncovered. We had dragged a double mattress into the center of the room so that the kids could watch a movie at night. My little brother was sitting on the edge of the mattress in just his diaper, right in the middle of changing into his pajamas, and I was standing about 3 feet away, directly aligned with the open glass of the picture window. My partner had literally just stepped out the front door to drive down the block and pick up some takeaway food. The locks on the front door had clicked shut maybe 30 seconds prior, and then the room just completely transformed. It didn't feel like a spiritual presence or anything, but it felt like a violent mechanical drop in localized pressure. The air was instantly sucked out of the room, causing all of our ears to pop painfully and the ambient sound of the television to go entirely muffled, like we were suddenly underwater. The sensation was so physical too that my 14-year-old sister instantly whipped her head around to look at me, her eyes wide with confusion. In the exact millisecond our eyes locked, my 4-year-old brother stood up perfectly straight on the mattress. The color drained from his face so fast that he turned a sickly translucent gray. He pointed a shaking finger directly at the glass behind my shoulder and began screaming at the absolute top of his lungs. A piercing, frantic shriek of just pure primal survival panic. "Close the lines," is what he said. "It's on glass." My stomach dropped so violently that I felt instantly physically sick. My sister sprinted across the room, grabbing my arm, while my brother continued to scream, hyperventilating so hard that his chest was heaving. Neither my sister nor I could see anything through the black pane, but the sheer terror radiating from a 4-year-old made me lunge forward and violently rip the cord to drop the blinds over the window. The moment, too, that the plastic slats snapped shut, it was like everything began to move in slow motion. My peripheral vision blurred, and a thick dreamlike sort of detachment settled over my brain. It felt like trying to sprint through deep water. We were holding my brother, trying to muffle his crying, when his eyes darted toward the seam of the closed vertical blinds. He began kicking his legs, screaming even louder, saying it didn't stop. Panicking, I scooped him up under my arm and ran toward the sliding glass patio door, my sister clinging to the back of my shirt. I completely lost my head, if I'm being honest. I didn't want to be trapped in that compressed living room, so I yanked the sliding door open, tore through the outdoor vertical blinds, and burst out into the concrete patio into the freezing night air. The moment, too, that we hit the outdoor air, the pressure returned to normal. My brother's hyperventilation slowed down for a brief second. His breathing became less labored as he buried his face into my neck. But the slow-motion, detached sensation hadn't left my head yet. I was standing on the dark patio, looking at the silent pine trees when my brother stiffened again. He slowly turned his head toward the empty brick wall of the condo, just 2 feet to our left. His voice dropped into a terrifying flat whimper. "Next to us," is what he said. I nearly passed out from the sheer spike of adrenaline, and I didn't even look at the wall. I turned around, carried him up the concrete garden stairs, and ran entirely out to the bright-lit asphalt parking lot at the front of the complex. We collapsed onto the communal concrete steps, all 3 of us shaking uncontrollably in the cold. Once I could finally control my fingers again, I pulled out my phone to check my partner's location on the tracking app, assuming that they must have been halfway across the neighborhood by now, given how much time I thought had elapsed. When the screen lit up, my brain just experienced what I can only describe as a massive logical glitch. She had only left the house 4 minutes ago. Her car icon was idling at the traffic light just 3 blocks down the street. The entire ordeal, running through the flat, the patio escalation, the slow-motion escape, had occurred in a span of less than 3-4 minutes. I called them, though, frantically, my voice cracking as I explained that we were locked out on the front steps and they needed to come back immediately. They were completely confused, repeating that they had just turned the corner and didn't understand how a crisis of that scale could have unfolded in the time that it took them to listen to one song on the radio. We sat on those cold concrete stairs for over half an hour, I think, until they eventually returned with some food, refusing to even look at the front windows of the flat. Now, what makes the memory even more unsettling is our cat. He was an incredibly vocal, territorial indoor cat who usually followed us into every room. During the entire panic inside, he was completely missing. But the moment that we sat down on the front exterior steps, I looked up at the high, narrow transom window above the building's front door, and the cat was sitting perfectly upright on the interior ledge, staring down at us through the glass with a completely unblinking focus. He didn't meow or scratch at the pane. He just watched us with a really eerie stillness. My little brother was completely disassociated for the rest of the night. He wouldn't look at the television or eat any food, completely shutting down. Because he was so young, it was incredibly difficult to get a coherent description of what he had actually seen through the glass, but he kept repeating two distinct details to my older sister while she held him. He seemed to be saying that it was an immense towering figure that didn't have a distinct face, and that it was like glowing white-yellow, something like a light bulb, I think. As he grew older, his mind completely blocked out the event. Whenever my sister and I brought it up years later, he genuinely had no recollection of it whatsoever. But I know for an absolute fact that he wasn't playing a game. I mean, you just cannot simulate that level of acute shock. I mean, he literally lost his skin color, the near fainting from hyperventilation, and the total dilation of his pupils. I mean, again, you just cannot fake that. My grandfather's condominium always had a strange feeling to it. But that specific night was a complete physical breach of the property's perimeter. My sister and I, we never saw anything, but the physical displacement of the air in that room, it told us everything that we needed to know. Whatever my little brother was looking at through the glass, it wasn't standing on the lawn. It seemed to be right there, and somehow it was manipulating the entire environment. I'm a 28-year-old dental hygienist, and my husband and I currently live in a 4-bedroom suburban house in Berkshire where I was raised. Growing up here, the property felt structurally quiet to me, I guess. I mean, I occasionally heard the settling timber or footsteps on the landing at night, but nothing that really disrupted my routine or gave me second thought. My mother and sister, however, had an entirely different relationship with that layout. Throughout our teenage years, my sister was systematically targeted by, well, an anomaly. Objects would frequently displace themselves from her chest of drawers, and she routinely pointed out geometric distortions in developed family photographs. The most acute incident, though, occurred when she and I were sitting on her mattress discussing a school project, when, without warning, every heavy textbook and storage box on her built-in closet shelves were violently propelled forward into the center of the room. My sister jokingly designated the presence as Alfred, a piece of dark humor that turned incredibly sour when a maternal aunt uncovered parish records indicating our great-great-grandfather, of the same name, had passed away from an aggressive fever in that exact sector of the house. My mother had experiences too. She was plagued by acoustic mimics, I think is what you call them. Specifically, the clear, distinct sound of my sister or me calling out her name from empty rooms. The phenomenon was so precise, too, that even my own father, who was an extreme religious skeptic, even he believed it. While he and my mother were preparing dinner in the kitchen one night, both of them froze as my voice clearly echoed down the stairwell, calling out for my mum. But they both knew that that night, I was at least 40 miles away, spending the weekend at a friend's house and reading. When my mother and sister eventually moved out into their own respective properties, they claimed the acoustic mimics followed them too, embedding themselves into the drywall of their new homes. I assumed that they were simply hypersensitive, because when my husband and I took over the mortgage of the childhood home 3 years ago, the place was entirely quiet. The silence, though, lasted exactly until last October, when we brought our newborn daughter home from the hospital. Now, medical professionals might immediately attribute the following timeline to chronic sleep deprivation, postpartum exhaustion, or perhaps even hormonal shifts, but I'm a medical professional myself, and I clung to those rationalizations for months as well. But human exhaustion does not manipulate mechanical door hardware. The disruption began with the return of the acoustic mimic, this time targeting my husband. During our daughter's second month, she began sleeping in a predictable and stable routine, waking only once in the early hours, really. Because my husband worked long shifts as a structural engineer, I took over the night shift responsibilities entirely so that he could remain rested. Yet, despite him being deep asleep in the master bedroom, he began waking up to the unmistakable sound of my voice whispering his name directly from the dark ensuite doorway. And then, the anomalies began focusing strictly on my proximity to the baby. The first physical escalation occurred at 2 a.m. during a night when our daughter was entirely inconsolable, screaming from acute colic. I was pacing the length of the nursery, bouncing her against my shoulder, when the ambient temperature in the center of the room just instantaneously dropped. A profound, freezing chill tracked directly up my spine, so intense that it actually made my breath hitch. In that exact second, too, my daughter stopped crying mid-shriek. Her entire body went completely rigid, and her eyes snapped open, focusing with absolute unblinking clarity on a point in the air precisely 3 inches behind my left shoulder. The sudden stillness of an infant who had been hyperventilating for an hour was so unnatural that I immediately sat down in the nursing chair, pinning my back against the wall, paralyzed by a wave of intense and visceral paranoia until, well, dawn, really. 3 weeks later, something else happened in broad daylight. It was a bright, clear morning, around 7, I think. I had brought our daughter into the living room for her morning feed and a brief period of floor play before her first nap. The living room's gliding chair was positioned with its high back directly facing the heavy timber door of our master bedroom, which was completely closed and latched. And as I rocked her, she began to fuss a bit. Simultaneously, that same distinct, localized wave of freezing air swept over my neck all of a sudden. My daughter instantly ceased her fussing, her eyes locking onto the space directly behind the glider. And then, behind me, the distinct metallic sound of the brass door handle turning echoed through the silent room. I heard the mechanical click for the internal latch withdrawing from the strike plate. The heavy timber door slowly, smoothly swung wide open. Hoping against hope that my husband had simply heard the baby crying and was stepping out to assist us, I called out his name into the corridor. There was no response. I turned the chair around. The hallway was completely empty. I sprinted into the bedroom. My husband was fast asleep under the duvet, snoring loudly. The shock of the mechanical manipulation, though, was so severe that we spent the afternoon completely rearranging the living room furniture so the gliding chair sat squarely in a corner, eliminating any blind spots behind my head. I have watched that specific door latch slide open twice since that morning, too. To preserve my own sanity, I've stopped pulling the door fully shut to ensure that the internal latch never fully catches. That way, whenever it does swing open, I can usually convince myself that the draft from the pedestal fan finally generated enough atmospheric pressure to push the timber. The footsteps, though, and the low disjointed whispers, they continue on the landing between the hours of 2 and 4 in the morning, but I have systematically sort of altered my movement patterns within the house to hopefully avoid them entirely. I am acutely aware that whatever anchored itself to my mother and sister during their youth did not vacate this property when they left. It simply went dormant, waiting for the introduction of a new and vulnerable child, it seems, to reactivate entirely. I'm 21 and a uni student, living in an old multi-story house in the suburbs of Nottingham. Looking back, my childhood here was full of weird habits that my mum always blamed on night terrors. She used to tell me that she'd find me standing completely stiff in the dark at 3 in the morning, my face just inches from the wall, having full quiet conversations with the bare plaster. But as I got older, the things happening in the house became impossible to explain. The worst spot has always been the basement. Ever since I was a little kid, I've had a gut-level hatred of going down there. The air always felt incredibly heavy and metallic, enough to make me instantly sick to my stomach every time. Heavy tools and wood scraps left flat on the workbenches will constantly move on their own and thud onto the concrete floor when everything else is completely still. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd always catch these fast, dark shapes darting across the doorway of the boiler room. But whenever I whipped my head around to look, the space was always completely empty. The physical stuff started ramping up though when I was a teenager. I was sitting on the living room sofa with a friend one day when I felt a sharp, hard yank on my hair, like somebody had grabbed a few strands and explicitly pulled them upward. I spun around instantly, but the sofa was pushed flat against a solid brick wall. The weird thing though was that there wasn't even an inch of space for someone to be hiding there. At the same time, we kept seeing this incredibly tall, dark shadow around the house. For years, I tried to convince myself too that it was just a weird optical illusion from the streetlights outside, but the shape was always exactly the same. The first time that I saw it clearly, I was about 17. I was lying awake at night and looked out of my open bedroom door toward the landing, and standing right against the guest room frame was a massive pitch-black silhouette. It was so impossibly tall and gaunt that its upper body had to bend at a sharp and unnatural angle just to fit under the ceiling. When I told my dad about the weird shape the next morning, his usual practical, no-nonsense attitude completely dropped. He's a total skeptic who doesn't believe in anything paranormal, but even he went totally pale and admitted that he'd seen the exact same giant silhouette in that exact same corridor 3 months earlier. Things started getting a lot more aggressive after that too. One winter night, I walked into my dark bedroom and saw a low, dark shape with what looked like multiple limbs scramble across the carpet. Thinking it was one of our German shepherds, I watched it head straight under the carpet, but the gap between the base of the bed and the floor is less than 6 inches. And I mean, there's just no physical way that a big dog could fit under there. When I called out, both of our dogs came trotting up the stairs from the kitchen downstairs, completely clueless. The scariest thing though, well, that happened 2 winters ago when my sister and I were home alone, and is why I'm here. She came into the kitchen shaking, and she said that she could hear heavy footsteps on the floorboards right by the bottom of the stairs. I went out into the hallway with her to listen. The sound was unmistakable. Heavy, solid boots were stomping up the wooden stairs one by one, making the drywall vibrate. We thought that we were dealing with a violent home invasion at first, so I grabbed a chef's knife from the counter and we ran into the small family bathroom and locked ourselves inside. Through the thick wooden door, we listened to those heavy, deliberate footsteps pacing back and forth along the narrow hallway carpet. We were absolutely paralyzed with fear. We heard the front security door downstairs slam shut so hard that it rattled the pipes. Assuming that the intruder had left, we stayed locked into the bathroom and phoned our grandmother, who lived just 2 streets away, asking her to bring her spare keys and check the outside of the house. When we saw her car pull into the gravel driveway, and she knocked on the window, my sister and I finally came out to unlock the door. Every single door and window, the front door, the back porch, all the downstairs window latches, were all locked and bolted from the inside. Nobody else had a key except my parents, and they were miles away in London. Whatever had marched up those stairs and slammed the door had never actually broken a physical lock to get in or out. The house, it really took a turn for the worse about 3 months ago though. Out of pure curiosity, I downloaded a ghost hunting audio app on my phone to check for electronic voice phenomena, and ran a few cycles down in the basement at one point. The audio files actually picked up clear, muffled voices that seemed to answer my specific questions. Ever since I did that, the whole atmosphere of the house has turned just incredibly hostile. The air feels permanently heavy, and our dogs flat out refuse to step out onto the upstairs landing anymore. 2 nights ago, it finally breached our bedroom too, I think. A friend and I were sitting on the bed when Alexa, from Amazon, on the dresser, suddenly went dead silent. And right then, the heavy power cord was violently yanked sideways straight out of the wall socket and dropped to the floor. In that exact same second, too, the closed bedroom door was thrown inward with a massive bang, like somebody had smashed a heavy shoulder into it. The final straw, though, that happened yesterday afternoon while we were clearing out the old wooden coat closet in the front hallway. Scraped and deeply charred right into the hidden plaster wall behind the coat hooks was a horrific image. It looked like it had been systematically burned into the wall with a high-temperature torch or something. The burn mark showed a small, featureless child tightly clutching an electrical wire, following the line down toward the floorboards. Standing directly behind the child was a second, much larger shape, with long, stretched-out hands wrapped completely around the small figure's neck. The soot residue is completely fresh too, and the smell of the burnt plaster is still leaking out of the closet. We are now actively looking for a new place to live, and whatever has burned itself into the walls of this place isn't staying hidden anymore, and we just don't want to be here. I'm 29 and work the permanent night shift as an industrial plant operator out in Ohio. Because of my schedule, my whole routine is completely flipped. I usually wake up at around 5 p.m., run my errands in the evening, and find myself wide awake and restless in the early hours of the morning. To stay in shape, I started walking a big mile-long loop that connects two old Victorian-era cemeteries, sitting directly across a 2-lane county road from each other. Because of my shifts, I usually do these walks between like 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning. Even though the place is totally isolated, it never really creeped me out. The grounds, they always felt completely quiet and just sort of empty. Anyway, last night was really no different. I got to the fence of the larger cemetery at around 2:30 and I parked my car right against the iron railings, directly opposite the gates of the smaller yard. I started my routine by crossing the road into the smaller cemetery, using a small flashlight to read the old headstones. After about 20 minutes, I would say, I crossed back over the tarmac to the main grounds to finish the big 1-mile loop. I had my noise-cancelling headphones on, listening to a lecture, and would occasionally step off the path to upright small statues or trinkets that had been knocked over by the wind. By 3:15, I was finishing up the last part of the loop, coming up toward the main gates right behind where my car was parked. I had parked directly under a bright street lamp, and as I got within about 30 yards of the car, the yellow light flooded through the rear windshield, showing a stark and perfectly clear silhouette of a large man sitting completely upright right in the middle of the back seat. I stopped dead in my tracks on the gravel path. My brain immediately tried to rationalize it as a trick of the light. Maybe the street lamp hitting the headrests or the window tint or something. I stared at it for a solid 10 seconds. The shape had a distinct physical bulk to it too that completely blocked out the light from the other side of the road. Assuming now that I was walking right into a car break-in, my adrenaline spiked. Because I walk these dark roads alone all the time, I carry a firearm in a concealed waistband holster, and so keeping my eyes locked on the back window, I pulled my weapon and stepped silently off the gravel onto the wet grass, trying to loop around and flank the passenger side. As I shifted angles to get a direct look through the side window, the silhouette's head slowly and smoothly turned right toward me. The movement was really weirdly fluid, without any hesitation. There were no facial features though, no clear texture, and no reflection from the street lamp. Just a dense, pitch-black mass taking up the physical space of the back seat. I dropped into a low crouch behind a thick granite headstone, using the stone for cover now. Reaching into my pocket, I pressed the unlock button on my key fob, knowing that it would instantly trigger the bright, white LED interior dome lights. I braced myself to confront an intruder hiding on the floorboards. The locks clicked open, the entire inside of the car was instantly flooded with bright white light, but the car was completely empty. Mind you, the change was instantaneous. There was no sound of a door opening, no shift in the car's weight, and no shadow running off into the darkness of the cemetery anywhere. Whatever had been sitting on the back seat just simply ceased to exist the exact millisecond that the lights came on. I quickly advanced on the car with my weapon raised, my boots sinking into the mud a bit. I did a full careful walk around of the exterior before looking straight down through the glass into the rear footwells. There was no space under those seats to hide a grown man. The floors were totally bare anyway. I jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and tore away from the cemetery gates at full speed without ever looking back at the rearview mirror once. Now, I like to think of myself as a pretty practical, detail-oriented sort of guy by trade, but the sheer precision of what happened has completely messed with me. I mean, your eyes can play tricks on you with shadows for sure, but a shadow doesn't turn its head to literally track you through a graveyard like that. Back in the winter of 2008, when I was 16, my family moved into a pretty damp and drafty apartment. It was a bleak concrete high-rise with the radiators constantly hissing, and the winter sun was setting by 3 in the afternoon in this place. During those long, dark afternoons, I used to read tarot cards for my school friends on the kitchen table, never for money or anything, but just to pass the time a little bit. But whenever I shuffled the deck alone in the empty flat, the air would turn heavy and I'd get this distinct prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like somebody was standing right behind my chair, peering over my shoulder. One Tuesday, I came home exhausted and decided to catch a quick 30-minute nap before volleyball practice. I lay down on my right side at the very edge of the mattress, staring at the faded wallpaper, my mind sort of drifting into the heavy twilight zone right before deep sleep. When suddenly, a flat voice echoed directly inside the center of my skull, "Don't read tarot." Without thinking, fueled by teenage irritation, I snapped back in my mind for it to go away. The second that I opened my eyes, the breath was completely sucked out from my lungs. Squatting on the floorboards directly in my face, barely inches away, was what I can only describe as a wretched, hairless entity. Its skin was pale, translucent grey, covered in deep wrinkles. It had massive sunken eyes that were entirely bloodshot and dark, and its lips were pulled back to reveal sharp yellow teeth. Sprouting from the center of its bald scalp were roughly 20 long, brittle grey hairs that almost floated in the stagnant air. Before I could even scream, I forced my eyelids shut. The moment that the darkness hit, my entire body experienced a violent and sickening physical sensation, exactly like being dropped into an industrial washing machine in a high-speed rinse cycle. My equilibrium completely shattered all of a sudden, and when the spinning abruptly cut out, the bedroom was gone. I opened my eyes, but there was no light, only a dense, freezing subterranean darkness. The air smelled of like wet lime, and from somewhere high above I could hear the slow, rhythmic dripping sound of water hitting a heavy, flat stone surface, I think. Then, tearing through the cavernous space came the agonizing shriek of a woman. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated suffering, so loud that it vibrated right through my teeth. Desperate to escape, I fought against a massive invisible weight to force my eyes open in the real world. When my eyelids finally cracked as well, I was back on my mattress, panting and drenched in cold sweat. While looking for a flashlight desperately in the kitchen drawer later that evening, I pulled out the old wooden drawer entirely and noticed a small hidden structural gap in the cabinetry underneath. Reaching inside, my fingers pulled out an old grease-stained Russian military identification booklet from like the late 1960s. The photograph had been systematically and aggressively scraped out with a razor blade, but tucked into a plastic sleeve was a small hand-drawn charcoal sketch of the exact same bald and sort of wrinkled entity that I had just seen in my room, annotated with a single frantic line written in faded purple ink: the Cellar Watchman. The sudden shock of a physical, non-paranormal confirmation of that specific face hidden in the woodwork made my stomach drop. I shoved the booklet back into the recess, trembling. The second instance occurred a few months later, and unfortunately, it left a far deeper psychological scar than even the first one. So, I had completely ruined my sleep schedule studying for exams and decided to pull a full 24-hour fast to reset my internal clock. By 1 p.m. the next day, the sleep deprivation caught up to me, and I collapsed onto my stomach on the couch. My cat curled up right against my hip, purring softly as I drifted off. Out of nowhere, though, a deep, radiating warmth enveloped my entire torso. It felt exactly like a massive, incredibly heavy pair of arms wrapped around me from behind in a comforting, protective embrace. But within about 3 seconds, logic pierced through the haze. I was entirely alone in a locked apartment. As the panic set in, a voice spoke directly beside my ear. It was weird and unnatural. It had a sort of overlapping cadence that was neither distinct male nor female, yet it sounded terrifyingly familiar. It spoke in a rapid, rhythmic language that I had never heard before in my life, and yet some part of my brain was sort of able to understand the context of what it was saying. Terrified, I began desperately reciting the lines of an old prayer under my breath, and the moment that those words left my thoughts, the familiar voice instantly dissolved into a distorted, piercing shriek. The sheer terror broke the paralysis, and I violently forced myself up into a sitting position on the cushions. My cat was sitting perfectly calm at the foot of the couch, staring blankly at the empty corner of the room. The second that I tried to stand up, my vision completely tunneled out, and I instantly blacked out cold onto the mattress. I woke up some hours later, and I didn't know what had happened. The final and most calculated breach occurred after we broke the lease, though, and moved to a remote ground-floor farm cottage. The cabin was bordered by miles and miles of dense protected timberland, and for the first 2 months, the mountain air actually felt entirely inert. But by late November, things came back, seemingly targeting the rear utility wall almost every night at exactly 11 o'clock. It sounded exactly like a handful of coarse gravel or heavy river dirt was being aggressively hurled from the tree line directly against the external housing of our large cast iron HVAC compressor. On the night of June 17th, and I remember this, I sat up in the dark kitchen to listen for it myself. Right on the hour the impact came, 3 distinct heavy volleys of gravel rattling against the metal casing. My father and I immediately grabbed our industrial flashlights and sprinted outside, sweeping the beams across the perimeter. There were no animals, no low-hanging branches, and absolutely no fresh debris scattered on the concrete pad around the unit. We even had a technician pull the shroud apart a few days prior. The internal fans and the coils were entirely clear, and the casing was structurally sound too. The situation shifted violently 3 days later, though. Around 6 in the morning, while the entire household was still asleep, a massive explosive impact literally detonated against the utility wall. This time it didn't sound like loose gravel, too. It sounded more like a heavy, dense boulder had been launched directly at the metal compressing casing. The shock wave was so severe, too, that the cast iron housing violently shuddered against the concrete, and the heavy condensation that had pooled onto the internal fins was physically sprayed across the window glass inside. We bolted out the back door in our undershirts, expecting to find a shattered window or a pile of loose rocks or something, but the yard was completely bare. There wasn't a single grain of dirt or a stray pebble on the concrete pad anywhere. But when I knelt down with a flashlight to inspect the metal shroud later that morning, I discovered 3 deep, jagged structural dents driven right into the thick iron plating, something that would require an immense amount of force or energy to do that. I really don't know how something like that even happens, and so, to this day, I still have no explanation for it. Back in 1993, my family rented a pretty isolated house out on some flatlands. Decades before the house was built, the land had been an old commercial sheep farm, and the property was still dotted with weathered timber shearing sheds, rusted wire pens, and old concrete drainage ditches. Growing up there, the whole house had this weird, heavy energy to it, and a lot of bizarre and unexplained things used to happen in our bedrooms with terrifying regularity. My older brother and sister had rooms right next to each other at the end of the hall, and almost every single night, their heavy pine bed frames would violently shudder and shake at the exact same second. And to make it worse, they both kept waking up to see a towering, faceless shadow figure standing dead still at the foot of their beds. I was in the small spare bedroom at the back of the house, right across the hall from the main bathroom. My parents told me that when I was a toddler, that room was a hotbed for weird audio things. In fact, apparently they used to stand out in the dark landing and listen to me, having full back-and-forth conversations with the inside of my built-in cedar wardrobe. The talking wasn't even the worst part, though. I would apparently routinely wake up, heavy breathing and crying, because it felt like an invisible force was firmly tickling the bare soles of my feet. It happened so often that my parents started a routine where they'd come and get me at 2 a.m. every single night so that I could sleep in a cot in their room. Things shifted, though, when my older brother left. My sister moved down into this bigger bedroom in the basement, and I took over her old room right opposite my parents'. The second that original spare bedroom was empty, it started running on its own loop. I would lie awake at night, listening to the locked wardrobe door click open, and the bare iron springs of the empty mattress creaking like something heavy was shifting around on it, and the desktop printer on the desk randomly turning on and cycling its roller in the dark. We had a heavy farm cat as well, but there's no way that a cat had the weight to compress those old iron mattress springs like that. Just no way. The escalation, though, happened during a brutal summer thunderstorm one day. A lightning strike blew out the local transformer, plunging the entire house into pitch black darkness. While I was dead asleep, I ended up sleepwalking that night. My mum woke up to the sound of me screaming for her from across the hall, and when she ran out into the landing with a flashlight, she found me trapped in a bizarre and sort of mindless loop. I was marching straight into the closed doors of the empty spare room's wardrobe, back up 2 steps, and then throwing my entire weight against the wooden frame again and again. The exact second that my mum grabbed my shoulders to snap me out of it, the power suddenly kicked back on, flooding the hallway with bright light. And in that split second, I remember sort of waking up all of a sudden. I looked past her shoulder into the empty spare room, and a young boy, totally pale and wearing old-fashioned mid-century work clothes, was standing right in the doorway. He made a slow and deliberate come here sort of gesture with his hand before he just vanished after I blinked. The winter that my grandmother came to stay for the weekend and slept in that spare room, the next morning, she stormed into the kitchen completely furious and confronted my father. "Why did you come into my room and wake me up at dawn?" she demanded. My dad was totally bewildered and told her that he hadn't gone anywhere near her room. My grandmother thought that he was playing a sick joke and laid out exactly what had happened. She said that a man with my dad's exact build, height, and hair had stepped right out of the wardrobe. He walked to the bottom of the bed and forcefully grabbed her big toe to wake her up. When she asked what he wanted, the figure replied in a flat and sort of monotone voice, "You need to assist with the yard maintenance." It was the middle of January and the yard was buried under 3 feet of packed snow. The figure then just sort of turned around, walked back into the wardrobe, and the latch clicked shut. The final thing that happened, though, was when my mum and I both caught a brutal winter flu one day. To keep my dad from catching it before his shifts at the manufacturing plant that he worked at, my mother and I moved into the spare bedroom to isolate a little bit. In the early hours of the morning, I woke up to that exact same terrifying feeling from my childhood, invisible fingers aggressively tickling my feet, followed by the distinct weight of a human body settling down into the mattress right next to me. At first, thinking that my mother was shifting over to comfort me, I rolled around to face her. The space beside me, though, was completely empty. Through the open bedroom door, I could see the bathroom light shining into the landing too, and my mother was standing at the sink across the hall, pouring a glass of water for herself. When I asked her why she had reached under the covers to touch my feet, she stopped, turned around, and looked at me with just pure terror. Whatever was living inside of that house wasn't just a random echo. It was actively mimicking our voices and shapes to seemingly get close to us while we were sleeping. So my husband and I, we manage a remote cabin out in the thick woods of the Appalachian foothills. The land out there is incredibly rugged, packed with dense pine trees and steep rocky edges. Because we're so isolated, we always invite large groups of our close friends out for weekend hangouts and whatnot. Now, the weird stuff started on a clear, completely still evening in July. My husband and I were just relaxing out on the back wooden deck when out of nowhere, this incredibly loud, high-pitched screech literally tore through the air, coming from a spot exactly 3 feet in front of our faces. It was absolutely deafening, and held a completely flat, steady tone for at least 15 seconds straight. It didn't sound like a bobcat, or a fox, or any animal that I'd ever heard before. Terrified by how loud it was, we literally bolted inside. Within 10 seconds, 4 of our friends came sprinting up the stairs from the basement, asking what kind of industrial machine had just exploded on the lawn. Exactly 10 minutes later, while we were all gathered in the kitchen, that exact same 15-second screech went off again from the same spot on the deck. And well, that was really it. We locked all the security doors and stood lookout for some time, but we never saw anything. Things escalated, though, immediately after that second screech. My husband unlocked the front door to walk down the gravel driveway with a high-powered flashlight to go and check the perimeter. And about 2 minutes after he had stepped into the dark, my 8-year-old daughter grabbed my shirt, trembling. "Mummy, why is Daddy doing that through the window?" I turned toward the front door. Standing right on the porch step was a shape, with my husband's exact height, build, and clothes. But his posture was completely wrong. His chin was sort of pinned flat against his chest. His eyes were rolled up, looking at me through his eyebrows, and his hand was rapidly scratching against the solid wood door. Thinking that he was just pulling some stupid, badly timed prank to break the tension, I rolled my eyes and walked back to the kitchen. When my husband walked through the front door 5 minutes later, my daughter immediately asked him why he was acting so weird on the porch. He stopped dead, totally confused. "What are you talking about? I've been out at the main utility gate 300 yards away for at least the last 5 minutes. I've spent years trying to get him to admit that it was an elaborate joke, but he completely denies it. Even that night, while our daughter was having a massive hour-long panic attack over it, he swore on his life that he never went near that porch. The next night, the physical interference moved even closer. I was standing on the back deck when a bunch of small, heavy stones were hurled from the roofline right past my left temple, hitting the wooden deck with a lot of force. At the exact same time, the high-pitched screeching started up again out in the tree line. Assuming that one of our weekend guests had snuck outside to mess with us, I marched down the deck stairs to catch them. My daughter came with me into the gravel yard, and we tracked a dark shape moving toward our parked pickup truck. When she leaned down to look under the chassis, she froze. One of our close friends was lying perfectly flat on his back on the gravel, right under the engine. He was completely motionless, his eyes wide open and staring blankly at the underside of the truck. I called his name over and over again, telling him to get up, but he just didn't move a muscle. He didn't blink, twitch, or say a word. What made it truly impossible, though, was that the high-pitched screeching sound was blasting from the air right next to his head, and he didn't even seem to flinch. Terrified by how catatonic he was, we quickly left the truck and ran back into the house. 10 minutes later, we found that exact same friend walking up the lower path from the woods, laughing and talking casually. We all went inside together. As we walked into the kitchen, that same friend stepped out of the basement door. His hair and clothes were completely soaked with water, and he slipped on the tiles, wiping out hard. I snapped at him immediately. "That is exactly what you get for pulling that garbage under the truck outside." He sat up on the floor, totally clueless. "What truck? I've been downstairs in the hot tub for the last 45 minutes. None of the 9 other people in the house had seen him leave the basement or walk past the kitchen, even though the only way in or out was through the single door where we were all watching. Both my husband and our friend haven't budged on their stories for 7 years at least, and neither of them seemed to be responsible for what we saw those days. A few months later, too, while clearing out some old brush near the porch, my husband found a weird sort of thing hidden right against the foundation. Tucked into a gap in the stone siding was an old heavy iron logging chain. It hadn't just fallen there. The chain was actually tightly wrapped in thick layers of coarse matted human hair mixed with old grease or something, all bound tightly together with heavy copper wire. We pulled it out and we burned it, wanting it gone. The property, it's been completely unstable ever since that weekend. On top of everything, the acreage has been under constant aggressive territorial harassment by a massive black bear that tries to smash through the kitchen windows at the exact time every single day, basically. I don't let my daughter out on the deck after sunset anymore. This has only been happening for the last month or so, but again, it's just another one of those weird things that happens here. Whatever that sound is, though, and the mimics that we see from time to time, well, I just hope that it all ends soon, otherwise I don't know if I can live here permanently.
So, I'm going to give some information about my bedroom and the house and how it's all set up, so that everything else will make a little more sense. But my room is set up like a square. My bedroom door is tucked in the bottom right corner, with my bed up against the opposite corner, with the foot of the bed facing towards the top of the square. In the front of the square, there are 2 windows at the foot of my bed, with maybe a yard of wiggle room so I can walk to my door. Last year was really rough for me though, and my room was incredibly messy, so the only way that I could get to my door was to hop off the foot of the bed and walk past both windows to leave my room. Under the 2 windows in my room is a small roof covering a room from the first floor. The roofing extends a foot past the room's wall on all sides, and there's no way to get to this roof unless you went through my windows. There's also no way to get on top of the house, at all. No trees, no fence, no ladders, nothing. Now last year, I was up late at night listening to music. It was almost 12 in the morning and it was completely dark outside, with the only light in my room being from a terrible lamp that I've had since I was a kid. In order for me to be able to sleep, I have to have my fan on, otherwise I'll pretty much overheat guaranteed and be really uncomfortable. Because my fan is always on, sometimes loose papers on my floor will sort of flap around, so I'll just get up and move them so I don't have to listen to it. This night though, I heard a noise that didn't sound like paper coming from the foot of my bed. I was sort of confused and paused my music to listen. It got louder and I looked to where the noise was coming from. There was nothing on the ground, but when I looked up, a visceral fear that I've never felt before suddenly ran through me. At first, I genuinely thought it was a dog outside of my window, or a fox, but it was too unnatural. It was peeking into my window and I could see its head and its pure white, unblinking eyes. That creature was the thing causing the noise, which I realized was scratching on the metal mesh outside of my window. We stared at each other, and this thing was huge. The creature started walking along both of my windows, scratching along the metal until it disappeared off to the side. Its back looked similar to a porcupine almost. I can't even describe it, to be honest. It was just sharp and it looked dangerous and made my breath hitch. I waited a few minutes, and thinking it was gone, I started inching towards the foot of my bed so that I could get the heck out of my room. It walked back across though, scratching the mesh, before sitting at the window in front of me and just staring at me. It paced between my windows for a bit, before walking off to the side and disappearing, keeping those wide eyes on me the entire time. Once I knew it was gone, I kept my eyes on the window at all times and backed out of the room. I sprinted down the hall to tell my parents, who were very disinterested, and, well, that was that. I walked back into my room and kept the lights on as I cried, and I just stared at my windows. I've slept with my lamp on since then, too. Now, a few months later, I had to move schools, and that's where I met Allie. We bonded pretty quickly and became really good friends. 7 months into our friendship, she opened up to me about her paranormal experience and how she thinks that she has some things that follow her around. She told me a lot of stories, but the last one, it made me stop. Allie started complaining about this dog that she's seen a few times across her life and how it freaks her out. Before then, I had never told anyone about the creature that I saw outside of my window, but she described it perfectly. After she finished, I opened up about how I saw the exact same thing, and since then, I've been trying to help her with her spiritual attachments. I've always dealt with paranormal stuff, and I'm a very spiritual person, so nothing usually phases me. I've been dragged out of my bed by the leg when a spirit was mad at me. I've been woken up in the middle of the night by a spirit trying to talk to me. Sometimes I can see like auras, I guess you could say, around people. But this was a rare occasion that something genuinely freaked me out. Allie is dealing with some demonic stuff, I guess you could say. Like, I'm talking scary demonic stuff. She lives on native land and has dealt with some of their supernatural creatures before, and my town also has Native American roots, which makes me wonder if the dog could be something native. Maybe it was scoping me out before I met her, since I've helped her manage the supernatural stuff in her life or something. I really don't have any clue as to why it appeared, but if anyone has any insight, then please do let me know. Something reminded me of this incident that happened a few years ago at a friend's apartment, and I thought that I would share it. So back before COVID, around 2019 or so, I went to a party that my friend, 19 and female, was throwing at her place. No occasion or anything, we were just looking for a reason to get drunk, really. Anyways, I showed up and it was a small group, maybe 5 other people, mostly guys. We're all having a good time. A few hours go by, and as we're chatting in the living room, I hear a knock on the balcony fence. For context, they were on the ground floor level, and their apartment was on the far corner of the property downtown in our city. We ignore it and continue on. Another knock follows soon after, and when we go to the balcony, we can't see anyone over the fence. We're all a bit confused, and we've turned the music down by this point, and another knock comes. Only this time, on one of the windows, and then again on the windows beside that one. It's getting closer to the front door until finally this person is knocking on the front door. When the peephole is checked, however, you can't actually see them, which means that they're either ducking down or hiding. So all of the guys tell us to get behind them, and they're going to confront whoever is doing this. They grabbed whatever kitchen knives they could. I think someone had a broomstick too, which was a bit comical, but they busted out the front door. Me and the other girls followed behind, and to our horror, we see a single, very tall, skinny man crouched underneath the staircase with his right hand stuffed into his jacket pocket. His eyes looked yellow and bloodshot, and he immediately started to take off. The guys caught up and started questioning him, and he makes up some story about looking to get a haircut.
They tell him to get out of here, and eventually he does. In all of that commotion, too, I noticed that he had left behind an envelope that was covered in glitter. It was empty, but sealed and covered in blue and purple glitter, and my friend's car had the same blue and purple glitter sitting on the hood. We think that he must have assumed that she lived there alone, and was going to bait her to open the door so that he could force his way inside. She lived at the apartment with her boyfriend, actually, but he didn't have a job, so he never left. To any onlookers, you'd only see her leave every day. And thank goodness she moved apartments not soon after that. And nowadays, she's doing much better. But yeah, I really don't know what would have happened had there not been all of us there that night. I really hope that I never see that dude again, because the way that he was sitting there crouched up like that, it still haunts me. It wasn't in a passive sitting position or anything. Honestly, it was like he was ready to spring into action. So I was just 4 years old, and my parents had just moved my family into our first house. They decided to have a big family sleepover in the living room with my cousins, aunts, and uncles. And I remember that night that we watched Harry and the Hendersons, which was quite scary for me as a 4-year-old. And after the movie, we all went to bed. I remember this night really clearly too. It's possibly one of my earliest memories, in fact. But a cartoon girl woke me up. Her blonde hair and pink dress is still vivid in my mind to this day. She was holding a paint bucket and a ridiculously large paintbrush. She asked me to come outside with her because she wanted to paint some things. So I followed her out the front door. No one in my family woke up or noticed, by the way. The girl led me out to my father's truck parked on the side of the house. For context, I was a very small child and my dad's truck was tall and lifted. But there's no possible way that I could get in on my own, or even reach the door handle to open it. I always needed to be picked up to get into it, and I also rarely ever rode in it. So technically, I wouldn't have been familiar with how to get in it myself. Well, anyway, she opened the truck door and then set her paint bucket on the ground for me to stand on to get into the truck. Also, yes, my dad didn't have his truck locked. We kind of lived in a neighborhood out in the middle of a bunch of farmland. My dad seems to think that nothing can happen out there, so he doesn't care to lock his truck or pretty much anything. Anyway, I don't know exactly what happened after I got on the truck, but I remember being locked in there and watching the cartoon girl walk away. Once I was alone, I was absolutely petrified. I felt like I was being watched, and I remember being horrified about that Bigfoot Harry from the movie coming out to get me. So I did what any 4-year-old would do, and I freaked the heck out. Luckily, my dad was working in the garage that night after everyone had gone to bed, and I guess I was screaming and crying loud enough that he had heard me from inside the garage. He ran inside the house and saw the front door wide open, still everyone asleep. So he then ran outside because, well, it sounds like I was being kidnapped, but he found me inside of the truck. It's still a huge mystery in my family to this day on how exactly I was able to get into that truck. My dad checked everywhere too, and there was just nothing that I would have been able to climb on to get inside, let alone even open the door. And it's been unexplained all these years. Ever since then, I have had countless paranormal encounters, and they seem to follow me around. But hey, it's kind of a cool story to tell when I want to spook anyone, so I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoy sleeping outside, and I have a tent in the back corner of my yard up against the woods. Usually around midnight, I go to bed and I step outside and my motion light brightens up the yard as I walk about 40 yards to my tent. I'll be on Reddit or listening to an audiobook, YouTube, Netflix, whatever. And the first night that I was out there after setting up my new tent, I was relaxing when I heard a scratching near the door of my tent. Haha, very funny, good one. Now let me sleep, I said. Then off a bit in the distance, I hear both my teenage sons laughing. The next night, I hear coyotes very close. They frequent the high-tension lines just up the hill, and I hear them often, but This time it sounded like it was happening in my backyard, so I sat up, shut off my audiobook, and hit the record on my phone. It was pretty awesome and gave me chills just because it sounded so close. I could hear each individual coyote. It sounded like they were sort of attacking one of the pack, but anyway, the next night I hear them again, but much further away, and an owl who hauntingly hoots most nights. Later that night I hear scratching again, and tell them to go away as it must have been about 2 o'clock in the morning, perhaps even later. I fall asleep eventually, and same again the next night, but by now I know it wasn't my kids. I told them to stop the first time, and me having terminal cancer now, they do what I tell them. Some nights going to my tent as well, I see rabbits in my yard eating grass. Nocturnal rabbits? I don't know, but we have raccoons, opossums, squirrels, flying squirrels, fisher cats, and many others. I figured that something was brushing against my tent every night while grazing or whatever, but one night it was so loud and sounded so deliberate that I sat up and turned on my electric lantern and looked towards the noise, and see my shoes bouncing up and down on the tent floor. I thought to myself, oh my goodness, it's mice this whole time, or a snake, something that was comfortable beneath my tent. But last night was different. You see, I hear scratching again, this time on the opposite side where there is no door, where I'm up against the woods. It was definitely not an animal too, as it was up much higher and repeated a pattern-like scratching, like a record so to speak. I say out loud, leave me alone, as I slap the side of the tent with the back of my hand. I could either hear or feel footsteps on the wet grass because it moved away and brushed up against my head and arm and stopped there. I had this pressure against me and I didn't move because I was terrified. After about 15 seconds, I felt it slowly move away and stop probably a foot or two away from my tent. It was weird to hear myself say loudly, "The power of Christ compels you." I couldn't think of something better to say. It just came out and, well, it seemed to work. I wanted to go in the house, but I was too frightened to open my tent and break for the porch. So I turned my audiobook back on, but turned the volume all the way up, and somehow, eventually I fell asleep. Tonight, though, I'm sleeping in my bed, and tomorrow I will go through the video on a bird feed camera that might have caught something. Being a skeptic, I will assuredly make some more excuses on what it could have been, but I was so scared last night that now I think that perhaps one day, who knows, I may become a believer. I was just listening to other stories here, and I got a flashback to something abundantly strange that happened to me as a kid. I figured that I should share it here, otherwise, well, I'll probably forget it for like another 20 years again. So my parents took me and my brother camping. I guess the place is still there, Nelson's family campground along Halesbrook in East Hampton. My brother and I used to slip quarters in the arcade machines that they had in this log cabin-y sort of main office thing, and we loved it. The trip itself was, well, pretty uneventful really. Mum and Dad were nagging at each other and lightly fighting. Dad took us fishing at one point. We didn't catch anything and he was kind of being a bit of a jerk. My brother and I were in Scouts, so we were pretty familiar with the outdoors. We went fishing and camping all the time with our uncle, who took us on more backwoods kind of trips. So we thought that this would be a breeze for us. It's like 4 a.m. one of the nights that I've got to pee. I've pretty much seen it all, and the campground is safe, and all I've got to worry about is skunks and possums. I put on a jacket and crawl out of my tent and walk over to the bushes. I'm standing there, member in hand, and I see this animal head with glowing green eyes low in the bushes, about 20 feet out, maybe a foot or two from the ground. I assume it's a possum, so I start to pee. And then I remember thinking, wow, that possum actually really looks like an alien, but as if it was a giant bug. My eyes adjust and I expect a possum face to appear, but no, an alien, but sort of looked like a praying mantis. It kind of sinks in how strange it is. The eyes are glowing green like that and not yellow. like a bioluminescent sort of thing and not a reflection. I recall it reminded me of fireflies at the time, and then my eyes actually adjust, and I see that not only am I right, but I also see that it has long, spindly arms. It's laying there in a position like it was doing push-ups. Its otherworldly and strangely long arms are bent at the elbow, which when bent sit higher than its head. It sort of looked like a long letter M, I guess. I kind of digest all of this, as it were. I'm not dreaming, so I should probably panic, but I realize that if it's an alien, that they're only like 3 or 4 feet tall according to law, so I don't really care. I mean, I'll kick its butt, right? But then it stands up. Well, the head elevates, the arms straighten, and maybe it's just a human after all and some gangly creep. But the head keeps elevating. It would have had to have been 9 or 10 feet tall by the time that it was done standing up. I was just frozen there trying to tell myself how not real this was or the millions of things that it could be. Then I realize, no, what I'm seeing is what I'm getting. I'm looking at exactly what I think I'm looking at. I'm like 20 feet from this 10-foot tall mantis alien with glowing green eyes, and it's just me and him. Finally, I scream like my life depended on it, because it probably did. And then just everything kind of gets, well, hazy. I remember making it to the tent and hiding in my sleeping bag, and my brother reacting frantically. My parents are upset that I woke up the whole campground, and I tell them what happened. They walk over to where it was and see that it would have for sure been a few feet taller than adults, and I feel like I'm about to be sick. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a long, gangly arm to dart out of the brush and snag one of them. Thankfully, that never happened, but still, I was absolutely freaking out. I want to believe that it was a dream or a night terror, but my brother harassed me about it for a good 10 years before, well, unfortunately, he died. I guess the most unsettling part of it all was just how confident this thing was, like I was just inconsequential to it, and it was observing me with what I would describe as disdain. I was just this gross nothing to it, like it could eat me, but thank you, no thank you sort of thing. I don't know why I felt that way, but I distinctly remember that, and the whole event is not something that I think about that often, but like I said, my memory was jogged by another story, and so I thought that I would share this. A little while ago, I heard a chair move in the other room. I looked over and saw that it looked like the chair had been pulled out from under the table. I felt a bit weird about that, but I blamed it on the cat and went back to decorating my MySpace page. Yeah, I was like 13 at the time. About an hour later, I heard the chair move again though, and this time it was facing me. Again, I tried to blame it on the cat, but that's when I noticed that the cat was above me, on the printer, soundly asleep, and had obviously been there for quite some time. When I realized that, I had the craziest chill run up my spine, because we didn't have any other pets, and if something was in that chair, it was sitting there, and seemingly looking at me. I was so freaked out I ran into my sister's room and hid under her blankets. She didn't wake up but was really confused why I was in her bed in the morning. When I told her what had happened, she said that she had seen the ghost in the house too. Apparently, one night she woke up and saw a tall man in a cowboy hat standing at the end of her bed. In that moment, she thought that she was going to die and hid her face under the blanket, but nothing happened for so long, so she eventually looked and the man was gone. This was my mum's husband's house, and apparently he'd had multiple priests and mediums come through, and they all said the same thing, that there are 3 spirits in his house, and apparently one is a cowboy, the other is an old woman, and the third is an indigenous man. I don't know which one was messing with the chair that night, but I am super glad that I never saw the cowboy at the foot of my bed.
I'm 16 now, and I've been dealing with something terrifying for as long as I can remember. It all started when I was 5, and honestly, I still don't fully understand what's going on. I know that some people won't believe me, but I need to share this, get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has gone through the same thing and will know what to do. So, it all began when my mum, who was a single parent at the time, met my stepdad. He was super nice, and eventually we moved into his house. My stepdad had a daughter who was 8 years older than me, and I shared a room with her, but she wasn't around much because she was already dating and out with friends a lot. The house was old, like built in the early 1900s, and I remember feeling a bit creeped out almost immediately. At first, it was just nightmares. I was scared of the dark at the time, so I used to sleep in my stepsister's bed because it was closer to the hallway light. But every time that I slept in her bed, I had this awful nightmare where something chased me, trying to hurt me. I was only 5, so I didn't think much of it and just stopped sleeping in her bed. But then the nightmares started happening in my own bed too. It wasn't every night, but often enough to scare me. I couldn't really explain it to anyone because, honestly, who's going to believe a little kid saying that they're haunted? Over time, though, things got weirder. By the time that I was 7, we redecorated the room, and I started noticing, shadows moving at night and hearing random old-timey music. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see shadows standing in the corner or behind the door. One night I woke up, but instead of being in my room, it felt like I was in my grandparents' old living room. It was completely empty, and even though I knew that I was awake, I couldn't see my room at all until I bumped my head on the door. That was when I started to seriously freak out, but I didn't tell anyone because I thought that they would just brush it off. By the time that I was around 9, though, I became convinced that it was the spirit of the old woman who used to live in the house. The reason for this is that the only owner before us was a 96-year-old woman who died in a retirement home, and I thought that her spirit had stayed behind. I'd see her shadow standing in the corner of the room where my stepsister's bed used to be, or I'd feel something pulling at my feet while I slept. Sometimes I'd see her standing behind the door, just a silhouette through the glass. I never really saw her face or anything, but I was convinced that it was her. I got to the point where I got used to her presence. I wasn't exactly comfortable with it, but it became a part of my life, I guess. That is, until things got worse. Her presence started to feel, more aggressive, I would say. She'd move around more, and her shadow looked less human, taller, skinnier, and somehow more threatening. The nightmares, they became more intense, and I could feel her in other parts of the house, not just in my room anymore. I'd hear footsteps on the stairs, like someone was walking around late at night, and the whole house just felt very off. This went on until I was about 10, and that's when I told my aunt about what I was going through, and she convinced my mum to have a priest come and bless the house. And weirdly enough, after that, everything stopped. For 2 years, no nightmares, no shadows, no weird noises, nothing. It was a huge relief for me at the time as well. But then, when I was about 12, my dog died, and everything started up again. I'd see my dog lying on my parents' bed, even though he was gone. Sometimes I'd hear something eating from his food bowl, even though our other dog was nowhere near it. And once, our kitchen clock, which had been hanging on the wall for years, randomly fell off and rolled all the way to my dog's food bowl. This time, even my parents noticed the weird things happening, but eventually they just sort of pretended like it wasn't real. They'd say that I was imagining things, or that I was just overthinking it. Then, when I was 14, I invited a friend over for a sleepover one night. She believed me when I told her about the haunting because she said that she could see spirits. We decided to set up an experiment to see if we could catch anything on camera. We put cameras in the room, and the next morning we actually found something. There was a dark shadow lying between us in the bed,
completely still like it was dead. The camera stopped recording at 3:30 in the morning, but what we saw freaked us both out. I showed the footage to my parents, hoping that they'd finally take me seriously, but they just made me delete it. I wanted to send it to someone who knew about this stuff, but they wouldn't let me. After that, things went quiet again for a couple of years, and genuinely I thought that maybe it was all over at this stage. But 6 months ago, everything started up again, and this time it's way worse. I've been dealing with depression for the past year, and somehow that seems to have triggered the activity again. The shadows are back, the noises, the feeling of being watched, everything. A few nights ago, I heard my brother's voice calling my name at 1:30 in the morning saying, "Come take a quick look," or something to that effect. But it didn't sound right. It was his voice, but it was like a recording maybe. Then it switched to my dad's voice saying the exact same thing. I didn't respond, and I'm glad that I didn't. I think that it feeds on fear, and I think it gets stronger with that or something. I'm going to see a medium tomorrow. Unfortunately, my best friend moved abroad, so I can't really ask her for help anymore. I don't know what this thing is or why it's attached to me, but I really, really need some answers. If you're going through something like this, please don't ignore it. Find someone who can help, whether it's a priest, a medium, or someone who understands. Don't let other people's disbelief stop you either. I'll keep you guys updated after I meet with the medium, but please, do wish me luck. This story dates back to spring of 2016. At the time, I was in my late 20s, I was young and fit with very long blonde hair. A total hippie chick that had quit her job to travel the US with my ex at the time, pre-pandemic before the van life or tiny home movement really took off. We left our home in the Midwest of January that year, after holiday celebrations saying goodbye to friends and family. By sometime in April or early May, we made it to southern Texas and decided to check out Padre Island National Seashore. For those of you unfamiliar with the location, it's a seashore that you can drive right onto with your vehicle. My now ex and I were in a 26-foot Class C 1976 Chevy motorhome. We drove into the island at nighttime, and waking up the next morning was the most insane and phenomenal experience. The ocean was a mere 15 feet away. I mean, the visual was absolutely breathtaking. I'll never forget it. We arrived on a Thursday or Friday, and the beach was beyond packed. Another thing for people unfamiliar with Padre is that it was where many Texans, high schoolers and college kids mainly, flock for their spring break. And spring break was just the week prior to when we got there, or maybe still going on. Either way, what I mean is that it was busy, and we had an awesome weekend partying away. During this weekend, we noticed that workers for the park would often drive down the beach. They're pretty protective of their sea turtle population there and would slowly drive by in marked vehicles a few times a day. And by Monday morning, we woke up to find the entire island emptied out. When I tell you that we were literally the only ones both when you looked left or right, we were the only ones for what seemed like miles. It was a gorgeous morning too, so I walked the dog quickly and then came inside to sit at our pop-up dining room table to do some journaling. My ex was asleep on the very back couch. We were backed in with the windshield facing the ocean, so of course I took a seat looking towards the beautiful view. Maybe 15 minutes after I sat down to journal, a grey beat-up pickup truck drove by, kind of quickly, headed towards the direction of the park entrance. That was the first activity I'd seen on the island that morning, and I didn't think anything of it. However, maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, the same truck came driving back past our RV, this time much slower. The man driving the pickup was going so slow, in fact, that we made eye contact for several seconds as he went back by. He also seemed to drive closer to our vehicle in order to better see inside. Alarm bells should have been ringing at this point, but I kind of just shrugged it off. I was very much in my free spirit phase and was not easily off-put, and this is where it gets really creepy. So obviously, this guy needed to turn back around since he was driving away from the park entrance again. But I was honestly minding my own business. I kind of put him out of mind. But yes, several minutes later, the man came back. But this time, he pulled directly up to our RV with his truck, essentially nose to nose at a 45-degree angle, to appear as if he were giving us a jump. Not far-fetched for a 70s vehicle on the salty beach, but he was blocking us in. It was now that my heart dropped and I began to get a bit scared. I screamed my ex's name immediately and he jumped up from the couch. I know that he could hear the panic in my voice, but I'll never forget just how quickly he got up and how he had his arms spread across while he ducked down to see through the windshield. He was 6'5", very bearded, and I'm 1,000% sure that he was the only reason that the man in the grey beat-up truck sped off like he did. It took several minutes for my heart rate to return to normal. My ex and I just looked at each other, because that was the most unusual encounter on our trip yet. Surprisingly, we stayed another week after that, in the same spot as well. The idea never entered my head that the man could bring reinforcement and come back for me or us. I was very foolishly fearless and naive back then, I know. Anyway, it wasn't until later that day that another fact dawned on me. When my ex and I had arrived over the weekend, we only pulled out one camping chair. That one camping chair was in plain sight next to our RV outside. Prior to this spot, we had never done that. We always got both chairs out. But we ended up using driftwood to sit on when we had our bonfires there. And so that was the nail in the coffin for me. The scary man in the grey truck absolutely thought that I was a young girl all alone. And I still wonder to this day, almost 10 years later, what all he had in mind for me that morning. Also, out of curiosity, I googled Padre Island National Seashore Murder, and it looks like a murder of an RV couple occurred there back in 2019, which honestly gives me chills. I would like to start by saying that I know that this story sounds crazy. I know it sounds made up. I could write a book off of the things experienced in this house. I didn't believe in ghosts until, well, I went through this experience, and even now I struggle to find my sanity when retelling it. My family and I all question our sanity while going through it, but I can assure you that this story is 100% true, and honestly I wish that I was making it up. I am not the only person who experienced things too. In the following story, I'll give you the perspectives and experiences of myself, 13 to 16 years old when it all happened, my mother, who was a widow, my younger sister, 1 to 3 when it happened. Her name is Polly, my now stepfather, Mark, my stepbrother, 13 to 16 years old when it happened, Nick, a religious family member, Tina, a woman who stayed with us for a few days, Katie, my sister's godmother, Jen, the ghost hunters, and our priest. Again, I know that this is going to sound pretty absurd, and so it's hard to know where to start, but I'll start before the haunting. So when I was about 12, my mum married a really great man named Ron. This was the classic tale of a blended family. I was my mum's only child, and my stepdad had 2 sons of his own, one slightly older and one slightly younger than I was. And shortly after getting married, they had my younger sister, Polly. Ron was super fun and the ideal stepdad. Imagine a kid trapped in an adult body. The only thing that I didn't like about Ron, well, his family and his church. His family was super dysfunctional and toxic. His kids were, like, real bad, and I hated being around them. I'll get to more of this later, but he didn't have custody and was trying to get it. His church was also very different from what I was used to. I grew up Catholic. I'm not sure what he was, but at his church, the service would take hours, and there would be people barefoot in the aisles, randomly shouting out, speaking in tongues throughout the whole production. Nothing wrong with that, I guess, but
If you're a Catholic and have ever been to this kind of church, it's a very different experience. We didn't go to this church often, but after my sister was born, he wanted to go a lot more. Now, there was this one very old sweet lady at this church who would always come up and say hi to my mum and the new baby. We didn't know her well, and she would be the first odd experience that we would have. You see, one day my mum, Ron, baby Polly, stepbrothers and myself all went to this church. The older woman came up to us and, instead of her typical upbeat, happy demeanor, she seemed very concerned and pulled my mum aside from the group. She warned my mum that she could see and sense a very, very dark, evil, powerful energy attached to Ron's family. She said that she could see it already affecting him and his boys, and warned my mum that she needed to get my sister and myself away to keep us safe. This woman was very concerned, but obviously my mum just sort of brushed the whole situation off as just a crazy lady thing. His kids kept getting worse though. All sorts of things, like one tried to kill his grandfather, theft, vandalism, all sorts of stuff. So they weren't allowed to come around as often. Simultaneously, my stepdad began to get cranky, sluggish, and a bit weird. I even started feeling very uncomfortable around him and disconnected. This all came to a head shortly after my sister turned 1. Unfortunately, my stepdad, he ended his own life, and I was the one who found his body. We had no warning. In hindsight, I could see changes in his behavior, but none that could have made us think that this was coming. He left a note to my mum and sister, literally, deeply, sloppily scratched into the wood on the top of a desk in the same room. Very rushed and not at all in the right state of mind. My mum, she went into a months-long state of shock, not eating, not talking, barely able to make eye contact. We moved out of the house in with my grandparents temporarily, and this is where things started getting weird. My mum was the first to have these little experiences. She claims that she could just feel Ron's presence with her when she would rock Polly to sleep or hang out in Polly's nursery. She would think that she would accidentally hear Ron, sort of behind her, or catch a glimpse of him in the corner of her eye or something. But then she started smelling his cologne, clear as day, regularly. Eventually, my mum bought a house for us to move into. On the day of closing, she slept in the house on her own the first night. She claims to this day that she knew everything would be okay because she felt his presence there so strongly and could smell his cologne everywhere in the house. She spent the whole first night crying, but feeling reassured that she was going to give us a great life. And Ron's presence was apparently a great comfort to her. It really all started as these very minor, some could even say positive or comforting, experiences. It wasn't until the first majorly weird experience. So months after moving in, my mum was heading home with Polly from daycare. Polly does not remember Ron and at the time did not know that he had died. One day, as my mum and Polly are heading home, Polly, maybe 2 years old now, says to my mum that she doesn't want to go home. My mum obviously asks why, and Polly responds, because that's where Daddy is, and Daddy is sad. My mum is silent. Polly continues, Daddy can't breathe, his throat hurts, Daddy is choking, and starts making choking noises in the back seat. My mum absolutely loses it, and speeds home. She immediately tells me, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all that. But it was hard not to believe her when hearing the panic and the fear in her voice. We didn't live there long until I started experiencing things as well. The house is a historic home and had cold spots, I guess you could say. Not, oh, the windows are cold in this room, so it's cooler type of spots, but I mean significant drop-offs in temperature by 15 to 20 degrees in those areas at least. The cold spots? Well, number one, my sister's playroom on the first floor of the living room. The second, my bedroom closet only, upstairs. And the third, my sister's bedroom, upstairs. Now, my first experiences were also minor. Like, I'd open my closet to get changed in the morning and get hit with like a burst of cold air daily. My mum and I would be hanging in the living room, and toys in my sister's playroom would regularly go off on their own. Most often it was this riding horse toy that you had to sit on, and it would sing this song, like I'm a happy horse or something. Toys going off and the occasional bump in the night eventually turned into the faint sounds of footsteps, though, in the upstairs hallway. We chalked all these things up to just having an old house and it being normal to hear some creaks and bumps occasionally. We would also hear my sister talking to someone in the middle of the night in her room. She had this framed picture collage in her room from her dad Ron's funeral service. It was a bunch of pictures of the family, and we would hear her talking to someone saying who all the people were. Like, this is my sissy, that's my daddy, this is mummy, etc. We set up voice recorders and caught it happening, and when we asked who she was talking to, she always said putt-putt. Our dog would also randomly start barking and growling at nothing in the house. Typically it was in the living room towards the stairs. But things really got so much worse though. My mum, she started dating Mark. Mark was my best friend's dad, and he lived down the street and worked midnights. Mark would come over to the house every now and then, and we always noticed that activity would ramp up a bit while he was there and shortly after he left. But we didn't think too much of it, still just minor things after all. I did local theatre in high school, and there was a girl in my cast, Katie, who came into rehearsal one day covered in bruises. Katie was a little bit older, but we found out that Katie's husband had been hitting her and she really needed someplace to stay until things would calm down. My mum is a DV survivor herself, so this tugged at her heartstrings, and she told Katie that she didn't have a choice. She was coming to stay with us temporarily. My mum was worried Katie's abusive husband would show up at the house, so she asked Mark to start staying over. Keep in mind though that Mark worked midnights, so during the day it was only him and Katie. But after Mark moved in, that was when things really took off. Katie stayed for a few days and then she suddenly left. It was a very hasty leave, and we wouldn't find out until later that she left because she was terrified of being alone in our house. She said that she would hear things, see figures out of the corner of her eye, and felt a very heavy or negative energy in the house. She also said that she felt like she wasn't alone and was being watched. She asked if our house was haunted, and we just sort of laughed at the idea. But then Mark started having experiences, a lot of them too. Mark is a very vivid dreamer, and according to him, he started having some of the worst, messed up, violent, even sadistic nightmares that he had ever had in his life in our house. Some of them are so sad that to this day, he won't even tell us what happened in the dreams. Eventually, he shared with us one particular dream and said that Ron came to him and was really upset. He had met Ron previously, maybe once at like a school function, but in this dream, Ron was yelling at him, telling him that it was extremely important that he find Tonya. Mark asked who the heck Tonya was, and my mum and I's mind were blown. Tonya was one of Ron's sisters. They were not close, and Mark never met her or knew about her. Yet he kept saying that it was really important that we contacted Tonya. The next dream Mark tells us about had us questioning all the happenings around the house even more, because apparently Ron became a regular in Mark's dreams, getting increasingly more angry and violent with each dream appearance. In the last dream, Ron was losing his mind at Mark about some sort of RC car and how he needed it, and Mark had to find it. My mum and I had no idea what he was talking about, so we contacted Ron's old best friend. The old best friend knew exactly what we were talking about, because apparently Ron had a little RC electric car that he'd always take apart and put back together to make it faster. Eventually it just went into a box, I guess, in the basement, and my mum and I never knew about it. The car was actually before our time in his life. The best friend asked how we knew about it though, and was pretty shocked to find out that it was via my mum's new boyfriend's dream. The incidents only increased in frequency and severity too. Bangs, loud footsteps, sounds of running, feeling of not being alone, cold spots even colder, etc. Mark moved in full time though, and Polly's behavior took a turn for the worst at this point. Polly quickly lost the tiny amount of emotional regulation toddlers have. She threw tantrums constantly, would hit, scream, throw, and bite over the tiniest things. Her lying went through the roof, and we figured that these were things being learned at daycare or something. She completely stopped sleeping in her own bedroom because she hated that room. In fact, just walking into the room with her would lead to a complete meltdown. She would occasionally sleep in my bed with me, but I told my mum that I couldn't do it any longer because every time she slept in my room with me, I had a very weird and very violent dream. So she started sleeping with my mum instead. Other than the weird dreams, bad behavior, and car incident, the first truly odd experience with Polly would be with her and the missing apple. Polly loved fruit and ate apples regularly. We had a finished basement that was rarely used because it felt weird down there, but we had some of her larger toys down there stored away. One day we gave Polly an apple for a snack, and later that night remembered that we didn't get it from her to throw it away. My mum got super paranoid about bugs and it going bad, so she asks Polly where is the apple. Now, Polly had this tent thing that she played in the basement, and she would always tell us that Jesus lived in her tent in the basement. We just said, okay, and just rolled with it sort of thing. But when we asked where the apple was, she told us that she was hanging out with Jesus in her tent, and the bad kids came. No clue who the bad kids are, but she would also tell us that there were bad kids in the basement. But remember the bad kids for later. Polly, though, was adamant that either the bad kids took her apple, or that Jesus gave the bad kids her apple. We searched the house and the garbage can from top to bottom like 1,000+ times, and, well, we just never found that apple. Polly is 13 now and still says that she remembers the bad kids in the basement and is still adamant that they took her apple. My mum practically interrogated her about it as a kid. But whenever she would be bad, she'd always blame the bad kids and say that they told her to do it, or that she didn't do it and it was all of them. Her behavior, though, kept getting worse, until she eventually would get so upset about something that she would start screaming and biting herself until she even drew blood. This is obviously not normal for a toddler. Keep in mind this new habit too, because this only gets crazier. A side experience my stepbrother, Nick or Mark's son, had soon after that also included the basement. He didn't live with us, but he had a key and he would come and go. He was not fully aware of any of the things happening in the house at this time, but he was coming over to hang out, and we were still out running errands. He said that he would just wait for us inside, and he swears on his life that when he walked inside, he clearly heard my mum's voice calling for something from the basement, and heard what he described as kids. He went down to look for them, and then called me to ask where we were. I obviously said that we were still out and asked why, and he was adamant that he thought that he had heard us. Well, while down there apparently, he felt the need to go to the toilet, because what story would it be without my brother going to the bathroom? But anyway, he didn't want to make the main bathroom smell, so he used the basement bathroom since he was already down there anyway. And he claims that right after getting off of the phone with me and being mid-business, he heard a child laugh right behind him, and it absolutely terrified him. According to him, he has never jumped off of a toilet so quickly. Now, we had been living in this house for maybe a year at this point, and the experiences were only getting more frequent and, well, pretty much undeniable. The footsteps, the toys, the cold spots, the sounds, the dreadful feeling. Making excuses for the things happening around us was getting to be pretty difficult at this stage. Polly is being bad, nobody is getting any sleep. We were frustrated, exhausted, and drained mentally, emotionally, and physically. And I think that's when whatever we were dealing with it took advantage of us the most. Polly started having night terrors regularly, very different from a nightmare, and also started sleepwalking too. You would find her standing in the doorway of her room, standing right above the stairs, standing somewhere in your room, or you'd wake up to her standing at the side of your bed, which always terrified me. But mostly we were afraid of her getting hurt. At the same time, the sounds of heavy footsteps upstairs became regular. And I remember one night my mum had put Polly to sleep up in her bed, and Mark, my mum and I were still sitting in the living room just watching a movie, when clear as day, we heard someone absolutely booking it down the upstairs hallway. We give each other that look, and my mum says, heck no, she's going to check that. We needed to make sure Polly wasn't sleepwalking though, so somehow they convinced me, the teenager, to go upstairs and check on my sister. And there she is, fast asleep on my mum's bed, certainly not sprinting through the hall. Another memorable experience though was soon after my sister's 3rd birthday party. Mark, my mum and myself are just hanging out in the living room with Polly upstairs asleep, and we hear someone come barreling through the hallway and down the staircase. The stairs were on the left far side of the living room against the wall. At this point, the sound of footsteps has become such a normal occurrence that it doesn't even fully weird us out anymore. But this night was different. Polly had some helium balloons from her party in the doorway of her playroom, and as we're all sitting there, after hearing someone or something come down the stairs, I kid you not, we start seeing one singular helium balloon very slowly float from her playroom across the living room and up the stairs. I was absolutely astonished by this. None of us could believe what we had just seen. My mum went to get the balloon and found it halfway up the stairs on the landing. To this day, I still get goosebumps whenever I remember this moment. That was my first sighting, I guess you could say, but it certainly was not the last, and it wouldn't be long until we were seeing, well, figures. The first time I saw a figure was in the upstairs hallway. I never typically kept the lights off when moving around my house. You could turn the upstairs light on from the living room, and I hated the dark. My room was immediately at the top of the staircases, and my doorway was on the left-hand side. I was in a rush to grab something from my room, so I ran up the stairs with the light off, and that was when I saw him. Standing directly in front of me in the hallway was a man. Probably 6'5", I would guess, but it was early evening but still dark, and I remember thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me at first. I stared at him for a few seconds and felt the fear welling up inside of me. When I snapped out of it, I went to flip a light on, and he was standing directly next to the hallway's light switch. I was not about to move any closer toward him, so I reached my arm inside of my bedroom and quickly flicked the light on. And by the time that I had done that, he was gone, of which I never saw him again. 2 other people have had definite sightings in that house, Mark and my mum, and they also had a weird sound experience together. Mark had 2 sightings, and the first one may be my favorite of all the sightings, in fact. Like I said before, I did local theatre in high school, so sometimes I would get home pretty late at night. Mark, my mum and Polly are all in the master bedroom in bed when Mark says to my mum, I didn't know that they were home already. She must have just gotten in." My mum looks at him confused and says, "No, they just left for theatre. She'll be home in like 30 minutes. Mark is adamant though that I was already home because he swears up and down that he just saw me in the hallway outside the bedroom door. Almost like I leaned over and just peeked my head and part of my body inside of the room. Mark is so convinced, in fact, that he saw me that they call me, and I confirm that I'm not at home, but I am on my way home. When I get home, Mark thinks that we're messing with him and that I've been home the whole time. He has me in their doorway reenacting what he saw, and then he goes, "No, it definitely wasn't you. You're not tall enough." whatever I saw, it took up the whole doorway. Now, I'm not sure why Mark seemed to think that I was that tall, but it's consistent with my sighting of a very tall man or thing or something. Which leads to his next sighting, which was not nearly as exciting, I guess. We had one of those old school attics where you would pull down the string thing and the ladder falls from the ceiling. You know the one, right? But then you climb up and you lift that wicked heavy door at the top to get in. Well, we kept holiday decorations in the attic up there, and Mark says that when he opened the attic, he saw a tall dark figure bolt from his eyesight behind a stack of boxes. Upon seeing that, Mark just closed the attic door and he got the decorations down another time. Now, to my mum's sightings. She has always stuck to the same story as well, and it actually makes me believe her and also question what kind of mother that she was. Remember how I told you nobody was getting any sleep? Well, my mum was regularly waking up around the same time every night, and this turned into the tradition of her going downstairs for a glass of orange juice and going back up to bed and typically checking on us kids. Well, we all sleep with our doors open, so she would just look in. Now, you'd walk up the stairs, and my bedroom was immediately on the top on the left side, like I said before, but the bathroom was across from my room on the right side, and Mum's room was at the end of the hallway on the left side. Polly's room was at the end of the hallway on the right side. And my mum, she claims up and down that she woke up in the middle of the night one night, flipped the hall light on, and headed towards the stairs for her regular orange juice. We had to put a baby gate up due to Polly's new sleepwalking habit, so she had to stop before the stairs to open it. And right when she reached the top of the stairs, something caught the corner of her eye, because she saw a tall black figure in my room standing at the end of my bed, facing me. She stood there for a moment and looked at it, said to herself, "Nope, I'm half awake and delirious, it's not there." She goes downstairs and gets the orange juice, and upon walking back up, she says that she reaches the landing and, clear as day, sees the black figure run from my room, through the hallway and into my sister's room. Sister was not in her room, by the way. She says that it freaked her out so much that she just immediately ran to her room and just got back into bed. Thanks a lot, Mum, right? Anyway, around this time, my sister got very sick too and was miserable to sleep with, tossing and turning, burning up, all that. My mum and Mark, they were in bed watching TV with the dog. Polly had been put into her room for the first time in a very long time to see if we could get her to sleep there. Mark and my mum claimed that as they were sitting there, they very clearly both heard, "Where is she?" spoken out loud. They looked at each other and immediately started trying to deny. Like, my mum asked Mark, "Did you hear that?" Mark says, "Hear what? The dog's stomach?" My mum says, "The dog's stomach? And what did the dog's stomach say, Mark?" Mark responds, "Where is she?" They then both freak out and run to my sister's room, grab her, and they put her back into bed with them. And here is where things, well, they took a bad turn. So, remember how nobody is sleeping or everyone is having issues with sleeping? Well, I had started to get really, really bad sleep paralysis. I had never gotten it before, but it became a regular occurrence. And one night in particular, I woke up, but I couldn't move. I was sleeping on my stomach, so half of my face or my right cheek was in the bed, and I remember knowing that I was dealing with sleep paralysis and needed to snap out of it. And I started to see the room around me or behind me glow red, and I could see shadows on the walls around me just out of sight. I heard two voices, neither of which I would describe as human. The first voice was on my left side and was very deep, guttural, almost growly, but repeating something over and over in a very rhythmic-like chant. It wasn't English, and it sounded like no language that I could recognize, other than maybe Latin, which we would hear at church sometimes. The other voice was higher, though, grainier, and sounded more agitated, I guess. It was like the higher voice was egging the lower voice on, and it also wasn't in English. It was then that I felt the most insane, heavy pressure on my back pushing me down into the bed. I remember thinking how I knew that I was in sleep paralysis, how it was likely to be a dream even though it seemed so real. The harder it pushed me though, the more difficult it got to breathe while the rhythmic chanting only got louder. I remember starting to cry and genuinely thinking to myself that I was about to die. If you've never been in a situation where you genuinely thought that you would die, know that it's a feeling that it will never leave you. It sticks with you forever. Well, I tried to move and I remember straining to scream or just make some sort of noise, anything really, but I was stuck and just completely helpless. Well, whatever this thing was, it was going to kill me, and I began begging God in my head to save me. I'm not even religious, but here I was praying, when all at once, it just stopped. I remember feeling my heart pounding in my chest, and unlike other bouts of sleep paralysis that I had gotten, immediately after the chanting and the pressure had stopped, I could move. I never had to, wake up out of it, which was just so weird to me. The next morning, as I was getting ready for school, I was terrified and, well, eventually I broke down in tears telling my mum about what had happened as we got ready for the day. As I was changing my clothes that morning, she walked by my room and stops me, because I had scratches all over my back. Not deep ones and no bleeding, but red scratches all the way down my back. That same day, my mum gets a call from my little sister's godmother, Jen. Jen is a bit freaked out and says that she needed to call my mum to see if we were okay. My mum wants to know why she's asking, and Jen proceeds to tell her that the night before she woke up in the middle of the night to a tall, dark figure standing at the end of her bed. She felt frozen and immediately felt a deep sense of dread. She started feeling overwhelming pressure on her chest, pushing her into the bed. All she could think about at the time was our family, and she yelled out for it to leave her alone, and it disappeared. She apparently needed to call us and see that we were okay and what was going on. Mind you, she had no idea about my own experiences that night, or about any of the other things that were happening in the house. This was too much of a coincidence for me to just dismiss, and we couldn't rationalize it or explain it away. If it was just my own experience, we maybe could have made some excuses, but how the heck did Jen know? And also, what did Jen also see? And so, it was at this point that we knew that things were getting serious and that we really needed some help. My mum had friends that considered themselves amateur ghost hunters, I guess you could say. And when they'd heard about the things going on in the house, they were down my mum's throat about coming in to investigate. They set up cameras and recorders and, well, just all sorts of gear. We all had to leave for a weekend while they looked through the house, but I was just a young teenager, so I was not allowed to see all the findings. But my mum and Mark were there to see them, and they showed the findings to my grandparents. My grandfather is a big military war vet, a sort of no-nonsense guy, and he said the recordings gave him chills, and he never liked coming to our house because it always felt odd there. The most active room, though, apparently was Polly's room. Polly's room was an icebox and was pretty active, I would say. Every cross from the house was placed in her room, and we even had a rosary blessed by the Pope in there. We were not super religious people, but going through an experience like this, well, I can confirm that it makes you do some crazy things, I guess you could say. In Polly's room, though, they had heard a woman's voice humming over the recording. They even caught something moving the recorder around, and clear as day heard a male voice say, "What is this?" while moving the recorder. They caught toys going off in the playroom, and caught the doorknob on my bedroom closet jiggling at one point. They also asked if they could come in and do some more research, but my mum said no to this because things ramped up a bit in the house after that, and also Polly's behavior really spiked. We knew then that we needed some other help, a different form of help, I guess. We first reached out to a woman in our family, Tina, who was very involved in her church. Tina came over for the first time and immediately stopped when she came through that door. She put her hand to her chest and said, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, but I just got the most overwhelming sense of my mum being here when I walked in." Her mother, she had passed away a few years prior and was a huge part of our overall family. It didn't dawn on us until that moment too that my cousins and I had a running joke growing up that we all had an imaginary friend named Mrs. Tut Tut, who lived with her, and she was responsible for taking care of. Now, remember the putt-putt person that Polly was talking to in her room at night, and then we caught the older woman humming in the room? Well, anyway, Polly's behavior was still getting worse and it was starting to concern us. Tina asked when she came in if we would mind if she said a quick prayer over Polly. Polly was dead asleep on the couch, mind you. Tina walked over and sat on the couch next to her, put one hand over Polly and started saying a quick prayer. And I kid you not, Polly's eyes shot wide open. She immediately sat up on the couch and was thrashing around, kicking and crying and screaming that she wanted to go up to her room, take her to her room. As soon as Tina said Amen and stopped praying, Polly crashed back down onto the couch and was out like a light again. It was as if she never even woke up, in fact. We all sort of just stood there, looking at each other with eyes full of fear. I mean, how could we rationalize that? 4 people just witnessed it too. We really feared for Polly at that stage. We went to our church and we spoke to our priest. He listened to our stories and gave us advice. He told us that based off of what we were saying, he felt the entity was evil and we should not try and make contact. He had to assure my mum that this was not wrong. We should avoid discussing it in the house at all costs too. No talk of the devil or watching scary movies. A crucifix blessed with holy water was to be placed in the most active rooms. They're still there to this day as well. And he said that he felt that it was probably demonic as they can masquerade themselves as somebody else in the beginning and they feed off of grief and stress and all that. He said that he could not do any sort of exorcism though, as the church had to go through an approval process for that. But he gave us holy water and agreed to bless our home. He also taught us how to bless the home ourselves for future reference. He, Tina and my mum, they went to the house to bless it. And room by room they went through performing this blessing. When they finished, they all went outside to the driveway. The priest left and my mum lit a cigarette to smoke with Tina. And that is when they claimed that an all-black dog came slowly walking out from behind our garage toward them. They said that it was nasty looking, beat up, gross hair, just the ugliest dog that you would ever see in your life, and it came toward them with teeth bared, growling and snarling at them. My mum claims that she felt like it was evil and screamed at it to go away and leave them alone, and that it was not welcome there. It ran off, and after that she never saw the dog again. That night, my mum says that she had the most realistic dream of her life. She was wrestling with some sort of a dark figure and was fighting with all she had. She was screaming at it to leave her and her kids alone, and then she woke up from her sleep completely exhausted and covered in sweat as if she was actually fighting something. And, weirdly enough, that was, well, just about the end of it. Polly's behavior just significantly improved, like overnight. The noises and the sightings, they all stopped. Everything went back to normal for a really long time. The last thing that happened though was in 2017 when I was packing up for college to go back home for the summer. My room was all packed up and I had started to feel a bit weird being alone in my dorm room. I didn't have any roommates, but I just didn't feel, well, alone. I contacted my mum and they said that they had also started hearing some things in the house again. On my last day of college, I had to run up to my dorm room to change my clothes really quick, and when I entered the room, I felt a really sort of heavy and negative energy. I sat down in a chair in my room,
and immediately dazed out as if I was in the most intense daydream ever. The daydream was terrifying and was very violent, and it was regarding my little sister. I booked it out of that room immediately, though, and called my mum and told her. They re-blessed the house, and we haven't had any problems ever since then. Now, I know so many of you are going to probably say that this is all made up and it's fake, that maybe I've exaggerated things or something. If it was just my account of this experience, you know what, I might actually agree with you. But it's the fact that so many people around us experience things as well, that so many people were present for the same events, that it went on for so long. I have no doubt in my mind anymore that this is real. I honestly think that doubting it was giving it power, in fact. But since we have accepted what we went through and decided that we won't fear this thing or give it power over us, well, we've been fine ever since then. For those of you who will ask about the posts and the recordings and all that, my mum has never let me see them, so I just have no access. I've only got first-hand accounts, and also these were taken in like 2015 or 2016. I don't have the videos or the photos or anything, and they're from quite a long while ago now, so I don't even know where they are or if my mum knows where they are too. But ultimately, I hope that you all found our haunted house to be some sort of escape and entertainment, I guess. None of us believed in ghosts or demons or hauntings or whatever you want to call them, until we lived here. My mum claims that I too had weird experiences and sightings as a kid, and a few that I remember, but nothing ever like these. And we actually still live in that same house, so yeah, there it is, the story of our haunted house. A side note, or a fun fact I guess you could call it, that you might find interesting as well, is that Mark's aunt and uncle owned the house that we lived in when he was a child. There were different owners between us, but after my mum and Mark started dating, we found out that Mark's aunt and uncle used to live there, and we learned a bunch of other history about the house. And the house still had some awesome things in it that Mark's uncle had originally built, like the bar in the basement, the built-in bookshelves, etc. Another weird side note too is that we redid my bedroom halfway through these experiences. When we pulled my bed out from the wall, there was this weird sort of devil cat stick figure drawing on the wall behind my bed. We never noticed it when we moved in somehow, but it was pretty big, like halfway up the wall I would say, and it took us 4 coats of paint to get it covered up. We would paint over it, and then the next day you could still see it a bit. That was always very weird. But the devil cat is just a blue wall now, and we confirmed that Mark's family, they didn't paint the devil cat thing, so we have no idea how it got there. And that's it. That's the end. So, if anyone has any questions, then please do ask in the comments below, because I'm willing to answer anything. Ultimately, I hope you guys all stay safe out there, and I really hope for your sake that you never have to experience anything like we did. This happened around November of 2021 in Garner, North Carolina. North Carolina, being how it is when it comes to weather, it was a fairly warm night this night. I went to the neighborhood soccer field to go stargazing and to look at the full moon. The sky was clear and the moon was bright. It lit the field up nicely, in fact. After I set up my telescope, 20 minutes passed by with my back turned towards the neighborhood. I see a light dance to my left, so I turn around. A guard is doing their routine patrol and checking for intruders, so I think nothing of it and I turn my attention back to the stars. Then, I heard a noise that didn't sound human or like an animal. A deep guttural sound came from far behind me, and I turned to look again. It was the guard. It didn't feel right at all, and I turned back to start picking my stuff up. Then I hear footsteps getting closer, and the light was gone. "What a wonderful night, isn't it?" the voice asked. I turned to respond, but I noticed something off.
The figure stood straight, like a soldier in the military, feet together and arms to his side. Yeah, it is," was all that I could muster out, then continued gathering my telescope and bag. "What's your name?" the guard asked. The way that he asked was unsettling. It sounded sort of layered, I guess, as if there was another voice speaking along with his, curious yet menacing. My name's Jackson," was all I responded with, giving a fake name. I turned to face him, and then I noticed why it seemed off. The figure was wearing a guard's uniform, but it looked worn and tattered. Its skin was black as a void, and I tried to look at its face with the moonlight, but there was nothing but a smile, a big menacing smile. "Nice to meet you, Jackson. My name's Mike," he said as he tilted his head to the side, revealing that there were no other features but that insidious smile. I began walking towards the neighborhood, but when I walked past him, my spine felt like it was turning into ice all of a sudden. And what followed made me terrified. It was the smell of sulfur. "Have a wonderful night, Jackson," was the last thing that I heard, and the act was slipping. The voice sounded inhuman, and even though I gave him a fake name, it made it worse. I walked far enough away to where I could still see the field and have a good distance away to see if he would return out from there, but he never did. So, a few months later, it was February, I was on a nightly walk and I stopped by the neighborhood office to visit the cat that resided there. While I was petting and playing with the little guy, a night guard stopped by to check on me to see if I was all right. I told him that I was and that I was visiting as the cat was in my lap, and before he walked away, I asked him if there was anyone named Mike that worked there back in November. He asked why, and I explained what had happened around that time, and then he promptly went to go and find me an answer. After a few more minutes, he came back out and looked confused. There was no one named Mike that worked there around that time in November, and he looked just as confused as I did, and maybe a bit more horrified considering that was apparently his next area to check. We talked a bit more about how we both didn't like to mess with the paranormal, witchcraft, anything of the sort. Then we parted ways, leaving me more unnerved than I was prior. To this day, that night still freaks me out, sending bad chills down my spine whenever I remember the disturbing and sinister smile that pierced through that void that was its face. I was around 9 or 10 years old when my mum and I moved up north to the southwest of the UK. We just settled into our new home, and I was starting in a new school as well. On my very first day, we had an assembly. For anyone not from the UK, that's a morning gathering where the entire school meets in the hall to hear announcements from the teachers and all that sort of stuff. Nothing exciting, just them going on about, to be honest, I cannot even remember, but just random stuff. Anyway, one detail that always stood out to me, even then, was how close the school was to a major naval base, which was just down the road at about maybe 500 meters away. This particular base, it houses nuclear submarines and large naval vessels too. At the time, I didn't think too much of it, but now it definitely feels like it might be relevant. So I've always struggled with paying attention due to my ADD, attention deficit disorder, so naturally, my mind began to wander a bit. While the head teacher droned on, I found myself gazing through the tall windows of the assembly hall. It was around 9 in the morning, and the sky was a blanket of heavy grey clouds that day. And then, something strange happened. As the cloud cover began to shift and thin out in patches, I spotted something in the sky. It didn't move with the clouds. It didn't shift, flicker, or pass like a plane might. It just sort of sat there, motionless, in the break between the clouds. a large triangular object, dark and metallic. It definitely wasn't a trick of the light or a fleeting shadow or anything too. This thing had shape, 3 distinct points, clean edges, and a presence that felt, well, strange. My first thought as a kid was that maybe it was some kind of satellite or weird military equipment, but it seemed far too low, far too clear to be that. It wasn't suspended in space, it felt like it was right there, hovering above us, completely still while the sky moved around it. I remember blurting out something like, "Is that normal?" right in the middle of the assembly. The kid next to me nudged me and whispered for me to be quiet and pay attention. And when I looked back up, the clouds, they had rolled back in, thick and unbroken, and whatever I had seen was gone, just like that. Mind you, I didn't see it fly away, I didn't see it vanish in a flash. It was simply there one moment and then it just wasn't. It stuck with me ever since then, and I remember this all so vividly. Not just the shape or the silence, but the feeling that I'd seen something that I wasn't supposed to. I know it's easy to chalk it up to a child's imagination too, and you know what? Maybe that's all it was. But back then, I didn't know anything about UFOs or strange sightings like this. I had no frame of reference. I was just a bored kid in an assembly looking up at the sky. But I saw something, and I still think about it. This begins back when I was 15. Just for some background too, I work in a 5-star Michelin restaurant as a waitress in a sweet little area. We usually don't get anyone with bad intentions, usually just snobs really. Anyway, Easter Sunday of 2022, one of the busiest days of the year for us, a man, who will be known as the Easter Man, came in looking for a table for one. He was in a 3-piece suit with a carton of chicken eggs. He was sat in my section, so I go over to get a drink and food order. Once I got his order, he kept me talking, asking about my education, what I was doing in school, what my plans for the future were, what my hobbies were, my name, etc., etc. Just a little too much to be polite, but I let it slide. I was busy and tired, and I didn't want any trouble. Eventually, he left for the day, and quite honestly, I thought that was that. Now, for the next couple of months, he would come in 2 to 3 days every week. He got more confident too, attempting to flirt with me, asking me to come out with him after work. However, things got worse when one shift, I was walking him to his table and he slid his hands down my back and over my butt. I turned around and somehow politely told him not to touch me and do not push my boundaries, as I was only 15 and he knew that. After that, I didn't serve him that day. A week later he came in and I refused to serve him once again. My manager took over his table, and yet when everybody was on break and it was only me on the floor, he came inside. He knew by that point that it was table service only, and came up behind me, bringing his hands down on my arms. I was shaken up by that, but politely again told him not to touch me. And then after that, I didn't hear from him again until next Easter of 2023. Now, last Easter, things got worse. He showed up again, the usual shenanigans, yet my managers were prepped this year, not allowing me to go within the vicinity of him, keeping me safe. But this was only useful inside of work. You see, I walk through the town centre to get to work. It's about a 25-minute walk from the train station, and as I was walking to work one day, he saw me in his car and followed me into work. I immediately told my managers, who, yet again, told me to stay away from him. A week after that, I was having coffee before work, about a 15-minute walk away from my job, and what do you know? Guess who sees me and follows me on foot to work? I again tell my managers, who keep me away from him, again mind you, yet that day was different. He asked my managers for me, saying that he knew that I was there because he'd seen me. Now last year, in 2024, I took a lot of holidays around Easter time and was off for a lot of exams at that point. Supposedly, he came in a few times, asked for me, and he didn't come in much when I wasn't anywhere to be seen. He hasn't come in since then, however, and, well, this Sunday is Easter Sunday. So, wish me luck for Easter of 2025, because I dare say that I'm going to need it once again. This experience happened when I was 21, 5 years ago now. It's something that has played on my mind since, but I've never really talked about it. So, I went to dinner with a friend from university. Her name was Amy. We had one glass of red wine each with dinner, and I was staying at her house that night. So by the time that we got back, I was totally sober. Like I said, it was one glass of wine with dinner anyway. I never even felt tipsy. Amy was in her ensuite brushing her teeth at one stage, and I was laying in her double bed on my side, facing the bathroom that Amy was in, when all of a sudden I felt the very distinct feeling of a hand with long nails go down my back, from my neck to my bottom. It felt like a real hand as well. I could feel the long nails of all the fingers, and it tickled in the same way that a person's hand would. I spun around in shock and faced the other side of the bedroom, and for a split second, I saw a tall, middle-aged man facing me with his eyes boring into mine. It was the most uncomfortable, unnatural thing that I have ever felt. He was perfectly aligned with the far wall of the bedroom, and I saw him about 5 meters away, so no explanation for the human hand scratching down my back. I was suddenly crying and shouted for Amy, even though she was just next door, and I told her what happened. I was super emotional at this point, obviously, and then she started crying. I asked why, and she told me that she felt like somebody had been watching her from the corner of her room for months now. She even showed me text to her boyfriend where she had told him that she was struggling to sleep because she felt like she was just being watched all the time. Now, a well-known male serial killer, in London at least, that preyed on young women, used to live 2 doors down from Amy's house. I didn't know this as well until I looked it up afterward, trying to find information about this place. It's taken me years to process this because of just how real it was. I mean, I felt the hand scratch me. I saw the man right there, and this stuff is real. So I am an EMT as of writing this, but as this takes place, I was a student doing an ambulance ride-out with the local fire department. We have an hourly minimum as students to go and learn with them and take calls and all that. Now, on my official last day of ride-outs, I chose a Friday night shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. I live in a busy-ish, smaller city in Texas, so most of our calls at this station would occur later into the night. And so, as you can probably imagine, it was common for us to sit around waiting for nighttime. Now, I was taking notes for class when we got dispatched to an unknown status female under a bridge. This isn't unusual, as we have a big homeless population and callers will see them on the road and think that something is wrong. Often they'll just be drunk, or sometimes we have to give them something if they have OD'd or whatever. I was pretty excited, not because of someone hurt obviously, but because of the adrenaline rush. But walking out onto the scene, we were dispatched to a residence. It wasn't a house, but it was more a collection of tents intricately connected together under a big main highway road. Walking closer, The EMT medic and I found who our patient was. Initially, she had her back turned toward us and she was sitting down crisscross style, so we were unable to see what she was doing. But whatever she was doing, she looked very busy doing it, like she was soaring or doing something odd directly in front of her. She was sitting in a wet ditch, slightly away from her residence, and it smelled terrible, but I chalked it up to poor living conditions. We tried to get her to speak to us, and she cussed and shooed us away without turning around. Walking up, we finally realized what she had been doing. At first glance, I noticed her legs and feet. She had discolored ankles and feet in unnatural shades of purple, yellow, and green tones. Toward the toes, there was raw red flesh slowly bleeding and inflamed. I didn't recognize what she was holding at first, as I was too distracted by her feet. At this moment, my medic was talking to her, trying to comprehend what the heck was happening, and to get her to want transport, but she was trying to cut off her toes with a pair of kitchen scissors. She had completely degloved her toes, and we were also unable to find them on the scene. Now, despite the gruesome injury, she was not in pain, assumedly from the flesh necrotizing. She was also arguing my paramedic down, saying that she did not need to go to the hospital. It took about 30 minutes to get her to at least come inside the ambulance. Unfortunately, the medic and I, we were the unlucky ones to sit in the back with her while the EMT transported. Before transport, however, the smell was overwhelming, and my medic had to briefly step out and throw up before going en route. I'm still unsure why I didn't get sick. I mean, it was really bad. I do have a background in mortuary transport though, so a bonus from that job, I guess. With her on the stretcher and with better lighting, we were able to see the damage that she had done to her own feet. Now, the entire time she was arguing that she wouldn't need an amputation and that cutting her toes off and wrapping bandage around them to get rid of the gangrene would be enough. I looked at her injuries more closely and saw that there were bugs in her skin. Not big ones, but the movement was present, and that's how I noticed them. We didn't want to make her angrier than she was, so we didn't take any vitals or ask too many questions. The stench, though, was absolute insanity. Upon arrival to the hospital, an ED doctor that I had seen a few times during clinicals took over. The patient was very excitingly screaming about her removal of her toes directly into the doctor's face. We sprayed everything and wiped literally every surface of that ambulance with disinfectant. Directly after that, we left and got some food from Zaxby's. Also, I will mention too that the patient had a bunch of racist tattoos on her, and the day before the fire department had been out on her for a similar call before she hacked off her toes. She had been screaming racist profanities, slurs at one of the responding EMSs, and she apparently had an entire handle of Tito's to drink. And while I don't think that this is the scariest thing to ever happen to anyone, I was certainly very unnerved by the experience. Seeing as I'd only responded to car wrecks, DV, and medical issues so far, something like this was definitely unexpected. Sometimes too, I'll just randomly have images of her feet pop into my mind, and that is something that is very hard to live with. So I'm 27 and my mum is 49. We don't live together, but we stay close by generally. Her name is Linda. Now, we used to live in a small town for years, and during that time, my mum would have many occurrences where people in public would recognize her. She's a door dasher, so it would happen often at restaurants, but also pretty much everywhere else as well. At gas stations, getting a fountain drink and gas, at a Walmart, even at the post office. Whatever this thing is, it always makes an impression. where the people around her point out that it's her. They'll say things like, "Back again already, huh?" when going to get a drink at the convenience store, or, "Hey, I haven't seen you in a few weeks, how are you?" in a place that she's never been before. At the post office, the guy asked her if she was able to ship that package that she was having trouble with the other day. She hadn't been there in weeks. Sometimes they'll say things like, "Are you doing okay now? I hope your day is going better than it was earlier." At first you think that this was just coincidence, but it just happens way too often. My uncle and aunt had a sighting of the thing once. My uncle was talking to it and chatting up a storm, calling her by name and talking about the family. Apparently it just went along with it and chatted back, but my uncle nor my aunt is the type to lie about this stuff, so I really do believe them. After a while, my aunt came back up and asked my uncle who he was talking to, and he said, "I'm talking to Linda," in an obvious tone. My aunt said, "That's not Linda," and it just looked at her and then casually walked away. My aunt's description said that it looked like my mum, but not quite fully. Little features were off, and I know that it sounds cliche, but that's what she said. Just little features were off. Now, here's the weirdest part though. You could think that it was just someone in the town that looked like my mum, right? Well, we moved 9 hours away from that town recently, and after about 2 weeks, it's all started up again. Exact same thing. Random people referring to weird interactions towards my mum, acting like she was there earlier when she wasn't, talking about past conversations that they never even had. I have been present for some of these interactions too. One just happened today, in fact, which is why I thought that I should share this. Whatever it is, it seems to have followed her, and I don't know. What do you guys think that this is, and is there anything that we can do about it? In the summer of 2014, my then girlfriend and I got access to her brother's apartment. It was the year after we had both graduated, so we were still living at home with our parents. That's why we were excited to have a week with our own place where we could be alone. My brother had warned us that the apartment was haunted, not something that we paid too much attention to. Neither of us particularly were interested in anything paranormal, and I think we mostly just sort of laughed it off as a bit of a joke. I mean, we were just happy to have somewhere to crash when we came home late from seeing friends without disturbing our parents for once. Now, on the very first evening, while lying on the couch watching a movie, we heard something fall to the floor in the kitchen. When we went to go and check, there was a plastic cup, one that had been on the counter, lying in the middle of the floor, as if someone had forcefully knocked it off. We hadn't even been in the kitchen that evening since we had eaten out, so we just left the cup where it was and we kept watching the movie. The next day we got ready for another summer day and left the apartment right after breakfast, and when we came back in the late afternoon or evening and walked into the kitchen, there was another item on the floor, this time a large plastic gym shaker. We picked up both objects this time. We didn't really talk much about it, just noted that it did happen and it was weird. But that night is when things got truly eerie. So we went to bed in the bedroom and made sure that everything was closed like we normally did. The apartment was on the ground floor, and there was a fair amount of visibility from the outside, so we drew the curtains and shut all the windows, partly to keep out the traffic noise and partly so that no one could see in. Of course, that made the room very warm, and in the middle of the night, my girlfriend woke me up. We were both lying on our backs in bed when she told me to look up, and the ceiling lamp, which hung from a long cord, was spinning rapidly, as if someone had given it a powerful push to make it rotate in a perfect circle. I was awake now, but very tired. I remember staring at the lamp until it stopped spinning and then just sort of falling back asleep. The next morning, she told me that she had stayed awake the entire night because she was so shaken by it. I remember her being pretty rattled the next day, but we moved on quickly and we never really talked about it again. Our relationship didn't last past the fall, and 8 years later, in a completely different city, we went home together after running into each other by chance during a night out. I asked her if she remembered the lamp in the bedroom that summer, and she immediately burst out yes, and that it honestly terrified her. It's something that I'll never forget, and something that to this day I still cannot explain. For many years I've been thinking about this, and I still don't know if it was just my childhood imagination. So I used to tell my friends that I saw something in my house. Usually I'd say that it might have been a ghost, but honestly I genuinely have no idea. I cannot say exactly how old I was, but I was definitely still in primary school. That much I remember. It happened in the winter, in Poland, 2009 most likely. Probably a few days after Christmas Eve, because I was playing with a Lego set that I got as a gift. Now, it was already dark outside, the lights were on in my room, and I was playing on the carpet across from the door that opened onto a lit hallway. From that angle looking out the door, I could see a wall and the banister around the space above the stairs. I was really focused on playing, my eyes were down, but for some reason, maybe because I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, I looked up and glanced towards the door. That's when I saw it. From the left side of the doorframe, a figure slowly started to emerge. It must have been over 1 meter tall, but no taller than 1.5 meters. It had a strange color, but not so much the figure itself, more like an aura surrounding it. Kind of a mix between purple and celadon. It was floating in the air, maybe 0.5 meter off the ground, hard to say exactly. I was just a kid sitting on the floor after all, so I had to look up slightly. It had bent legs and a bit of a hunch, and in that position it slowly drifted to the right through the air. I don't remember what it was wearing exactly, but I know that it had clothes, purple for sure, pants and black leather shoes. It looked like a formal outfit almost, and it appeared to be male. I remember that it had a fairly large head, so big it looked disproportionate to the rest of its body, with a black mop of hair and big ears. The facial features were hard to tell. I saw it from the profile. Definitely very prominent cheekbones though, and a big nose. I froze for about 3 seconds though. I couldn't move. I was in shock. Then a wave of chills hit me and fear took over. I immediately looked down at the Lego bricks and started pretending to play. In my head I was thinking, just pretend you're playing and maybe it won't notice you. Pretend that you didn't see it. But after a few seconds, I couldn't process what I had just seen, or even whether I had seen something, or if it was just my imagination. And quite honestly, I might have believed it was all in my head to this day, if not for what happened next. Curiosity won out, and I looked up again, without lifting my head too much because I was afraid that it might still be there. And then, I saw from that side of the doorframe, part of the figure was still visible. After a short moment, it then completely moved out of view. I was stunned and terrified. I sat there for a while, trying to gather the courage to run to my parents, who were in the living room downstairs. When I finally managed to do it, I ran out of that room not looking to the right out of fear that it was still there, bolted down the stairs, and sat on the couch next to my parents. I never said a word to them. I just took comfort in the feeling of safety, and I was scared that they wouldn't take me seriously. I didn't have the strength to try and explain to them because the emotions that I had just gone through had completely drained me. That thing, whatever it was, it never even looked at me though. It was like it didn't even know that I had seen it. I never told any of my friends at school either, as I didn't want to be laughed at. For the next few days, I felt uneasy any time I played in that room though, afraid that I'd see it again. It took years before I told anyone, usually after a few drinks, and only in vague terms, just saying that I'd seen something that I couldn't explain, without ever going into detail, as I didn't want to seem like a complete weirdo. But that's why I'm here. Has anyone else ever encountered something like this? Was it just my imagination, do you think? What keeps bothering me, though, is that when I looked again, it was still there. If it weren't for that second glance, I wouldn't even think twice about this, and would have assumed that it was just my imagination. But because of that second glance, I really don't think it was. This happened when I was a kid. My parents and I had moved to this apartment complex back in 1986 that was built in the 40s during World War II. The basement had a fallout shelter installed, and in the fallout shelter there were gas masks, tins of old food, old World War II posters of enlisting. I was about 2 years old at the time that we moved in, so I didn't really understand or comprehend all of this, but I didn't start to have experiences until I was about maybe 5 years old. Some experiences involved my toys going on by themselves, dolls in spots that I didn't leave them, my radio turning off and on, to which my parents' explanation was that I was doing it, but didn't remember, or that it was just my imagination. But that all changed one night. Now, I had 2 windows on the side of my bed. This is relevant too. The right one would open and stay open with no problem, but the left one was always broken and a bit weird. It just wouldn't stay open, and we would have to stick a board in the window for it to remain open. Now one night I had woken up to this loud bang which scared me half to death, causing me to sit straight up in bed. As I'm sitting there, my eyes trying to adjust to the room, looking around to see if something may have fallen, and if so, where. That's when I heard it again, another huge bang. It was on the side of me, so I look over in the direction to see what it could have been, but didn't see anything that could have made that noise. That is, until I see the left window, the window that needs a board to stay open, slowly opening up, and opening by itself. I sat there frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, if I was actually seeing what I was seeing. I couldn't do anything but sit there in disbelief and attempt to close my eyes tightly for 10 seconds because 5-year-old me, this was just a bad dream, and closing my eyes tightly is what I would always do to end a bad dream. I still do this to this day, to be honest. As soon as my eyes opened, I see the window fully open and then slam again. I realized at that moment that I was fully awake, and then the window starts to open again. Only this time it's opening a little faster than last time, and same as last time, it would open all the way and then slam shut. It happened again and again and again, each time opening a little faster than the last time and slamming shut. It was as if someone was opening it fully and letting it go in order to slam shut. But then the window flies all the way up and stays open. Then I hear the most horrible, evil, sadistic laugh, like a cackle right in front of me. Well, that was enough for me to finally move. I fly off the bed, getting tangled in my sheets and comforter. I managed to get the comforter off of me, but I still have the sheets wrapped around me. But that didn't stop me from hauling butt all the way to my parents' bedroom, screaming bloody murder as I did. My screaming ended up waking up my parents, so they were already awake when I got to their bedroom. I'm trying to explain to them what had just happened, what I had seen, and told them about the cackling and all that. My mother was the comforting parent, and was trying to calm me down as best as she could, telling me that I just had a really bad nightmare and that my nightmare continued when I was semi-awake because I was half asleep awake. I was persistent though, and kept repeating myself over and over and over, telling them about the window opening and shutting by itself, and the cackling again and again. My father, who was the no-nonsense parent, was extremely upset that I had woken him up and said, "Enough, it was just a bad dream. Come on, I'll show you. There's nothing in your room to be afraid of. And your mother's right, you probably just dreamed the whole thing. So come on, let's go." My father and I head back to my bedroom. My little hand clenching his hand tightly, we go into my room. My comforter is still on the floor. My father goes to pick it up, and when he does, he glances over at the windows and sees that the left window is still open, wide open in fact. Nothing in it to hold it, just wide open, which, knowing this window, should be completely impossible. My father goes over to the window, looks at it, then back at me and says, "Did you open this?" I tell him, desperately trying to get him to believe me, "No, Dad, I told you. It kept opening and slamming by itself." My father, frustrated, cranky, and highly annoyed at this point, tells me windows don't open by themselves. It probably got stuck when you opened it. My father reaches over to make sure that I didn't stick anything in the window to keep it open, and as soon as he stuck his hand in and was about to pull his hand away, the window slammed shut, nicking his hand in the process from pulling it out of the window. My father, who was still trying to make sense of this situation, was suddenly spooked and creeped out. I then spent the night in my parents' room in my sleeping bag on their bedroom floor that night. After that night, the activity seemed to amplify. Other stories for another time. It's been almost 40 years and I still have nightmares about that night. The window opening and shutting, the cackling, the fear, and my little 5-year-old heart pounding in my chest. It is hands down one of the worst experiences that I've ever had. Until I encountered the Hat Man, that is. Which, again, is another story for another time. In 2008, I was a sophomore in high school. The first day of school, I was sitting in my English class when this kid, whom I had never seen before, entered the class 10 minutes late. His name was Mike. The teacher asked why he was late, and Mike responded with, "Sorry, teach, I spilled strawberry daiquiri all over my shirt and had to change it." Mike was a bit of a class clown who was more trouble than funny, to be honest. He was the type of guy who believed he could do whatever he wanted and there would be no repercussions. For example, one day in English, the teacher was late getting to class, and while Mike said that since the teacher was 10 minutes late, legally we were allowed to leave, and so he did so. Later, he was shocked when he ended up in detention after school for skipping class. But Mike and his friends were the group that would sit in the parking lot at lunch and rev the engines of their Subarus and act like they were in Tokyo Drift or something. I remember that Mike played football that year and was livid that the coach didn't make him the starting quarterback, despite him not being all that impressive as an athlete. However, the thing that I remember the most about Mike was that he always wore this white baseball cap backwards and turned to the side, which was the style at that time. Well, the next year, my junior year, Mike just never showed up to school. Word was that he had been drinking with a group of friends near a fishing spot by the local river when he just disappeared. The rumors also started, and one was that he got into a fight with another guy who hit him in the head with a beer bottle. According to the rumor, Mike fell into the river and was swept away. Other people said that it was his brother who had pushed him into the river. One guy in particular claimed that he had hit Mike and pushed him into the river. Regardless of the truth, Mike was never found. He had a full-page memorial in the yearbook and everything. After that year, though, nobody ever really mentioned Mike again. As time went by, the only time that he would be mentioned were when some friends and I would meet up and somebody would say, "Who was that kid who disappeared again?" And the story would be told. Almost 15 years after Mike went missing, though, I met a guy who was a retired detective for the sheriff's department. His name was Jim.
Well, it turns out that Jim was the one that investigated Mike's disappearance. When I mentioned the rumors about him getting hit with a beer bottle, he said, "Yeah, we heard those rumors too, but they just never panned out." Jim told me that the day that Mike went missing, he was out by the fishing spot with anywhere between 5 to 10 other teenagers. Mike had paid a homeless guy to buy a beer from the local store, so he and his friends could party out there. Afterwards, they drove way out to the fishing spot, 30 to 40 miles out of town. And Jim said that, more than likely, Mike was drunk and fell into the river and just was swept away. They never did find the body, which Jim said was probably in the Gulf of Mexico by now. Jim asked what kind of student Mike was in school. I told Jim that I thought Mike was an entitled class clown, to be honest. Jim wasn't surprised. Everybody else told him what a great student that he was, which he said isn't surprising with missing persons cases. Jim said that nobody wants to be the person who spoke poorly of the guy. He also said that he got the same feeling about Mike's parents. Dad came across as a bully who peaked in school, and Mum was the homecoming queen sort of deal. People who just never really moved on past that point, I guess. People who may have encouraged Mike's behavior, telling him about all the fun that they had had in their high school days. Well, a year or so later, I was out fishing by that spot at some point. I had gotten there late in the afternoon, and by the time that I was ready to leave, the sun had already gone down behind the hills. It was light enough that you could still see, but dark enough that you need your headlights when driving for sure. As I walked back to my truck, I noticed that I was the only one in the parking area, so I put my fishing gear in the bed and climbed into the driver's seat. As I backed my truck up, the headlights illuminated a cluster of trees in front of me. And that was when I saw the white hat against the dark backdrop of the woods. Thinking that somebody may have just left a lost hat hanging in the trees, which is common practice for lost gear, I flipped on my high beams to see if anything else was in the trees. And when I did, standing in the trees was a person that I recognized but couldn't place immediately. The figure was wearing the white hat and staring at me. After a few seconds of staring at him, trying to place where I knew this guy from, it clicked. It was Mike. He looked exactly the same that he did as that day that he claimed to have spilled his cocktail on his shirt. Almost immediately I realized who I was looking at. Mike then turned and walked into the forest. I then put my truck into gear and I noped out of there as fast as I could. I also haven't been back to that fishing spot since then, and I definitely do not plan on going back after sundown. I eventually asked a couple of guys that I know who fish out there if they've ever seen anything strange out there, but nobody ever had. I really don't know if I saw Mike because I knew him or if there was another reason, but I will never forget that white hat that he would wear all the time. This is a bit of a long one, so do get comfy. Now, when I lived in Minnesota, I saw something that's troubled me for years now, and still does. You see, I had about 2 weeks into my plane ride, moving to PNW. I had no money and no one to stay with, so me and my dog roughed it and camped out in the woods. It was middle of November 2022, and temperatures were 22 low and around 35 to 38 high. In other words, always had a fire going. It honestly wasn't that bad, except at night when the fire would go out. My dog would either stay in the tent or tied up next to me. We must have spent only about 6 days in that area, and every single day I saw massive deers. I had just moved from Memphis, where I bagged my first one. The deer in Minnesota were jaw-droppingly huge compared to my 10-pointer. Sometimes they would be about 100 yards away, walking or running across some train tracks. The woods were thick, but I could always make out animals. Before night, I would always see a dog, sometimes even two, looking at me and very slowly approaching. I always screamed and hollered when I noticed them. On the second night that I was there, I heard crashing through the woods and rocks near the tracks as well. I stepped out of my tent, and I would see about 10 or so deer running down the tracks and then blindly dart back directly towards me. I figured that I'll see or smell fire too, so I just sort of stood there and was just in awe of nature. But they weren't really veering off. The trees were huge and the woods were thick, and they were running and jumping so fast and far that I would feel the ground shake. The two leading deer, they came within 10 feet of me easily, and honestly, I was petrified. I genuinely thought that I was about to be pierced or something, but as soon as I stepped my leg over to dive into the tent, they turned 90 degrees and just jumped, running away. I thought that it was extremely scary, but also very cool to be honest, and I was glad for the experience. Now, at about 10 p.m., I'm stoking the fire and I noticed something off in the distance on my side of the tracks. Not even towards the tracks, but parallel with me. It looked like two people with headlamps on, processing a deer. On my first day there, I did see and quickly talk to a guy passing by, saying that he was looking for deer skins. I made nothing of it, and stopped shining my light towards them. After failing to fall asleep, I stepped outside and the two headlamps were still on. Same spot and making the same motions. It looked like they were maybe about 5 or maybe 4 feet apart. One would fiddle with something on the ground and hand it over to the other. At this point, I was alarmed because, it's now 1 a.m. I shine my light, watch very intently. It was so dark and so far away that by that time my eyes would focus and I would need to blink, but I would always lose what I was seeing. I would watch one headlamp and see that headlamp split into 2. So I knew that what I was looking at was a pair of eyes now. 2 individual sets of eyes. They were behind fallen logs and a standing tree. The motions that I saw were that of them moving back and forth, peeking around different spots of the trees and log. I moved my head side to side and they did the same, but on different sections and heights of the tree, like they were crouching and then sort of standing, but never looking away from me. When I got back into my tent, I zipped up the door, leaving the top open about an inch or 2. I zoomed my flashlight in, peeking through the hole, and I could see when they stopped and when they started this motion back up. The harder that I tried to focus, the more agitated the movement seemed. I was getting on a plane soon, so all I had were knives and a couple of flares, kept them close and snuggled up with my dog. Around 5 a.m, I peeked through my tent and was still being watched. When the sun came out, I stepped out, and when I did, nothing was there. I figured that they were wolves, but I don't know, the motion and the mimicking of mine was pretty insane. I had a great spot though, and I worked hard on cleaning this area up, so I thought that I'd stay there at least another night, not trying to psych myself out over, nothing really. Now, on night 3, I never did see them again, but it was around midnight when I heard crashing through the tracks again and thought that it was the herd of deer. Following it with my flashlight, I noticed that it was only one animal, moving way faster too. It did the same thing the deer did before and started running directly towards me. I could hear it leaving the rocks and running through a large patch of tall grass, like really tall, around 4 feet, dead grass, pretty loud. It's still coming towards me and I'm shining my light in the general area it's about to pop out of, about 40 feet in front of me, I would guess. The instant it came out,
It takes like maximum 2 steps and stands right up and stops instantly. But 1 second it's not seen at all, and the next second I'm staring at this thing, and true flight or fight finally kicks in. I immediately knew that there was no outrunning this thing. I knew that it was a full-on predator, and I knew that if I did run, that I would get chased. The eyes were forward-facing, very long, pointy ears, and could go on all 4s or 2. My dog was zipped up in the tent 3 feet from me. I zoomed in with my flashlight, and it helped absolutely nothing. I could see amberish eyeshine and a wet gloss on the nose. Staying perfectly still with my light on it, I slowly but deeply took in a huge breath. About 10 seconds has gone by, maximum, since it stood up, and I screamed as loud as I could, but also as quickly as I could. All I screamed was "hey," and I never sounded like that before. I've never ever screamed like that in my life. Didn't even know that I could sound like that. It wasn't recognizable. At the same time that I screamed, though, I unintentionally blinked. I heard a thud and the dead grass rustle, but not nearly enough for it to actually be gone. I knew that whatever it was definitely within 3 to 5 feet of the grass line. I continued to yell out that I was going to mess it up and I was going to eat it repeatedly. Before my initial scream, I saw this thing about 7 feet at the tips of the ears. The ears were 100% the same shapes as Anubis as well, if you've ever seen that. Stupidly long and pointy, very pointy. Well, after not hearing anything for quite some time, I just decided that I would take my chances and head back into my tent, and I just stayed there all night, awake and trying to figure out what to do. Thankfully, I made it through the night, and the next morning I walked out into town and went to Caribou Coffee for some Wi-Fi. First thing I did when my phone turned on, I needed to charge, was I searched up images of Anubis. And quite honestly, I started crying silently right there in the store, staring at this picture. I contacted my family in PNW to get a new plane ticket for an earlier arrival. My 2 weeks had now turned into 1. Getting back to camp, I started packing everything up to relocate my camping spot. This was a mistake though, because that giant thing that I saw, I totally forgot about the 2 things that I saw on night 2. So I grabbed my things and I walked right past that spot, the trees that I saw them at. I went about half a mile further, into more of the denser part of the woods, thinner trees but denser. That night, night 4, was terrifying too. This was the first night that I'd heard yipping from a pack of coyotes. This was about an hour before the sun went down, and it sounded like a person screaming, but it went on for so long and so loudly that I knew that it wasn't a person. They all started at the same time, and it went on for so much longer than I expected. Probably around a minute, I would say. Very far away, but still made me turn my head at first. About an hour after the sun went down, that's when I heard wolves howling. That definitely made me pucker up a little bit. More chills, and I decided to make a large fire, or at least throw some logs on it. Fewer trips outside in the night and all that. When doing this, I see that the 2 pairs of eyes are back and they're watching me. Again, I kept being loud and screaming that I was going to eat you and all this, along with other things. The next night, though, it only got worse. Every single night after that, too, just got worse and worse. First night at this new location, the 2 pairs of eyes come back. The second night was 6 pairs, and the next 8. All of them were at a distance, but very, very still. They stood in the exact same spot every night that they returned, with the main 2 mimicking my motions, peeking around trees for a better view it seemed. I even saw them vigorously bobbing up and down like a monkey would when I unzipped my tent. When it was finally time to leave, I quickly packed up what I could bring and I left everything not allowed on the flight behind in my tent, not even really caring anymore and just happy to get the heck out of there. To this day, I think about those days almost every day, to be honest. I still have no idea what exactly I saw or what to make of it. I was already going through rough times on family tragedies and all that, and I've spoke nothing of this story to anyone. I mean, they wouldn't believe me anyway. They'd just call me crazy. But here I am on the internet, sharing it with all of you guys, hoping to at least get some answers.